漫天的飞雪，璀璨的金光。真正的英雄，就是以平凡之躯，对抗着这个岁月的麻木不仁，让自己与更好的自己一遍一遍的在未来重逢。
未来还可以继续吗？
未来还有属于我的机会吗？
未来还可以一直赢下去吗
8年前，我没有想过能坚持到现在。8年后，我不确定这是不是一个冒险的决定。
做到了这一刻，我们终于做到了。
新的目标在哪？
由 Scott 获得，让我们恭喜 Scott 选手。
该停下来了吗？
他们说我已经拿到了所有的荣誉，可我还想再拼一次，因为还想赢。我回来了。
小浩说了一句，他说：“哎，现在感觉打得有点上头，有点想。”
有人说，怎么赢了一场比赛就哭了？因为我知道自己为了那一场胜利付出了多少。
队员们都比较的年轻，很敢打。
在 LPL 的发挥真的是令人欣喜。
无数次的训练之后，胜利的机会依旧稍纵即逝。
拼尽全力，也未必会拿到自己想要的结果。
努力不一定就有回报，但是不努力一定就没有机会了。这一次，我们会走出属于自己的那条路，
燃烧自己，目标只有冠军。
今年他们赢下了春天、夏天 MSI 在内的所有冠军。
我享受在舞台上捧杯的那一刻。如果说比赛一定要有输赢，为什么不能一直是我们？
抱歉，这次我们站在了对立面。
无人问津也好，技不如人也罢，不必让自己沉溺其中。
所谓的最强和第一，应该由谁来决定？我们所挥洒的每一份汗水，都是为了追寻不变的目标。
成功就是从失败到失败，也依然不变的对胜利的渴望。
Welcome one and all to the LPL. We are in day 7 of week 1. I am Oshin. I am joined by the absolutely jubilant Jordan Lyric Corby. And dude, it's been a while. We haven't casted together in a bit.
Yeah, it's been all the way since July. Like, my God,
wow.
It's been a minute. I'm glad you're here in the drip. I'm here in the drip that I reserve for only days I cast with you. Yeah. You know, we're ready to go.
We are absolutely ready to go, and we've got a full day to go to. But before we get to today, we got to look at what happened yesterday. We had a pretty kind of long second series, but those first and the last one were pretty quick.
Yeah, you know, I love getting to see Rookie come in and play the Corki. I feel like we've had a lot of not so great Corkis, but Rookies packages were on point. And my God, like you said, that last series, Top Esports coming in with a vengeance. EDG, sadly, still going down in the same way it seems like they do to Top Esports every year.
Yeah, EDG kind of feeling the sun there with Vampire at support. Still finding their way through. But of course, we are looking at the standings here. You can see NIP sitting at 2-0 with that +4 game score. They are kind of riding the high right now. We're unsure exactly where to put them, but everything's still very much in flux as we hit the end of the first week.
Yeah, I know, right? We still haven't even seen everything play yet. By the end of today, we will, with JDG, of course, playing later in the day. But so many 1-in-1 teams, and it's kind of what I expected when we had so many roster moves. It definitely feels like a lot of our top talent has been dispersed throughout a lot of different rosters, and that's just going to lead to a lot of close series coming in.
Absolutely, and you can see there, JDG kind of all the way down the bottom. They haven't played yet. They're actually getting all the way to the end, and then they'll play a game, and that's where we're going to be seeing them later on today. But again, this is kind of a weird kind of setup for a couple of these teams, and I do imagine a lot of these rosters will be looking to kind of stand up and be counted over the next few days.
Yeah, and right, especially looking at orgs like EDG that have a lot of young players, going to need some time to be able to get, their foot through the door and pick up that experience that's needed to really contend when it feels like every team has a bit of a superstar right now.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, you can see today's schedule. We are at 3 different venues. We start in Shanghai, then we go to the north to Beijing, and then we go down to the south in Suzhou. So we are flying around the map of China today to make sure we bring you all of that lovely action. And I'm very curious about our first matchup, TT versus Weibo, because TT, on paper, you would all honestly look towards Weibo as the favorites, being the finalists from Worlds in 2023. But a lot has changed for both Weibo and for TT, and I think that the perception could definitely shift.
Oh, definitely, right? I mean, TT taking their series win over LNG, I think something not a lot of people expected. LNG looking a little bit deflated, but TT came in with so much spunk, whether it was how they drafted, going first rotation like Tristana Brand, or even just their gameplay, where they were not afraid to look for blood.
No, they really, really were not. And of course, I'm just excited to see what they can do. Again, it's hard to not love UCal coming into this roster, specifically if you watched last year, or maybe if you're just coming in. The man was just hungry to get wins for his team. He was hungry to try and make stuff work for him and his team. And it is infectious. This is a guy who wants to make this work.
This is also a man who celebrates every win like he's won an international event.
Yeah.
I don't know how you can't support a guy who is already jumping out of his chair at the first series win.
Yeah, I mean, like, that's that level of kind of commitment and level of kind of dedication to your team and even your teammates to kind of show, like, look, I'm here for you, I'm here with you. Let's kind of go for this, and hey, let's go. There's the energy that we're talking about, Lyric, coming out on the stage.
Yeah, you love to see it from UCal. Also, give some shout outs over to people like 1XN, coming over from last year, his first time playing in the LPL, and really transitioning well in their first series. He has some great Lucian games, especially when you put him alongside a veteran like Chocho, who really looked like he just completed this TT roster super well.
And again, we're kind of figuring out the temperature check for this roster, because the expectations on paper is that, look, Weibo are coming in, again, finalists, they've had a couple of changes themselves, but for TT, this is a very much a kind of beginning of maybe something fantastic, because as much as Weibo are obviously 1-0 and had 2 wins in their first series, they didn't look super convincing in that first game of that best of 3, so I want to see a little bit more from them.
No, you definitely hit the nail on the head. In that first game, I feel like one of the big things was ZDZ was getting bullied really hard up against Xiaoshu. And I mean, Xiaoshu is one of the up-and-coming prospects, right? The guy is absolutely cracked, but still, we got to see a little bit more. You can't really just rely on Xiaohu's Weaver's Walls to bring you back into the game. But at least game 2 was a lot more promising.
Yes, it really, really was. And I do think that we're going to see, sometimes teams, they take a couple of games or maybe a couple of, kind of minutes in-game on stage to get their gears moving, get that momentum going for them. I would like to see Weibo kind of hit the ground running on that side of things. And of course, my big matchup to look at is going to be that mid lane. Xiaohu versus UCal. We talk about UCal and his energy and how well he was playing. I mean, Xiaohu has never really dropped the ball in terms of how well he's played consistently over his career.
No, he's, been a stud for a long time. Hell, going all the way back to, I mean, the guy's an LCK winner, right? Winning in 2018 summer with that KT roster, now going up against Xiaohu. I think one of the funnest things about this matchup, though, with mid lane and just in general, is just like pick preferences. Because we've seen a lot of teams in LPL have like a lot of different reads on what's first pick worthy, what are we looking to ban here, what are we going towards, right? Like Xiaohu really valuing things like that Tristana in the last series. UCal played 3 different champions in his last series, so I think there's definitely a lot of room for each team to kind of show their individual flavor.
So obviously we've hit the, the kind of where these teams are at. Again, still a bit of a temperature check on a couple of these things. We've had a week of the meta. We've had a bit of time to kind of look at where do you see it right now? It does feel like it kind of varies depending on team to team of how they want to approach things and how they want to try and build their team comps.
I definitely feel like we have kind of like a preferred setup, right? Azir obviously being the standout in the mid lane. Maokai has really started to show himself as like the clear go-to jungler. And then K'Sante, I feel like is kind of edging out Udyr right now with pros not really feeling too comfortable. But, K'Sante, Udyr, the trade's there. And then the most important thing in my mind is really just finding a priority, impactful bot lane. Lucian, in my mind, has just been doing so well here in the LPL. It's kind of been a little bit crazy. So, in my mind, it's the Lucian Nami, the Lucian Melio, Kalista Renata, if you're able to get your hands on something like that. That really being the defining kind of comp where you have early aggression, but you also have a lot of tools to start fights, to find picks. You have scaling coming from things like the Azir. Just these really well-rounded champions that work so well together. Absolutely, and I do think that it's a funny, you see a lot of online discourse, Lucian's not worth it, never mind, LCK and LPL play it, it looks broken. I believe Medios on the dive was saying, like, look, it doesn't really feel that great, but then, obviously we see so much damage coming from, like, one auto attack of, like, a Storm Razor alongside kind of a little bit of Melio passive. It's hard to know exactly what is, exceptional and what is not. And I do want to kind of come back to your point in terms of the top lane. The K'Sante versus Udyr one is a very interesting debate because we are seeing, again, hotly debated online, and I do like the Dom said at one point of his tweets, he's like, this isn't really kind of a good metric in terms of how they're doing it because the pros have been playing K'Sante for since he came out pretty much non-stop versus Udyr, who's kind of just flowered into existence, kind of come up, and there's still a little bit of learning to do for some of these pros. There's 164 champions now, Lyric. There's a lot to learn. Yeah. I mean, it even brings us back to a few years ago, right? When we had like Rumble and Morgana Jungle being super, super big, and there was like clear people who were able to gravitate to those champions easily and put in the time and are really good, and there were people who were not so good at those champions, which is why we had a similar level of like online discourse about whether these picks were strong or not. I think the one I'm most interested in is definitely jungle, though. Because when you look at jungle, it doesn't feel like you have at any of those conversations. It feels like there's a lot of viable picks, right? The Maokai, the Xin Zhao, the Rel, we have the brands, Kindred's been played. Hell, we had Mundo the other day. Like, it really feels like jungle is just so open right now to be played around and kind of what slots in best to your team comp and what kind of flavor does your jungle want to bring. That's the thing as well, yeah. It's what flavor you want to go for. Of course, the brand has kind of been amazingly hotly contested. It looks broken in some games and absolutely useless in others. It does feel like it is down to how you want to play the game, how you want to approach it, and honestly, the tempo you're able to kind of lead with. But we're going to see exactly how these teams go. But just like you said, the Maokai kind of been taken off the board here by TT. They recognize that it is just something that it's just a little bit too powerful. They're not willing, though, to first pick it and give that over to Beishuan. Yeah, also expecting to see the Ashe come out here, probably from the side of Weibo. Take that one off the table. Respecting the Tristana, which is a little bit surprising when we said that Xiaohu was picking that up himself in the last series. But now it's all about what TT want to do. In terms of first picks, I feel like we've seen a lot of different diversity. But in my mind, it's still really been about, like, either first picking Lucian or Melio, and then getting the trade. One side usually gets like Melio, Aphelios, the other side getting the Lucian Nami. That kind of feels like what's been the most common so far here in our first week's worth of games. We'll see. And now you can see Weibo just kind of taking their time. The Vi taken off the board as well. Xiaohao newly on this roster. We were just talking before we came into live as well about how we were loving the kind of the highlight of Xiaohao with AL last year coming into this year and giving himself, a name. I mean, he was the shining light on that AL roster from last year that won the one series, and it was such an emotional kind of breakthrough for him, and you could see just how much it meant to him that finally finding himself onto what you would arguably is, a much more cohesive roster, naturally made it to Worlds. You can't really say it's not, or even World Finals, it's not an improvement. But first pick going up to TT, and like you said, the Ashe would have been my personal pick on this as well, but it looks like they're going to go ahead and get themselves maybe the Lucian, and maybe just give up an Ashe Varus. I feel like this is a risky business. Yeah, it makes me interested, right? Do they go for Ashe Varus here, which would be the expected answer? Or, is it something that Weibo don't feel too comfortable playing? Because especially these champions that get banned a lot, you would expect even in scrims, your team probably doesn't have a whole lot of playtime on them, even if they are easy. And it looks like Weibo not even going to care about going for that at all. They are just going to go with the typical, hey, you got Lucian, we take Melio. Probably going to end up with that Aphelios on 3. So now Nami definitely going to come out 4 at the side of TT. And here, it's like you could go for the Udyr to just match top, but I kind of like desyncing some of the picks. So, even looking towards a potential jungler here if they wanted to go, I don't know, fall down to the tier of something like a Xin Zhao or get your hands on a mid laner, Azir, Orianna still open. Looks like it will be the Orianna.
Yeah, I mean, I like this from both sides. You can see Weibo very heavily kind of making sure ZDZ has something that can just, be safe if it needs to be, but also have its own kind of agency. We've seen so many times where the Cassante matchup just completely turns everything around. And on the other side of it, TT saying, look, Yukal has been our boy. He has been the guy who has put us on his back, and we want to make sure he has a favorable matchup. So you would imagine Weibo going to be banning away top lane. There's actually good for a couple of junglers as well, but TT, I want to see some mid lane bans up against Xiaohu, the Azir, things like that. Just take it off the board.
Yeah, I'm also a bit surprised. This is, a funny stat, but Orianna is actually 0-8 right now in the LPL. She's her and Corki are our second most played champions behind Azir. Corki's 1-8, 1-7, Orianna's 0-8. So,
what's Azir? He must be doing pretty well.
Yes, exactly. All of those pretty much being into Azir. I think a few Orianna versus Tristana games, but there's the Azir ban that you talked about. Now, for Weibo, I wouldn't be surprised to see the Nocturne taken away too, since we do have that Orianna on the table. But no, Weibo seemed, I guess, perfectly fine with giving some of these combos over. In regards to what's still left for Weibo, we've seen the Corki come out against the Orianna. You still have other high-presence mid laners like the Talia, which we know Xiao played the other day. Sure, Orianna doesn't have a dash, so it's not really a direct counter, but would set up for that pick style of composition that it seems like Weibo might go back to leaning into, which is also just a bread and butter for Xiaohu overall.
We'll see what they want to go for. I like that you mentioned the Nocturne, but I will say we did see the Nocturne-Orianna combination for, I believe, RNG in their best of 3 versus EDG, and it was kind of it. You can't really just be relying on the Nocturne-Orianna combination to be the only thing you go forward with. But Weibo saying, look, we don't even need to kind of worry about that combination because we can just take it ourselves. After banning the Poppy and the Jarvan, I mean, Beishran might be forced to go, like, the amount of jungle bans right now, the Rel, all the way to, the Maokai and the Vi as well. He might be looking at either a Brand, potentially a Lee Sin as well, but definitely not as much kind of that big impact that we've seen with the big ultimates.
Yeah, and I even just like the Nocturne takeaway just because it dissuades like a potential Jax or Gnar coming out on that top side, looking for pure side lane power because, of course, you don't want to have to play against that paranoia. Now with Udyr here, Xin Zhao on the table, you already highlighted the Lee Sin. It feels like one of those will probably be the go-to options. Xin Zhao is something I like quite a bit, especially because we're actually getting the Wukong coming out. We've had one Wukong game so far. It's still making a bit of a presence. You do have another ball delivery system coming in now for that Orianna. And Xiaohu, it seems like he's still going to be a man about a lot of like mid-game oriented skirmishing power with that Nico.
Yeah, I mean, look, the Nico itself is just something. It's always funny because I remember at the start when Nico kind of firstly got the rework or the, kind of the change up on her abilities, everyone and everything was just changing at all times. Now that people are kind of used to it, you don't see as much craziness in the early game per se, but it is one of those picks that I find that is, the longer the game goes, the more you find that those little mistakes creep in. You're not checking every minion. You're not looking at where these, wards are. For some reason, I remember early on in the rework, there was a blue buff in bot lane, and all the people just didn't care or notice. They just didn't look at it. So you do kind of find that with Nico, it does add that layer of, attention that you have to give it. And if you don't see it, then you need to make sure you're very certain where, everyone else is on the map.
Exactly. You got to be very diligent. Even just looking at the composition that TT have, like very short range, it's going to be very easy for Xiao to get in range to find those full value ultimates, especially when TT have a composition that need to run in, that need to get in range of Xiaohu to be able to find anything. Both the Nico and the Aphelios are going to absolutely love that.
Well, the teams are locked and loaded, and for TT, this is a real test for them right now. They are 1-0, but let's see if they can kind of keep that momentum going for Weibo. They're looking to get back where they just left off in 2023, looking to continue themselves up the rankings and look towards another potential international appearance. They have some unfinished business. They want to try and make this new roster work, and honestly, I feel like they have got the pieces. They just need to put them together.
Yeah, Weibo definitely, I mean, it feels like their roster was built with kind of their system in mind, with those core 3 in mind. But TT already were able to find a bit of an upset victory in game 1. Now we see if they could do it here again up against Weibo.
We are jumping onto the rifts. We have to see all the new angles, all the new thing. How is your opinion or your perception of everything been so far on the new rifts and the new walls?
It's like weird because I feel like when I watch the games, I'm like, I kind of wish mid lane was a bit smaller again. I loved seeing a lot of action around the mid lane, but at the same time, it's like, I also just like that change has happened. I feel like that's one of the things, you know, a lot of people just love about League of Legends, right? These big reinventions of the game that make it a bit more exciting to follow.
It's definitely a bit of fun, as we always have to come into the start of the year and just scramble to get all the information.
I've actually thought about what I want to, Sheen.
Yeah? What do you want?
Let's just turn the mid lane into like a mini UFC octagon, so the mid laners just have to fight, and there's no recalling. You only go back to base when you're dead.
You know what? I'm gonna augment on that. What if we did that top lanes? No one can join in. It's just those two, and it maintains the island aesthetic that we have built for top lane. And then mid lane becomes more like WWE, where it's more like a wrestling ring, and everyone can join in. And it's just like, oh, here comes the jungler with the steel chair, and you can kind of just have all this madness happen within it, and everyone has to come in. I feel like we could build a much more entertaining kind of setup if we went with that side.
Looks like we might get the entertainment now.
Yeah, we might. You can see Beishuan not enjoying the current setup of things. They are going to have a little bit of a fear, and about 2/3 of his health are taken. There's a smite coming down. Wasn't exactly sure of who took that. I believe it was Xiaohao who got it. Yukal has roamed over. They will try and just burn him down. And yeah, Xiaohao had no support, no real way of going for this. The early flash from Beishuan to try and cover it means they're going to see Xiaohao just try to run away from this one here. He's still going on top of this, not quite able to take the trade, and first blood over to Yukal.
If he would have gotten away from that, that would have been insane. Really just playing with them for a bit there. Good first kill going over to TT. Still 2 flashes burnt for 1. So maybe some potential to find ganks around mid. But looks like Xiaohu, with how far pushed up TT's bot lane are, might have an angle.
I mean, they know that ward's gone down as well. So Xiaohu knows he doesn't have to go through the river. Is he going to try the recall instead? I think he might just go for a full reset. I don't really see a great angle to be able to go for this. And with Emilio, it's very hard to really get a setup.
Yeah, doesn't end up trying to find the play. I don't know if he would have assumed that Beitron there would have gone for a reset. His health was low, so I think he probably could. And it would just make sense for Beitron even to naturally path towards that bot lane. So it could even be a potential good read from Xiaohu on where the enemy jungle was at the time. And so far, things going pretty smooth for TT. But when we talked about it, feels like the recipe for success now being bot lane pressure. They really have been finding it with these trades.
Yeah, the barrier comes out though, and that's a fair bit of reduction in the damage there. And you can see when you go with this Aphelios Milio bot lane, it's heal, it's barrier, it's just so much sustain against the Lucian Nami that it becomes difficult to really burst somebody out like that. But for now, everyone's happy to just take that trade, get the summoner out, and they're not too upset about it. Xiaohao finally back on the rift, looking for his own side of the jungle here on the bot side. And again, it's just going to be kind of about where this first paranoia goes for him. I like the idea of what he tried to do there, but in the top side invade, but you need support. So hopefully next time he does it, he'll have the support of his mid and his top to be able to make that work.
We didn't even see the worst of it because even Hoya had already started roaming over just in case anything had gone wrong. So yeah, gonna need to see a bit more temperament coming from the side of Weibo. I mean, even just looking at their mid jungle, right? It's gonna be a lot about that level 6 mark, not even just for Xiaohao, but for Xiaohu as well. So I don't know if they'll be able to find a window. I don't know why I'm anticipating anything happening here when we see this literally every Udyr K'Sante matchup.
Yeah, it's a bit of a, I mean, Hoya, excuse me, taking a fair bit of, he actually got hit by any of the CC there from ZDZ. He probably was in a fair bit of trouble because he does not have flash. Of course, you do run the ghost teleport when you go with the Udyr, and of course the K'Sante now kind of following in kind just to get that extra movement speed. But yeah, definitely feel like it's always just going to be a wet noodle fight on the top side, and immediately Beishuan off a spawn, just looking for those grubs, getting a little bit of win. If this recall comes in for Xiaohao, he's going to get all 3.
Yeah, it seems like that's probably the play. We'll see how much time Beitron's willing to commit here, because obviously now with taking the first one, Weibo's going to know what's going on. Looks like, yeah, he's willing to commit over. We can see on the minimap, though, Xiaohao is pathing over. We have some pings coming towards the mid lane.
We have a couple. Looks like Xiaohao maybe moving on to his level 6 hit by both mid laners, but yeah, not in time. Xiaohao had an unfortunate backing, which meant that he, or back timer, which meant he wasn't really in position to even trade on the bot side of the map. They don't know exactly where he is right now, but he is only level 4, so he's not the biggest threat in the world. And yeah, I mean, honestly, right now, this is a really good early game coming out from TT. Very composed, not panicking despite the curveballs that have been thrown at them in this early stage, you know, the invade and such. And if they can keep this kind of setup and keep eyes on Xiaohu, it's going to be very difficult for Weibo to really catch out this team. There's a lot of very good defenses for TT.
Yeah, especially if they can keep up being the team on the front foot, right? Because then it's going to be Weibo having this awkward time trying to find access into the backline up until you get things like the Rocket Belt onto Xiaohu. Now with having those scrubs, we've already seen 1xN in Chocho being able to push into that turret, so it's going to be more damage down there. It might even be able to set up for a potential early Drake coming out for TT. We know Beitron should also hit level 6 first, since he does have that experience advantage.
He should be able to get in, and the Cyclone being available alongside that Shockwave could be huge. We do know that Xiaohao has been spotted on this Dragon. They know it's being taken, but with a reset in the mid lane and Xiaohu's still sticking around, that's going to be a pretty easy take for the side of Weibo to get the early kind of trade on that. And it's been funny, actually, to kind of notice the initial excitement from a lot of teams to be able to kind of take those Void Grubs very, very quickly at the start of the game, but slowly but surely recognizing, oh yeah, Dragon Soul early is still kind of monstrous and still not something you can just ignore, that you have to take, and you need to make sure you're still prioritizing that.
I feel like it's like back in the day when McDonald's started selling pizza like 20 years ago, and a lot of people were like, yeah, pizza McDonald's, let's go. And then you know, quickly, no, McDonald's doesn't really sell pizza anymore.
Yeah.
For a reason.
And you know what? Sometimes that local pizza place is just better. That's just how it is. Exactly. You know,
yeah, getting pizza from McDonald's does not sound right.
No, it really doesn't. It's like one of those things where it's like, you know, you can always tell how good / bad a restaurant is based on how many cuisines they offer on their menu. It's like in Ireland, we have a lot of Indian takeaways that do pizzas, and it just feels very strange that you have those two combined together.
Wait. I gotta say, every Irish pub serves burritos for some reason when I was in Ireland. I will always remember that. It made no sense, but they were pretty good burritos.
I mean, they weren't bad. I wouldn't recommend getting a burrito from an Irish pub, but you know, I would recommend maybe like a carvery or something. But you know, to each their own. I'm not going to judge you on that.
I don't even think I was the one who ordered it. I think it was someone else on the casting team.
It was probably Hysterics. I'm almost certain. I'm almost certain it was probably Hysterics. As he's having a grand old time. In fact, he liked it so much, he's now on the LEC, moved on to the European broadcast. That's just how much he enjoyed it. But
he liked Irish burritos.
He liked Irish burritos so much, he went to Europe. He went to the LEC studio, but hopefully won't be too further in the future that we might see him again. Of course, we'll see how that goes with different setup. And of course, we are naturally having a little bit of a lull time right now with no real objective to kind of take. 30 seconds to the second half of the Grubs respawn makes it a tantalizing opportunity, and with level 6 is hitting across the board and the Paranoia specifically available for Xiaohao, I want to see something happen here, but I'm curious and to pick your brain, where do you really anticipate the first real bit of action coming from these teams?
I think for Xiaohao, you have the opportunity to look mid. I mean, Paranoia is one of the nice things that it doesn't really matter that it feels like the mid lane has gotten a bit harder to gank, and it looks like Xiaohao even having the same read, right? You have great setup. See about Xiao can find it.
It's hard. You do need to land that Tangle Barb, and if you don't, you're just not in a position to work for that. You see Hoya immediately dropping a ward down on the Void Groves, recognizing that his jungler is on the bot side, so they will have information that this is going down, and they will know, Weibo will know that they are known, but now Yukal doesn't recognize that he's being caught up in a little bit of a 3v1, and they will throw everything at him. Chris picks up the final kill, or the final hit on that kill, and Weibo are on the board.
Nice job, just able to walk straight through River to be able to find that one. This means you aren't going to be able to get all those grubs for TT. But TT going to try and zone out Light and Chris from turret. Means 1xn's lead is going to grow, sitting about 10 CS up right now. Ooh, we do have Cyclone, so Chris is going to have to be careful.
They do have it. They still have the Milio ultimate, and with the tidal wave going between the sticks, does land on the Aphelios. Flash by Chris, but the Cyclone does hit. Culling to try and do a little bit more damage, but Chris was the target, and you cannot go back into that, but maybe Light just baiting it for, as you can see, Xiaohao comes in with the paranoia. They get the kill on the 1xn. Now Beishon has to back away, but he's already taking so many tower hits, and it will be another kill for Chris, but bloodthirsty support here on Weibo, but Weibo perfectly turning that around and get themselves a 2-for-1.
Yeah, like you're saying, I wonder if that was a call from Light or Weibo as in general, being like, hey, keep going, let's keep them here so we can find more kills. But this is just going to change like where the gold's going, right? Because still going to have that CS lead kept there for that Lucian, since Light did end up going down. He ends up finishing his first item. We're going to see here in the replay, really nice knockback coming from Chris. The sidestep is there as well, the flash, like, my God. Chris was on point in those opening moments of the exchange. Look at the minimap. It's like you hit on. The Nocturne is close by. It's buying time for Xiaohao to get involved. And all the healing and sustain coming out for Chris, doing a great job at buying time, which allows for them to find the 2 kills. Sadly, not able to pick up the third before Yukao was able to come in and assist.
And look, Crisp is a happy boy right now. Got his Moonstone, he's feeling good, he's not worried about anything. He's a rich man in that bot lane, but we'll see if they can convert it into anything else, because despite the 3-2 kills, it is still TT with about a 500 gold lead. We still have one of the Eddies, the Kevins, the Powerpuff Girls, the many different names for the 3 grubs just being left there in the pit, as Weibo have yet to pick that one up, but it's not being picked up by TT either. But with the Dragon up now and available, we could be looking at another potential move. Not a lot of flashes available for either side, and Ultimate's still on a little bit of a cooldown.
Yeah, gonna just be some posturing for now. Again, I want to highlight kind of the results of that play bot, being 1xn was able to maintain his CS lead, has his first item in that Storm Razor, where you pointed out, Chris, really being the big benefactor for Weibo. So it definitely feels like TT gaining more immediate power from all the shenanigans that we've seen so far, but Weibo potentially don't want to give this one up. Without the vision, though, it's going to be so hard to force your way through this.
Yeah, there's so much well set up vision, but the double TP is coming in for both top laners. We might see them after the fact. They're going to go for the pop loss, and they landed on the 2. There's going to be the Moonlight Vigil, but at this stage of the game, it just doesn't do a lot of damage. The Nico trade for the Nami as they look to try and make this fight work. The Paranoia come in, try and dissuade any kind of a re-engage. They don't have any more, but the Shockwave is fantastic coming out here from Yukal, and they take down the Fed Chris, but they need to be able to get onto this Aphelios. Their health bars are so low. The Aphelios is looking for a little bit. They're all so low with the barrier, but there's just too many here. And there's a quadra kill for Yukal. We wanted him to step up, and boy, has he.
Huge plays coming out. It looked like it was just going to end in the 1-for-1 trade, but Yukal making magic happen. Now, even potentially getting the first move on Herald, but I love it. Quickly getting into the replay. Here, look, Xiaohu only able to really find Chocho, and Beichuan doesn't really get on top of the Lucian, so it means they're able to come out ahead. The rest of Weibo gets zoned off, but keep your eyes on the Orianna ball, because it's going to be Yukao with the members of Weibo walking up, who's going to turn this play. I do gotta say, Sheen, I feel like Weibo, a bit of psychopaths here, even trying to re-enter into this play. I get it, Light's still full HP, you have some damage there, but it feels like once that CC was confirmed, and with Hoya coming with all this AoE from that R, yeah, it just felt like it was TT's fight to win, and now 5-1-1 on the Orianna, my God.
I mean, absolutely massive here for UCal. And I mean, we saw it there. Like, Light was basically untouched right up until the end. And normally, you leave an Ophelio for that long, you're just going to get melted. But he had a Noom Quiver, and that was it. He didn't have his finished up Kraken Slayer. He didn't have the damage to be able to burn this down. And actually, Beishuan almost died and then got a Triumph proc from killing off a member of Weibo and was able to kind of survive from it. So these are the small little differences that if you don't take that fight, you back away, you get yourself the item, you're just not giving over that much gold. And now it's about a 3,000 gold lead here in favor of TT.
Is this really going to be the season of TT? I mean, Al, I saw Dom did claim TT the other day as his team. This might be the power they needed. They were already coming in strong. They kept their core. They're building around strong players. They have Western support. What can't Thunder talk to?
Have we dubbed them with the mojo yet? Because I feel like that's a little bit of a cursed kind of poison chalice, if you will.
Don't even say it. We can't curse them with the mojo.
We
can't
cannot.
Let Joe know about this game. Hopefully he's not watching right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's pretty early here on the Ireland and England side of things. It's about 7:30 in the morning, so it's a bit of an early start to try and get into this one. So maybe Munchables won't be cursing them with the mojo just yet. But coming into this one now, Weibo, they have to try and find themselves back into this, because again, the kill score looks close, but that gold lead is very, very powerful, especially when you think about who it's on. If you get that Orianna into 2 items before the next big fight, another shockwave like that could quite literally one-shot people.
Yeah, and you can see he's already making his way up to the Banshees, which is, going to do a nice job of trying to keep him safe from those engages from Xiao Hu. But speaking of the Xiaos, Xiao, Hao, and Chris, not going to be able to really do anything here. But I do want to highlight for Weibo's composition, right? Since there's always pick potential, there really is always a way of coming back into the game or even just closing that gold lead. A lot of squishy members on the side of TT.
We'll see if they can burn through them. TT do have to play these fights pretty well. Yes, they are ahead, but they're not so far ahead that it changes how the game has to be played. You can see the verdant barrier being hit by the rocket belt there, just to be annoying. Xiao Hu not having the best. And again, we talked about that last fight where there's a couple of flashes not available, waiting on a paranoia and a load of ultimates. It was kind of very staggered. I imagine the next time we have this, we should have summoners pretty much fully up for absolutely everybody, and it'll be a bit more of a favored fight. Because again, Xiao Hu, I thought he got 2. He actually only got 1 because it was the clone of Beishuan in the last Pop Blossom that he got. So really do need to be getting onto more priority targets, aka 1XN and UCal.
Yeah, 100%. 1XN was just safe that whole time. At least for Weibo, they do have this Herald to play with, and it looks like just going to hover around mid for now. With Dragon coming up, we kind of expect the drop to be towards mid and open up that pressure. They already have a pretty deep vision line in the enemy jungle. So first, TT trying to generate some pressure to try and contest. We can see Hoya should have pushed in bot and could potentially start moving over now. But it's going to be hard for Chocho and 1XN to find any way in, and hell, maybe they just end up giving it up.
Maybe. Light has been able to kind of drag himself despite the deficit with a couple of kills, and also the fact that he had a Cull just finished up there, so a nice little extra bit of gold kind of coming back into him. So right now TT looking to try and maybe get this one. And I will say, as much as the LCK have Cloud Souls, we seem to be having a lot of Chem Souls in our rifts. As yeah, a lot of wards need to be pulled out here, but TT, they haven't found all of them, and there could be a TP flank available here for Xiao Hu if he wants it, but no, he's going to go towards that mid lane instead, as they look to drop the Herald and maybe get a bit more pressure before this Dragon fight.
Multiple members of TT, though, have... yeah, I was going to say 2 items now. 2 items now done on 1XN, 2 items on UCal, 2 items on Hoya. These guys bigger than their counterparts on Weibo. It's going to be really hard for Weibo to even do anything here. But it seems like they feel really pressured to make a play, considering that they have Nico, they have Nocturne.
They've got a lot.
Machine damage might just be too much.
I was gonna say they have a lot to try and burn through before they can even get to kind of, have a fight there. Xiao Hu desperately looking for something, but he is fully caught out on vision, so they know exactly where he is. Cullen comes out and pepper down a little bit of ZDZ, who's got a fair bit of armor magic resistance to himself, but he can only do so much. ZDZ, he'll have to find a perfect target as we look for the Chem Dragon now. 19 minutes on the clock. This could be a pivotal fight here for Weibo. They really want to try and fight this, and this is the LPL way. You know, if you're going to go longer into this game, you're probably just going to die a death of 1,000 cuts, so why the hell not just try and fight it now? But already they're backing up, trying to make sure they don't get caught out by anything. But TT aware of this, they don't want to give up mid lane pressure either.
And look at what TT've already done. Top wave pushing. UCal just finished pushing up bot wave. They have the map set up to do this. It's going to be lost gold for Weibo. The one silver lining is Light with the Gravitum was able to get 1xn's cleanse.
He was able to, yeah, but that cleanse is coming back fairly shortly. Chocho just kind of sticking right beside 1xn. The Baron slithers their way over under the river to say, hey, new objective on the map in the next 30 or 5 seconds, to be honest. Wait, again, these teams just both posturing so aggressively to try and make this work, but the vision is solid, I gotta say, from TT. They're covering as many angles as they need, and now they finally start up the Drake.
Yeah, gonna see what they can do. Again, we gotta keep our eyes, especially on Xiaohao being able to find 1xn.
Yeah, Xiaohao has been discovered. They know exactly where it is. Half-baked piece of flash in, Cyclone, and the shockwave as well. Tidal wave to try and complement it again. The pop blossom from Xiaohao was just to defend himself. He needed the shield to survive, and now the rest of Weibo have realized they're not in a great position. That's a big Moonlight Vigil, but it's just not big enough. The damage isn't there, like you called, Lyric. And TT, they waited, they bided their time. They only get 1 kill, but they get the prize of the Dragon.
Yeah, still though, it's gonna be difficult for them to walk back into this mid lane with how big
Xiaohao
it is, but
Xiaohao
doesn't care.
Oh, he doesn't quite get the damage down. One more of the double tap, and that's going to be a kill confirmed. Crisp in a lot of trouble, flashes over to the Brambleback. And TT, they're brimming with confidence right now, Lyric. They're looking to push Weibo back.
TT are the future. It might only be their second series of the LPL, but I'm ready to say it. Here, we had so much posturing over this Dragon. I don't know how Weibo thought they could fight, but great engage coming out from Batron, finding the knockdown. Like you said, Xiaohao forced to ult defensively, so that's not really being used for damage. Great tidal wave coming out from the Nami to force them back. Sure, we see a good job coming out from Light with some decent damage there, but with them all being funneled back already, fighting on that back foot, nothing they could do, and it's here where it looked like Xiaohao potentially was going to get away with that campfire and the healing coming through from Chris, but Flash to follow through from 1xn with the double tap, and he completes it. My God.
Oh, Xiaohao. He's just dead. No flash, no way out. He just burned it in the last replay we saw, and he's been caught out again. A near 5,000 gold lead, 2 Dragons to 1. 22 minutes in. I mean, this is starting to look difficult for Weibo. The game, the whole map state right now is just completely run away from them.
No, I think it'd be too hard, as we're going to see here. Xiaohao just was going to go face check a brush. Right before he did that, the Orianna reveals itself anyway. Didn't matter. He was already
TP.
TPs.
They're looking for TT, as we're going to see now 3v4 as they look for a little bit more. There's going to be a flash away, no shockwave available. The Cyclone doing decent damage. I don't know why we're looking at the Nami, but we're going to try and get everybody back into this fight. There's UCal finally going down, a big shutdown over to the side of Light, but Crisp is in no man's land. They will get hit by the tidal wave, and it's a 2 for 2. At the end of it all, TT, despite being caught out, they still trade off equally.
Yeah, still just being really too strong for Weibo to contend with. 1xn and Shocho not being there, and especially with 1xn being the consistent source of DPS, is why Weibo were actually able to find something in their favor. Let's see exactly what goes down here. We can see TT just pushing up. Minimap, sadly, like we said, AD and support not here. Just the Cyclone able to buy so much time for UCal to get away. And, like, they're just so far ahead. I can't believe Batron was the one to take out the Nocturne by himself, right? Not even needing things like the Shockwave in that exchange to do it. I mean, hell, does have Black Cleaver and Sunder Sky finished up. This Wukong as well is a damage threat that pretty much all of Weibo need to respect.
And that's the thing as well, like, Weibo, they had to commit so much to get those kills as well. Flash from Xiaohao, flash from Light, you know, like it was a lot there, and all of a sudden you're looking at the inverse of that. Yes, you got the UCal flash, but there wasn't really a lot to lose on the side of TT. They just lost the Orianna flash, and that was about it. Now mid lane under threat and almost certainly to be taken. Dragon spawning in 2 minutes, so that's not going to be a big deal for either side, but this game, it feels like the pace of it has just gotten so quick here for TT, and they're enjoying the fact that it is so fast.
Yeah, TT. I mean, it's funny too, right? Because you pointed out earlier, we had a relatively tame early game. Like, there was some looks for action, but no middle coming through. Jojo ends up surviving. Oh, 80 HP, my God.
I mean, Nico still has damage. You gotta still respect that, especially when you're the one, when you're building up a, you know, kind of the grievous wounds for your team here from Chocho. Hasn't been seen too much on the supports. Don't really have a support item for it. Now Weibo, recognizing that the Nami had to go back, they go straight for the Baron. There's a couple of avenues though for TT to kind of walk into this, and they don't take it exceptionally quickly. They haven't got vision though of where everyone is. You can imagine that Xiaohu is looking for a little bit of a flank.
Trying to find one, but they got to worry about a flank from.
They know where he is.
One of their own.
Here we go. They're going to look for it now. They're going to try and burn down. Xiaohao pops down the paranoia. Here we go into the pit. Can they get anything off this? The tidal wave is good. The Baron down at 1800 HP. Finally gets taken. The Moonlight Vigil is massive. Can they get the Pop Blossom onto anybody? It's a weird trade of 2 for 1. Xiaohu looking for the angle, just could not find it. It will be the Baron over to Weibo, but it's not for free. They still get 3 people out with it.
Yeah, I feel like for Weibo, you're so happy about that result. It feels like Baytron going in a little bit before anyone on his team can realistically follow up, which makes sense, right? Especially with the all-seeing Baron, that choke point is just so disgusting to have to even try to run through. And now, honestly, with this Baron, Weibo might be able to equalize the gold lead. There's still a ton of standing gold on the map for them, right? They've taken no turrets yet, so this will be the first one of the game. Mid's almost broken down. They should be able to use Baron to get that bot lane turret. But it's just here, right? Baytron able to go in, UCal not in a position to follow up, so Wukong's already forced so incredibly low, which is how Xiaohao is going to be able to get this smite very easily for the side of Weibo. Sure, we have members like the Cassante and the Nocturne going in. Xiaohao and ZDZ 2 by time, so they go down, but you got a Baron!
Yeah, you take that trade every day of the week. This will be Soul Point over to TT, but again, Chemsoul not exactly the most highly prized. And I mean, this Aphelios is on 3 items. This Nico not far off it either. The relevant gold lead, like you mentioned, is becoming less and less poignant and less prominent for the side of TT. We were shouting their praises so much that it felt like they were going to be able to kind of keep the pace going, but fair dues to Weibo, they'd be able to turn around and say, no, we're fine, we can force this. The fact that they just got the Nami, that's all they did. They just got the Nami away from the pit, and they immediately recognized, hey, they're not going to have any vision around this Baron pit, and we can go for this.
Yeah. Just good heads-up calling. And hell, that's one thing we saw from Weibo, even their game 1 against RA, where they were struggling. Just very clever, very decisive, and making some quick calls to find ways back into the game. Still at a gold deficit, but at least going 1 by 1, again, breaking down some of these outer turrets to try and get back into a place of prominence. Light is at a 3-item mark, so we know the Aphelios is going to be huge. We've seen the damage his Moonlight Vigils have done. It's really just about if you can keep formation and find a way on top of UCal and 1xN.
Yeah, this is where they can make the moves now. TT have to play this more. Just can't just walk into this now. You have to find precise targets. The shockwave needs to land onto Light. I feel like with the amount of healing and shielding and just general sustain he's going to have, it's going to be so difficult to try and burst him in a you know, if it goes to a longer extended fight. Go for that full crit. Nothing changing in terms of the Aphelios build, really, despite the changes in preseason. He is just straight up a late game monster of 200 years, and this is going to be difficult because, again, you look at the way these kind of kills have gone. You look at the early game. TT should have been in control. Weibo wrestling it back now, and we'll wait to see. It is you know, kind of a anyone's game at this point. I feel like it's going to come down to a crucial fight either around this Chemsoul or potentially Baron again, both in 3 minutes.
Yeah, I do gotta say, we at least do have the crit bloom on UCal now, and with how close a lot of these fights have been, if they can pick up any of those healings with, I'm kind of excited to see how much AP he has. Probably does have a decent bit. That could be a game changer, as well as the Anathemas we saw now picked up for Hoya. So that probably going to be layered onto Light as well and just try to make his life a little bit harder. Because the longer this game goes, sure, Xiao will always be able to one-shot anyone with a combo, right? But then he's on cooldown. Then it really does just fall onto the shoulders of the AD carry. So I like that TT are even itemizing just to try and bring Light down a peg.
Void Staff finish up now for Xiao, who, again, like you said, he will destroy pretty much anyone. And honestly, a Negatron Cloak is not going to help Hoya that much. It will help, but not that much. He's going to be relying on a fair bit of shielding on his own to try and maybe help him through that particular burst. But yeah, wait to see now where both these sides want to try and take themselves. I imagine it's just going to be farming for the next 2 minutes. So paint me a picture, Lyric. How do you want to see both these teams approach these fights? How do you want to see them kind of look to make that angle favorable for them?
For Weibo, it's kind of what we can already see them angling to do, right? I think it's about trying to find a pick on side lanes before this dragon comes up. I think this would be a little bit early. Like, if they paranoid here and found something, it's like, okay, it'd be cool. They'd have that ult back up by the time dragon starts. But especially if they can find something between, like, the 1 minute to 45-second mark on the timer and get first push down towards spot lane, get that vision into river, it will be really hard for TT's comp to walk in just because of the map changes, just because of like choke points and how just how dangerous they've become. For TT, I want to see them stick as a unit. I feel like a lot of times we've seen them falter by like UCal or 1XN just being a bit too far from the action to be able to follow up on Beichuan finding an engage.
See if they can go for it. They would love for ZDZ to finish up that Randuin's Omen just to have that extra little bit of, you know, kind of defensive prowess. But we'll see. Still another minute until the both of these objectives are pretty much on the map. Either side just trying to get as much in the armory as possible. And that death cap is agonizingly close for UCal. If he's able to get that finished before this next fight, could be huge. And honestly, with a TP available, he might just be able to kind of roam around, pick up a wave or two and try and get that off, because that feels like a game changer. That feels like something that will completely change a fight. Like you said, with that healing coming out from the Crypt Bloom and having that extra bit of AP to just completely change the dynamic of how it's going.
Yeah, now see Weibo going to take this incredibly serious, not wanting to give the soul over, so do TP in for now. TT are the ones who are in control of vision over this whole bot side, though. So we're going to go back to what it looked like in one of the earlier Dragon fights when Xiao had to use his ult defensively, right? They're going to have to be the ones running into TT and running into the Cyclone.
They don't have a huge amount of vision control here. Great defensive vision from TT as well. You can see it on the minimap, just kind of covering the entrances, looking for flanks off from Weibo, Xiaohu, and of course Xiaohao. Very much looking for specific people in these fights. They don't have full vision, never mind, now they do. They know exactly where everybody is, but again, like I said, it's going to be a lot of TT vision here. They have full knowledge of where Xiaohu is going. He's going to walk into Hoya and straight away know that there's already going to be something there. TT getting themselves a turret and then moving into that one there. That was
playing on a knife's edge.
Yeah, we're gonna see where they're gonna go. This could be the final fight of the game. Tidal Wave to try and get them off the dragon. The Paranoia comes in, stolen. No way you can go for a Pop Blossom, lands on the 2, and they will burn down the Orianna. The Fed Orianna has gone down, but the Lucian's still got a fair bit of damage. Now the Aphelios can really start to ramp up. They're chasing down Hoya. Won't get the knockback here from the Cassante, but a 2-for-1 trade is always good, and Weibo, they deny the soul.
And UCal not even able to get a shockwave off in that fight. From being so impactful earlier on with it to
it's gonna be Baron.
Really heads up calls. Yep, gonna move over, and I guess it just should be the objective, right? 20 seconds on mid and jungle. No real way for TT to contend.
Yeah, TT, they thought about it. They just said, nope, we can't go for it. We need to reset, get the Lord Dominic's regard here for 1XN and a redemption over to Chocho. But yeah, that's Dragon, that's Baron, and this is kind of control now, you would imagine, of this game going over to Weibo.
Yeah, and I want to keep my eyes on UCal in this fight, because I was keeping my eyes on who gets this dragon, who is it? UCal.
Oh, ZDZ.
Oh, gets knocked back by the Cassante Q3 into the Pop Blossom. There we go. It's a nice step up from the first series we saw from CDC. That really felt like the difference maker, comboing with Xiaohao as well, turning off the lights, just making everything so much harder for TT. And again, that's on top of Xiaohao actually picking up the dragon himself.
Yeah, I mean, like the coordination from TT to try and just have a straight up fight is so difficult because you've got, as you mentioned, the paranoia. Then you have to watch out for the Pop Blossom. Not only that, but you got to make sure that Xiaohao is not getting onto the backside. And then you still have a Cassante who can completely displace you and move you away from where you want to be. That whole sequence of play was Yukal obviously getting himself away and keeping an eye on the Pop Blossom, but just lost his eyes off of ZDZ. And with the paranoia just making that field of vision so narrow, you can't even blame the guy. It's just how the game is played right now.
I also feel like it's always awkward when you're putting yourselves into starting the Drake. Oh, Xiaohao. Before Splash. Because you need Baytron to use that Cyclone. And if Baytron has to focus on, like, smiting the dragon, he isn't healing. He isn't knocking up the enemy carries or taking care of people like Xiaohu. So I feel like they had to be a bit more decisive before the dragon start had initially happened. And now, I mean, gold completely even, light having
Doesn't matter though, because they still had everybody else ready and able to jump in on top of Xiaohu. Paranoia not going to help him out there, but the tidal wave could be good here. Going to knock away everybody from helping out ZDZ, who's just kind of by himself, finally goes all out to bring away Baytron from the fight. They are trying to see if they can maybe kite this one out. This is a 5v4, and Weibo are not deterred just yet. They're still pumping out some serious damage. Green and white, fantastic for just kiting in these situations. Hoya taking so much damage. Will still get hit by the Q, but will not go down in the rest of this one here. Yukal looking to maybe catch a straggler or two, but this is the late game now. This Aphelios is monstrously big, and yes, you got Xiaohu, but Weibo were totally fine with that fight afterwards.
Yeah, they were like, hey, you've already used everything, no Cyclone there, no tidal wave to use. Xiaohu just not expecting this. Rocket belts forward out after seeing the Orianna ball come out, leads to his doom. Oh, he was at so many ults being used on the side of TT. There's the Cyclone. I'm a bit surprised that ZDZ ended up bringing the Wukong. I don't know if it was just like a, you know, clicking, gets anyone he can to try to escape type of situation. Yeah, but it bought all that space for Light.
Yep, it really did, and Light was able to pump out some serious damage, and we can see now that the AD carries starting to get pretty big. There are 5 items, nearly at 6, with the mid laners not too far away. I will say, well, Yukal feeling a little bit better than Xiaohu right now. We are hitting ultra late game. It is dead even in gold. It is just insanely close. And I had a feeling coming into this one here that this was not going to be a simple, on paper, this team beats that one. It was always going to be a little bit different. Now ZDZ TPing in, looking to try and find somebody, but he's 5v1 for the moment, looking to tank up and do as much as he can. Tidal Wave comes out, only hits the Nico clone. And already we're starting to see some creative moves from both sides. I think they feel like the game is there to be won. They just need to make it happen.
Yeah, and like, I like the idea coming out from Weibo, but ZDZ actually didn't have his all-out up yet. It was still a few seconds off cooldown, so maybe expecting that TT wouldn't see the TP, would still be stood there a bit more aggressively is... Like I said, I feel like the key distinction that TT didn't have in the last fight was Baytron wasn't able to find an impactful ult because he had to focus on smiting the dragon. So TT needing to be a bit more heads up, I think, in terms of looking for a fight.
Xiaohu has been spotted, so they know he's coming up behind there on the Tri-Brush. He got spotted by the minion wave. Yeah, immediately wards behind the pit to recognize that this is not a safe place to be. They have to stay as 5, but at the same time, they have to keep vision. Dragon started by the side of Weibo. Do TT want to go for this? There's going to be flashes for everyone except for Xiaohao, so we'll see how that works. Sorry, yes, Xiaohao, excuse me. As we wait to see what they want to go for. Ball into the middle. Everyone posturing out. They're taking a bit of poke here. Xiaohao needs to be very careful. Here they go. They're going to try and make this one work. Paranoia comes in, but the soul has been claimed by TT. Pop Blossom on the backside. Land onto the primary targets. 1xN has to flash away. Chocho will pick up a kill onto Xiaohu. And if TT can get out of this with all of their lives and the soul, that's a massive win with how that fight started.
That's huge. Honestly, both teams just throwing themselves at each other, but it's TT who ends up being able to get away with the soul. Sadly for Weibo, no Baron up to try to turn with these low health bars on the side of TT, so really just huge benefit going over. Like you said, though, it is 10 soul, so we go in here. I am surprised at the amount of damage that goes onto the Nocturne right away, but beautiful Pop Blossom from Xiao, who sadly doesn't end up being able to finish off 1xN with the heal coming out from Chocho. And yeah, then they just get out the Great Escape, the biggest heist of a lifetime.
I mean, it just felt like when you get a Pop Blossom like that, and you're just, I feel like you should be killing at least one person, but no summoners now for the bot lane of TT. They got out with their lives, they have the Chem Soul, but they don't get out, you know, completely safe for this next fight. But now TT with that Chem Soul, I will say Hoya will be exceptionally hard to kill, but 1xN still exceptionally squishy. Those Infernum procs just melting him down so quickly. And I mean, Weibo, regardless of the soul or not, they're still going to feel like they can take these fights.
I mean, Weibo now, I mean, with Light, full items Light, having the Elixir, kind of having, right, a higher DPS build than the Lucian. They're going to be looking for Beichuan.
Yeah, they're looking for Beichuan, who's a little bit isolated away from his team, and they're going to have to accept that he's just dead. No jungler now for this Baron. Weibo will turn and burn for the big purple worm. And TT, they need to fight this. They can't let this go. It's too late in the game. It's 45 seconds on their jungler. They're looking for another fight.
Looks like Yukao does have the shockwave.
Oh my god, with that damage, he almost got it as well. Xiaohao does secure it. And the Baron goes over to Weibo. They've got Yukao on the run. He should be fine to try and maybe angle himself away from this. Yeah, you can see Hoya straight away has to realize that he was playing distraction and then recognizes that Weibo are all now turning his attention to him. Yukao just going to back himself with the rest of his team away, but Weibo, they might just barrel down mid. They don't have a wave just yet, and TT, they need to reset.
I was trying to get back for now. At least Weibo going to be fine here. Just going to wait for this one to come in. There are some minion spot, but no one angling over there just yet to have a two-lane setup. Seems like they just want to try and make sure that they can protect Light while they're sieging down this turret.
I mean, 2 more auto attacks, you would imagine. Yeah, they can even let the cannon take it, to be perfectly frank, and they will do just that. So, base broken onto TT. Hoya taking a fair chunk, and you can just see the amount of survivability that Light has as well, now that he's full build. GA, Bloodthirster, Emilio, a barrier, a heal. These are just, it's almost nigh impossible to be able to get them. It has to be a shockwave, purely because the burst is all you're going to have.
Yeah, and I also want to like give a shout out to that Melia, right? Because Crisp has been insane. In their first series, he had 100% kill participation. He still has it here, and they're still going to look to fight.
They're still going to look for a fight, but I don't know if that was it was a bit of a miscommunication there, or miscoordination, at least from Weibo. The Moonlight Vigil went completely wide. Maybe, yeah, just not even close, to be perfectly honest. It will blow the flash at Yukao, because he didn't have full vision, but everyone backs away. You still have the Baron for another minute 20, and we go again, Lyric, 41 minutes, and we are still looking like any of these teams can take this game.
Like you said, though, I feel like it's a lot harder for like a lot more conditional for TP. Like it's right now, Light has both of his summoners up. You have the GA up. You have all that sustain that you were pointing out coming from Crisp. So unless you really just take him out, hell, even if you take him out in one go, you're gonna have to take him out again. You're gonna have to take him out twice.
So nice, you got to do it twice. So you can look to see where they got to go for this, but. I mean, it's so hard to see how TT can maybe get them an angle. It needs to be a really good ball placement. Maybe get Beichuan on the backside as well to try and dissuade a full engage. But Hoya, he's trying to clear these minions. Not exactly the easiest thing for him to do this late in the game. With the Baron up helping the side of Weibo, they should be able to take this tier 2. You're not going to throw away your game here as TT on this particular defense, but I mean, we're hitting critical mass right now, Lyric. There's only so much more you can do, and Xiaohu's getting his Zhonya's very quickly, so this is going to get to a point where it could be one good Pop Blossom, one good Shockwave, one good play, and that could all be it, basically, as Xiaohu TP's back in towards that bot side to make sure that they're on the map for this potential Elder in a minute's time.
And there it is. He has the Zhonya's we were just talking about. The only other carry waiting to have items. Ooh, okay. Hoya does get out of there. Yukao waiting to get his Morello, but that doesn't even really feel like it's going to be an, impactful, game-changing, item for the side of TT. Weibo at max capacity now, to where that Zhonya's is going to buy Xiaohu time. It is going to buy him another rotation of spells. So definitely feels like Weibo better up on the items right now. I mean, sure, Hoya Beichuan will get a bit tankier, will be able to buy a little bit more time, but really is just so bursty coming out from the side of TT.
1xN is kind of isolated here. Eventually his team does roll up to make sure that they aren't able to jump into him. He needs to very much keep himself alive as ZDZ Let's take a clip of damage. Already got himself the Jack Show as his 4th item, so he is just a tanky boy. And again, more and more posturing. Elder Dragon spawning in 5 seconds. No Baron for 2 minutes, so it's this objective or nothing. It is a designed buff to end the game. Xiaohu has been discovered off to the left. 1xN gets himself away from any harm. The clone has been used by Beitron, but we're so late in the game that that cooldown is going to be up at about 2 seconds. Now, Elder started and spotted. TT moving cautiously. Hoya has found Xiaohu. ZDZ getting poked down a little bit. Does have the ranges to go for this. Elder's getting taken so low, they don't actually know where it is, and they eventually take it down. That's going to be an Elder buff over to Weibo. TT just didn't know what was happening, and now Beitron trying to run away, but will just be taken out of his GA from here. It doesn't even have a GA, excuse me. That's going to be Xiaohu's one there, and now Hoya running for the hills. I feel like TT, their indecision was a decision, and they may have just lost the game.
It was weird because I like the decision of Hoya marking Xiaohu, right? It feels like Xiaohu would be the more important piece in that situation, but Beitron and the other members not just like trying to brute force their way through the rest of Weibo and try and get a contest. Like you said, that really feels like it should seal the deal for the side of Weibo. Just like last series showing, it doesn't matter if they fall behind early, they can still make a comeback.
Absolutely, and now with Elder, I mean, you just barrel up that mid lane. You have a shotgun double-barreled, loaded and ready to throw into the face of TT. Anyone who tries to go, and you've no front line right now for at least another 20 seconds on TT. I don't know how you defend this. I guess you're just very careful of a shockwave as Weibo, but other than that, I mean, you can go for this paranoia again.
I mean, you have multiple GAs up. I don't even, like, even if you do take the shockwave, a few of those members will be able to come out alive on the opposite side.
Oh my God.
Cullen's gonna do a lot.
Yeah, that was a hell of a lot of damage, and a reminder to Weibo that they can't just walk in all willy-nilly, but they still have the Elder for a minute and 15 seconds, actually 10 seconds now. The Baron is spawning, but they're looking for maybe a little bit of a fight. No Moonlight Vigil, the shot. Oh, the Pop Blossom not quite there. The Shockwave haven't been used just yet, and Xiaohu is dead. That's a big kill now, and he's dead for 60 seconds. TP comes in to try and maybe dissuade some kind of re-engage. Moonlight Vigil lands onto Yucal, but that's about it. He'll heal, he'll shield, and he'll be fine. 4 people in the side of Weibo now turn and burn and maybe go for the Baron. Wait, TP, they're going to end the game. He's going to end the game. He's going to look to try and make sure they can't go for it. And he's just stopping anyone from recalling. So Yucal, taking matters into his own hands, is going to break the base, get an inhibitor. And at minimum, it's now TT who have control over the Baron. What is this game, Lyric?
I don't know, but it's like now Yucal doesn't have that TP. It is a straight up 4v4, but
there's no Nocturne here.
He's not going to buff.
There's no Nocturne here. They don't know that. They just know it now, that the Nocturne was all the way back at base. He didn't reveal himself to the very end, but I mean, 46 minutes, and this game is still so damn close.
It is crazy. I feel like both teams kind of went for really cool gambles there, with Weibo starting to move over towards that Baron and then TP to the call, but Weibo still hoping they can find something. Xiaohu does have TP available. Pop Blossom's even going to be up soon, so pretty much all tools you need to fight are there. I want to highlight the kind of one change from when Xiaohu went to that play is, once again, 1xN was forced to flash, Chocho, both summoners used too. So even though Xiaohu went down, since TT couldn't turn that into, you know, ending the game like if Yucal could have, it might set up for their bot lane duo to get punished in a fight.
I mean, everyone's hitting breakpoint right now. You've got double Morellos for TT. It's a weird game when the Nami support's picking up a Morellos, a third item, but a TP on the backside. This could be it. Xiaohu has an opportunity. Xiaohu has everyone in his clutches, and the Lucian is dead. The rest of his team will fall. ZDZ brings Hoya right back towards Yucal. And Weibo, they don't want to end the game right now. They want to end your life, TT. They want to make sure that you don't come back and bring this game any further on, but Weibo, they need to figure out the objective. Shockwave is good as they turn to try and burn, but that ZDZ going down. Hoya still not going to drop. He's a very, very tanky man, but Weibo, they're just distracting from the real distraction, or the real objective here, which is the end of the game, and it looks like they're going to be able to do it, but Hoya still fighting with Xiaohu. I don't know who wins this 1v1, but it doesn't look like it's Xiaohu. Doesn't matter. The Orianna has been able to kill the Nico, and this game has been bonkers, and in 48 minutes it will go in Weibo's favor.
I'm a little bit sad for a majority of that game. Chris would have kept his like 100% kill participation just throughout the split so far alive.
Big
Doesn't
hugs.
end like that, but my God, that game was wild, right? Like, you know, TT might have lost. TT is still incredibly fun. This series was so close. The macro, like, kind of going back and forth in some of these calls. Some bad decisions being made by both teams, right? Like, some overzealous things coming from Weibo. TT, I think some of their dragon setups, again, were a bit suspect, letting Weibo be able to come in. But, hey, at the end of the day, it was a fun one. It was a close one. And it sets us up for a really exciting game, too, where, Oshin, I still don't think either of us know what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, if that's game one, I'm just excited for game two to see what happens. Just the pure madness from these two teams. We're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we're jumping straight into picks and bans for game number 2. Welcome back, everybody. We are coming into our second game of our first series. I am still just Oshin. I still have Jordan Corby to my right or my left. I'm not quite sure how this camera is orientated. And we got our MVP for game number 1. I do believe it had to be Light because, my God, that man put that team on his back and he said, look, if we get to the late game, I'm still a Felios.
Yeah, we saw so many times, right, where one member had already been picked off, like maybe Shao, who had gone and looked for a big play, he gets taken out, and then Light's like, I don't care, I have a bunch of peel, I got Emilio right next to me, I have a whole ton of range, would still walk up, put up a ton of damage, and it was him playing on that edge that was just huge for them, right? Did 40% of the team's damage, which it felt like he had to do to be able to bring Weibo back in this game. It was just a great performance. Weibo continuously showing us that they are fine playing from behind.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think that it's, again, just kind of these little plays that were plaguing the side of Weibo where they were just getting caught out, just kind of going for something. And it didn't look like for a while that they were going to be able to try and, you know, go toe-to-toe, but they delayed the game long enough. TT weren't able to get themselves a soul quick enough or even just a Baron quick enough to really put a foothold on themselves. And like we said, Light just became untenable. He just became impossible to deal with.
I also just want to highlight Weibo as a whole, because I feel like we saw this in their series against RA and this game now, is the fact that, like, once things start going wrong early on in the game, it seems like there's someone on the team being like, hey guys, like what are we doing? What's going on? What kind of angle, what kind of situations do we need to look for to be able to win these games? And we saw the adaptation was like constantly like threatening that flank. Xiaohu going from different angles, the Nocturne finding access to the backline. So it was just a really nice game to see from Weibo all overall to have that ability to pivot.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, we saw so much good from TT. It's a little bittersweet. They started the game off so well. The Orianna got massive. And it is one of those unfortunate things where it's like, if you feel like if UCal's on a Nikali or something that can have that kind of solo presence, it's a bit of a different story with getting that fed. The Orianna, unfortunately, kind of relies on other people and their team to be able to make things happen. It has to be in 5v5 team fights where they have their biggest impact.
Yeah, that's really where it had to be. And it felt, one thing I want to see TT kind of get better at, invest some time into, is especially being more confident to, like, not necessarily force the objective, but play around the choke points of things like the Baron. Because they had a big lead. It wasn't something they were really willing to pivot into. We talked about the one dragon where it's like, hey, they kind of let Weibo into River, and then it got down to the Smite fight, which opened everything up. We're going to jump straight into draft. Actually, funnily enough, this time around, seeing the Ashe banned on blue, that was something that just went completely through draft in our last game. But Weibo saying, hey, it's still going to be about the Lucian first picks going on. And Ashino actually quite surprised to see the Rumble come through, because neither Hoya or ZDZ big Rumble players, which is why we didn't see that one banned out in the first game either.
But at the same time, we do see that the Udyr and the Cassante banned out by TT. They're saying, look, we're getting rid of this handshake. We don't like it. We don't want you to get either of them, and we'll take the Rumble. So we might see a bit of an interesting setup in that top side. We have seen the Aatrox being built up into that side for this just pure sustain. The Milio and the Rumble still building towards what they want to go for. But for TT, they need to kind of get that setup going for themselves a little bit better in that mid game. It felt like they had a great start, really did exactly what they needed to do, and then immediately just fell into a little bit of a routine, not really going for plays. But now Weibo, they're looking to try and lock themselves in a little bit of a solo lane, get the Azir that Xiaohu has been spamming basically since summer 2023 all the way up until now, and they will lock that in alongside the Lucian and the Na'Vi.
Yeah, now you feel like TT, I mean, you're forced to pick up your bot lane, has to be the Aphelios here, so not going to be able to answer with something like a Tristana or a LeBlanc, which is potentially what UCal would have liked to do in this sort of situation. But still, a lot of things that can play into these, you're right, hell, even if you're like forced into a Corki later on, you have a ton of range on this composition, so going to be feeling fine. I wonder how, like, I'm actually a bit surprised that Weibo didn't feel forced to pick up a top laner on 3, just considering that TT can just continue to look to pinch out that pool. You've already highlighted on things like the Aatrox, the Gnar still kind of being other things if you wanted to try and go that direction to at least have a semblance of pressure in lane. But it looks like they're reading, hey, we think ZDZ is just going to default onto some kind of frontline champion. We've had Sion picked up in the LPL so far as well, even if it was only one game. So there are still some options there if Weibo do just default to having your generic frontline tank top laner.
Yeah, and again, you know, Jax is still available, still very powerful. Maybe not something that ZDZ is wholly comfortable with, but still definitely an option and gives them a bit of a backline threat should they need it in that mid to late game. Weibo going to start focusing in towards the jungle as the junglers have been falling a little bit to the wayside in terms of their priority. Normally we see the kind of big priority put in and getting that first real kind of hard engage setup. And yeah, the rel taken away as well means that TT, they're also kind of recognizing don't really want to be leaving open some of the big hitters, especially with a Lucian and Azir ready to kind of jump on you and make things happen.
Yeah, I wonder if Weibo going to go for another jungle ban, something like this in. Of course, you even do stop things like the Jarvan and whatnot to put with the Rumble, but when you're up against an Azir and a Lucian that do have some mobility, it does feel like it could be a little bit misplaced to think they'd pick up something like that. So now for TT, actually going to go with the Nocturne, so going to have the threat of that paranoia and just how annoying that makes fights. Also, again, dissuading a potential side laner coming out from Weibo on 4-5.
We're just swapping so many picks. Bot lane, swap picks. Jungle, at the moment, they've taken away the Nocturne for the Beishuan, and they are trying to build it up into something else. But Jarvan is still available, like you mentioned as well. So we'll see where they want to try and build this one. And I do quite like the Jarvan as a pick here, just to basically put more pressure on the Aphelios, put him in the baby cage, make sure he can't do anything else, and force out the summoners.
Yeah, something that wouldn't have been there for TT, but definitely is going to work for Weibo. Aatrox being something you highlighted. I think it'll be fine, right? You kind of just want something that can sustain, absorb the pressure. Aren't really too many things that can do that into the Rumble right now. Should be fine playing by himself, but this does leave the potential of the LeBlanc coming through for TT. But no, actually this time around they do want to go with the Orianna Nocturne combo. It was available for them in the last game. They actually opted into not going into it in the first rotation before it did get banned out. But this time around, it actually might give TT exactly what they need to be able to make sure that UCal can find consistent impact throughout this game instead of just one great dragon fight.
Yeah, I do feel like you need to have that, as you say, consistent impact to make things work. But the Aatrox locked in as well. That's going to be dealing with the Rumble. It's just picked up as a, you know you're going to lose the lane. You're just there to sustain and make sure you don't die. Have seen a couple of around the leagues, a couple of failed ganks onto the Aatrox. He's definitely not someone to be underestimated, shall we say, in those 2v1 dives. But with both teams locked and loaded, TT on the back foot, Weibo, they fought hard and they got themselves that victory in that game one. They need to try and bring it back here, and I do feel like Light is just going to be one of those key carries again. He had a fantastic game number one, going to need it again in game number two.
Now Light going to need to be able to show that they can be able to play the dominant side, you know, the strong 2v2, be able to start finding these advantages like we saw 1xN doing in the previous game. And it definitely feels like Xiaohao going to do his best to try to enable them with this Jarvan. Because like you said, it'll be so hard for the Aphelios to dodge out the EQs coming through. Once the Cataclysm's online, 1xM's job is going to be rough.
It's going to be very, very rough. We'll see what these guys can do. Very similar picks, just on different champions or different players coming into this game. Weibo looking to sound themselves off and continue a good start. TT waiting to see what else they can do. Again, we're very much seeing where we put them in our rankings. TT, they could be a top 6 team, maybe even a top 4 team if they get their day going. As I don't believe the intro loaded incorrectly. So we're just looking at a very, very blue sky as we jump into the second game of our first series.
I am so happy to hear the fanfare around TT. Again, you expect it for Weibo with the names on this roster, but good that TT's getting the respect that it feels like they deserve. Kind of some interesting things coming into this game, right? TT gonna have to be very conscious of early ganks. Things like the level 2 or the level 3 coming out from Xiaohao will always be there. Even just burning a summoner would be so detrimental to any of these immobile soul, hell, not even soul laners, right? Immobile carries on the side of TT, all of them gonna feel so much threat from this Jarvan, to where TT can have a bit of a slower start. Hoya will have pressure in the 1v1, but that itself could even open up something for Xiaohao to do.
That's the thing, Jarvan has just so much impact in the early game. Having that flag and drag, giving, even the Demacian standard in general, just giving you a flat, attack speed buff in those early stages can be the difference. And we'll wait to see what early impact he can have as we move into this game. But for now, I imagine we're going to have a very similar level of calmness, shall we say, for the first few minutes of this game. Don't expect to see Xiaohao look for an invade off of this on this Jarvan into the Nocturne. But I mean, look, stranger things have happened. But yeah, I'm expecting this to be a pretty bog standard first 5-6 minutes of the game. Not really a lot happening.
Yeah, I don't, at least don't expect to see junglers really scrap all that much. Both junglers are going to be ending up on the bot side of the map, so they're going to run into each other. If Xiao goes for any type of, like, interesting, you know, take red, maybe start hovering around that tri-brush, it can set up for you running up to the Nocturne, but ooh, actually looks like TT want to look for a bit of a play top. Are going to have the wave in. ZDZ hasn't really lost too much health, so as Hoya, you'd actually like to find a bit more heavy trading coming through first.
I mean, we did see a pot just being burnt there by Beishuan. Now they know that he's going for that full dive. TP is available for Xiaohu if he wants to go for it. They haven't taken anything just yet. A flash away, tanking the turret. Beishuan gonna go down. I talked about diving. Oh, no. You just can't do that against an Aatrox. It's just never a good idea.
No, and now has the red buff, isn't going to lose anything in terms of CS. It's also why I highlighted, I mean, to go for these dives, typically you want to be able to find those heavier trades coming through, even if your top laner would get a little bit low in that situation too. Jungler comes in, he tanks up, your Rumble does the damage. All's clear, it opens up for Xiaohao to actually steal away enemy blue. A lot of things lost for TT in a play that they were trying to make themselves.
Yeah, and again, it was so telegraphed as well, because immediately you can see ZDZ going, cool, I feel like I'm not really safe right now with the amount of pressure coming in, but yeah, look at this one here. Great flash from ZDZ to create that separation.
Yeah, does it in really nice Q2 for the knockup to come through. And Beitron, I mean, coming from that angle with him taking the turret, goes down in 3 shots. Now ZDZ, I feel like it's going to have such a good time. I was interested to see which build he would go. Sure, he went the Comet, but I feel like going Comet in this matchup is just kind of right regardless of what you would end up doing, right? Because it would be pretty hard to stay in elongated trades with Conqueror. But especially if he does go that Profane Hydra, he's just going to be able to melt that Rumble even in the 1v1.
Oh, yeah. Big time. So building up towards a Hex Drinker first to make sure there is no real kill potential, and that's going to be pretty easy for him to do. Now, Beishuan, he's a bit lost in terms of his pathing. When you go for a play like that, you are very much hoping it works out for you, because if it doesn't, you end up in a situation like this, where you're kind of dealing with no real buffs, you're waiting for stuff to spawn, you're a bit all over the place, and now with the Rift Herald, he should be able to smite this one away. And I think ZDZ recognized it as well, so Beishuan comes in. Doesn't even have to use his smite, really, if he doesn't want to, but yeah, just going to get it confirmed there. ZDZ, though, no flash, and Yukal's moving over. They're going to be able to get a pretty easy kill here onto the Aatrox, and after we sang his praises, he just stays a little bit too long. Clockwork wind up picks that one up. Yukal gets a very similar kill in a very similar position in game number 2.
And it's weird because even though it wasn't ZDZ making the mistake in game 1, we saw Weibo make a very similar mistake, right? When Xiaohao was on the Nocturne and went to the enemy jungle when his mid and top didn't have prio and got punished. This game, Yukal able to make the roam. Yukal actually does have a little bit of a CS lead. He's picking this wave up now, so yeah, it just feels a little bit disconnected for Weibo in both games in the early game so far.
A little bit disconnected, a little bit kind of maybe disrespectful as well, just not really anticipating the quickness of TT to be able to react to these things and get the damage down. But for now, it isn't going to lead to too much of an issue, as we see that Crisp is left to deal with the bot lane. We actually have a double support item as well. It has become kind of standard for the Lucian Nami lanes we've seen throughout the splits and throughout the leagues. But for now, it is a pretty sizable kind of nothingness, really, between the two teams. Both teams just waiting again for more to kind of pop up and be available on the Rift.
Yeah, definitely needing more. We are getting to the point, though, where we're getting level 6s. So both teams going to be in a bit of a stronger position going forward. Hoya also going to go with the Swifties rather than, like, Source Shoes, which is, you know, the other alternative. I think knowing it will be quite hard to burn ZDZ down, especially with him making his way towards that Hex Drinker.
And we just wait. There's not really a lot to say right now. Level 6s will be coming online for a couple of the solo laners. Junglers a little bit behind on that. Xiaohao has started up the Dragon. We'll let the reset come in because he has not got the presence or priority that he needs. But now with the bot lane of Weibo finally getting their lanes in order, should be able to kind of move back off of that. ZDZ and Hoya having a little bit of a slapstick thing. And interesting with Hoya as well, he actually went for the Swifties straight away to try and maybe just get some kind of movement going, especially with that Ignite. You do love that chase down potential if you are looking for a kill on top side.
Yeah, I also feel like it'd just be really hard to be able to find any like meaningful pen with like up against CDZ in the 1v1. I'm curious if a fight actually happens here because I feel like in the straight 4v4, Weibo should be slightly stronger. Culling already up.
Chocho taking about half his HP down. That Dragon almost confirmed just yet. No vision here for TT to really confirm that they can go in for that fight. If they knew how low that was and how separated Weibo were in terms of the positioning, they may have gone for something a little bit more aggressive. But for now, it is just a pretty easy objective for Weibo to go as they look to stack some more dragons in their favor. I will say we have been getting a huge amount of Chem Souls, and with an Infernal and a Cloud already, it's still very much possible we get another Chem Soul on this game.
I don't know why. I don't know what we did for this to come to pass. But I also want to highlight, despite the fact that we really don't have much of a CS lead in the bot lane, there apparently is a meaningful experience lead because Light hit 6. You know, before last fight even happened. 1xN just hitting level 6 right now. So going to be a lot of power to play around with this solution. Hell, Light even still kind of waiting for a bit of a recall. Probably has a bit of gold in his pocket.
Maybe being a bit cheeky there, trying to see if they can get the Aqua Prison down, but not quite able to make it work. But yeah, I completely agree. It does feel like, I think we saw it a couple of times where Light was able to get, you know, kind of more significant backs off to get more pressure in, get the World Atlas, get himself back onto the map. So these little changes, these little small positioning changes from the side of Weibo do lead to small advantages. If you see those molehills can become mountains, but yeah, for now, no real reason to fight super crazily, but Xiaohao is towards his top side.
Xiaohao absolutely always thinks there's a reason to fight crazily, and he's ready. He's ready to do it. Cataclysm's there. Come on, ZDZ, land the chains.
He looks for the chain, doesn't quite get it. They do know that Beishuan is around here. Hoya thinking something's up and will get his suspicions confirmed as he pops down a ward, keeps himself safe, and even Beishuan just hovering off in the wings, making sure if there were to be any more afters, he was very much in a position to capitalize and to go for something a little bit more beneficial for TT.
We can also see it's going to be so hard to keep Hoya in that slow when he has these Swifties. Just allowing him to get out. So just another good reason to pick it up against this Aatrox. Now, both teams positioning up, but look at the minimap. Chocho is here first. So Weibo, looks like they're not even going to go for any type of contest.
No contests. They live over the 6 grubs over to TT. So, I mean, with a Rumble in the side lane, if he gets up to a point where he's able to have a bit of free time on a turret with that overheat, he will do significant damage. So not game-changing damage, but definitely significant enough. And that's where this game can take a bit of a turn. So right now, Weibo, recognizing that Chocho had left the lane, is going to just have to hold down this bot side. And like I said, it's significant XP lead, already about a half a level. It's not full level ahead. He could even be 2 levels by the end of this wave if they're not settling up to anytime soon.
Yeah, they're going to have to be a bit careful, though, with, you know, Paranoia up. They know Grub's been taken, which means Baytron should kind of naturally be making his way down towards the spot side. If Light and Crisp overextend, a lot's going to be on Crisp to land that CC to make sure that Baytron doesn't just get right on top of Light. You know, Moonlight Vigil follows up and takes him down. But going back to that Grub point, it feels like TT's comp, the only real way they're going to take advantage of all those mites coming through is, like, when they are full-on grouped together, pushing a turret as 5, looking for those team fights, because yeah, really not a whole lot of side lane pressure coming out from either soul laner. I guess there's a chance that, you know, if Baytron pays attention up towards top again, I don't know if it'd be the best call, but if you then kill the Aatrox, right, then at least you can take advantage of that objective.
For sure, for sure. Interesting as well, Crisp going double Fiendish Codex. Just stacking up some AP and cooldown. As we see now, Yukal He's getting put into the bounce house just a little bit. The Cataclysm comes in to finally get him down. He had a little bit of a shutdown just purely because of his kill in the CS, but he is taken out without any real fight back. And that paranoia is basically useless.
Yeah, I tried to get the shockwave onto himself. I'm not sure if it even connected to Xiaohao since he was mid-jump in from the Cataclysm. But even if it had, wouldn't have done a meaningful enough damage for Beitron to even be able to really find an avenue in. This will lead Xiaohao to being able to pick up that Black Cleaver, so going to be really strong going into the next fight. We're 30 seconds away from second Drake, and Weibo can really start getting the stack going quite early on.
Yeah, they really can. And again, this is just really smart play from Xiao, who recognizes, yep, we got an opportunity. Welcome to the bounce house. Nothing you can really do here as you, Cal. Oh, we're going back live.
Both
The flash
flashes.
is already... Yeah, we're going to see the equalizer come down. The rest of his team are coming in. They will get the kill. And now ZDZ can maybe turn and burn for Beitron. He's going to flash over the backside of the pit, you would imagine, and keep his life. But now Weibo starting to turn up the heat a little bit, getting a kill in mid, getting a kill in top. These are the moves that they're going to have to make if they want to try and take this game a little bit cleaner than game number 1.
Xiaohao getting there a bit faster was the difference maker, or it looked like ZDZ would have gone down for sure. So it's going to lead Xiaohao to finding pressure to moving over to this Drake. And we see Hoya trying to go for a reset, gets punished for it. Still dealing a lot of damage with this Rumble. I guess, yeah, we don't need the rest of that replay. I don't know if TT even have an angle to contest Dragon here, but...
No.
You know, we seem to think they do.
I mean, they have no pressure bot lane. Chocho and 1xN have to back away. They don't have a paranoia. It's difficult at best. They're going to try and reestablish some control in their bot side in terms of vision, but even that's super hard to do just because with the Dragon going down, Xiaohao is in the area. They can't really move forward on this. Storm Razor picked up, Imperial Mandate finished up as well for Chris. This is just such a powerful position to be in. And yeah, 1xN just taking such punishment. It will be fine because he's got Emilio with him with the campfires, but still, you can see just how much power is available to Weibo in this bot side.
And this is where I'd like to see Weibo's bot lane potentially start moving up and see if they can use that pressure to get the Herald. Doesn't look like they will, but plates are about to go down. Actually, plates now just are down, so not really going to be able to do much to take advantage of this 2v2. If Weibo can get Rift Herald, they're really going to be able to start breaking open this map easily. And TT's comp, when it falls behind, I mean, there's still avenues there, right? We saw what the FLS could do last game, but Hoya...
Oh, Hoya. He's nearly got himself into a bad situation. I feel like if it was just maybe a half second later that Xiaohu reveals himself and then Hoya takes another step forward, they maybe get the kill there because there was no flash available for the Rumble. But again, just so difficult to make things work here. And this is really good movement here from Weibo. They're just moving their pressure from bot, slowly transitioning it towards the top side, making sure they're picking up. And TT, straight up, they're behind the play. They're not really stepping up to where they need to step. And now, oh my God, he's got the paranoia. He's only going to be able to get to use it now, but I mean, it's just so difficult to make this one land. They're going to try and jump onto light. They will kill him off, but just about, and it is going to be a turret taken in the top side as Weibo had top side pressure.
Honestly, I like how Weibo were hoping that they could do something else about the play. They weren't able to. We're going to have turret trades coming through. TT, Crisp, you're going to have to be careful. God, I guess even just the lack of information, right? TT not really knowing where Xiaohao or Xiaohu is at this point. If they did, they fully could have gone on and at least forced Chris Flash. But that lack of information on top side not going to allow them to do so. And gold somehow still going to stay so even.
Yeah, only about 500 between the two. The big thing I'm noticing, though, for Weibo, and very much in their favor, is they still have a Rift Herald and their 2 stacks of a Dragon up towards a Mountain Soul. So this is still Weibo feeling a bit more comfortable in this game, but still got to give props to TT. They haven't been taken completely out of this game just yet. They even have a little bit of a CS lead in that bot side. Actually, a big CS lead as well in the top lane. But, of course, ZDZ picking up those 2 kills does equal that one out fairly evenly. And again, we wait to see where these two teams want to try and take their next fight, but this series feels antsy. It feels like these two teams don't just want to wait for the objective and take the standard 5v5 or, you know, like we did in the last game. Right now, it just feels like this game is going a little bit more to the weird and wonderful.
Yeah, it definitely feels like Weibo have been a little bit on the front foot in terms of like where Xiaohao's been making an impact on the map, and that's been forcing TT to make some you know, maybe less than stellar decisions. I think it was a good call to not go contest topside, though, right? We highlighted the item differences that came out before that play. But TT now looking to set up a bit of a bait. Paranoia has come back up.
Oh, the shockwave combination lands on the 3. They will put down the Cataclysm, though, to make sure nobody gets out of there. You don't take our life, and you don't get out for free. But now a TP coming in, that's going to be Xiaohu looking for something, but they had already moved themselves back towards the turret. He nearly had the timing on that to maybe get a Flash Emperor's Divide, but a 1-for-1 trade as the jungler for the AD carry. But now Hoya, he's on a flank, and he's got an Equalizer.
Oh, he has Equalizer. This is going to be scary. They're going down.
They're going for Xiaohu, but he's a little bit isolated now, and now Hoya finds himself just not really in a position to take this, and now he's going to be turned on and burned down himself. He's going to look for maybe a little bit more off this. He goes into the overheat. ZDZ 3-1. Hoya just got left out to dry there. It feels like the rest of his team just went, nah, never mind, we're not going for that anymore.
Like, Xiaohu was single-handedly zoning them off, and I get, he has an Emperor's Divide. Even if they did, like, rush forward, he could push them back. But they did nothing. They didn't even think like, hey, let's force this out. Let's try this. Just send Hoya in to his... Man, I'm going to be scratching my head about that one for a little bit, right? Like, you have to assume Hoya didn't just do it by himself. But like you said, beautiful combo coming out with the Nocturne Orianna. Sadly, though, Cataclysm into Bubble. Lucian did get the last hit, which allows him to get that kill. But this is where it's like, okay, Hoya comes through, 2 low members. And then it's just the Azir. They try to walk forward. Xiaohu just zoning them off. Yeah, man. I think that one's a real weird one.
It just feels, again, the Equalizer wasn't exceptional. It was a bit closer to the wall than you probably want it to be. And we just saw it in the picture there. Beishwan lost his flash because he almost went down in that last little skirmish towards bot side. So now this is Mountain Soul Point. This is significant. That extra shielding, when you're looking at a burst combination of a Paranoia into a Shockwave, can be massive going forward into this game. We have a look at the replay, and yeah, he just gets found out and immediately gets bursted, almost gets killed.
Yeah, and it's been little trap plays like that that have been working so well. Now moving forward, right, 3-1-0 on the Aatrox. We have the Profane Hydra, which, I mean, when someone's below 50% HP, right, that 150% AD ratio is disgusting.
And that damage was also
so
disgusting.
Moonlight Vigil.
Yeah, so is Moonlight Vigil as a heal comes out from Chris to make sure Light doesn't just die. 1xN is feeling pretty good about that, but now Hoya is taking another unfavorable trade, maybe looking for an Equalizer play here on the ZDZ. He does pop himself up into his own ultimate. The rest of TT trying to move themselves up here. An ult for an ult leaves the world without their engage tools, and everyone just calms down. Again, I feel like this game just got real antsy out of nowhere, and we got a soul point in 4 minutes 20, so they have to be ready for that next fight.
You know, I actually have a question for you, because I feel like one thing from just watching League of Legends now is it seems like there's just so much more damage and like front-loaded damage in terms of items in the game that even if like a lot of nice tank items came through and like cheaper tank items, maybe I don't get to ask you a question, Machine. Maybe we're gonna get to see the damage once again. But what do you think?
I think the damage is pretty significant there. The Shockwave Paranoia combination into the fear. We're gonna see Hoya try and burn down Xiaohu, who flashes away. They can't get the damage. He's got a tick of Ignite. No, he doesn't. And Xiaohu drives by and gets out. Weibo getting away with their lives. And because you moved everyone topside, bot lane's gonna be taken for free.
29 HP. Light could also come in with the culling. I forgot that this is the LPL, and we just really need to be ready and expecting action at any time.
Yeah, the Ultra Prime LGD series maybe gave us a little bit of false hope, but I mean, look how close this is. And I mean, if you have an Equalizer, this is 2 kills, but because that's on cooldown, it can't combo up.
No, and right there, Yukao not being able to follow through because he doesn't have a flash, that could have been a difference maker. Great Cataclysm to make sure that Hoya can't finish off that kill, but like you said, my god, 29 HP, that's how much he had to get away. And now, I love that we're at the part of the game that's like, we're both just gonna make cheeky brush plays, waiting for whoever walks in to come through next. Not a whole lot to fight for, especially, yeah, we even look at like both junglers like camps. Nothing up. The Gromp for Beishwan gonna be up soon. No neutral objectives. And outer turrets down. across the board, except I guess the last standing one in mid for Weibo. So really, there isn't a whole lot to fight for. It's just going to come down to vision control and vision denial.
And the big thing for Weibo here, just back on your point about the fact that they still have that mid-tier 1, it just means that they're not afraid of moving forward. They're not afraid of taking back control of the vision in the Dragon Pit because they have that safety, because they have that sentry literally there to make sure that they're not going to get caught. We will see that 1xN just before this next Dragon fight will get itself an Infinity Edge, so he's in a fantastic spot. But I mean, for TT, there's no choice right now. You have to fight this Dragon. You cannot let this go back to the wayside because, again, that shield is massive.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to be getting big, right? You're gonna be getting resistances on people like ZDZ as well. That are going to get enabled. Xiaohao, it's going to get there. The shield, especially when you're running a comp that does have a lot of burst in it. I mean, again, you have 1xN who's going to be there putting out that DPS.
Oh, they're going to try another shockwave combination, but it doesn't land.
Oh.
He sombreros. Welcome to the holiday home, because now they can turn and burn, but Light died off to the side. If they can kill off Beishuan, though, it could be massive. Maybe they look for the Baron with no jungler available. TP coming in. They're looking for a flank. The tidal wave here to try and separate them off. 1xN is by himself, but he wants to fight 1v1, but he's not being allowed to. He'll try and heal on the Severum, and the raid boss that is ZDZ taking on everybody. He won't hit himself on the Q, and a bit of supportal combat right at the end. Not quite going to go the favor of Chris, but he's still chasing him down. This is such a scrappy and separated fight. Again, Xiaohu finally goes down after no way he got out with that HP. Yukal will be brought back down to his knees as ZDZ picks up a double. Weibo thriving in the chaos, and even in a 4v5, they come out trumps.
How unfortunate for the side of TT, because once again, they're the team starting off the play. A huge gold swing now going over the side of Weibo. You can see on the minimap, they're making their way over to that bot side for the Dragon. But, Yukal, the ball snapping back changes everything.
Yeah, he doesn't even see it there, and then just sombreros. But again, the paranoia using so much there, and Light, unfortunately, a little bit disconnected to Crisp.
Yeah, that being a big difference maker, right? Chris not even really having the opportunity to throw out an ult to try to save him. That would have brought him down. And here, I got a little bit scared that 1xN would just kill Xiaohu. But Xiaohu having enough damage, the other members being here to reinforce him, it's enough to go on. And I was going to say, you know, do we really need to follow the rest of the fight? It kind of does just evolve.
No, because we got another one to go straight back into. Shockwave does land, but Beishuan is dead. You can see Hoya trying to move forward onto this, but he'll go down as well. Light will be sacrificed, but it is a 2-for-1 trade. They still have the raid boss, ZDZ, 7-1-1. This Aatrox is enormous and is not going to be going down anytime soon. This is going to be Mountain Soul as well, so he's going to get even bigger.
This is the LPL. This is exactly what you expect to see. You hit on it, Mountain Soul going over. They're just huge now. 6K gold lead. They can start pivoting up towards that Baron. Maybe not play for it, you know, right now, considering that those death timers are about to come up, but start setting up for the engage. So we're going to see here, engage on H1 comes through. Sure, goes to the paranoia. He's already low from all that damage coming through with the Cataclysm. And the rest of TT just not in a position to follow up.
No, just not really there. And the fact that Hoya had to get himself into harm's way just to confirm they kill Light. And even then, honestly, they almost got the healing back off it as well. So there's a little bit of a lucky moment there for the side of TT. They could have wasted it all. But, I mean, this is the Weibo that we saw last time as well, when they were able to have that shaky game 1. And then they came back in game number 2 and just smashed, to be perfectly honest. It does seem to be kind of the trend that we're seeing in their first 2 series. I'm sure if you're a Weibo fan, you'd rather them be a little bit more clean in that game 1, but this game 2 has just like 6,000 gold, a Mountain Soul as we hit 26 minutes, and the great thing now is they can keep going on and off of this Baron because they can sustain it.
Look at that, look at that, look at that vision denial coming through. Nowhere is safe for TT.
Oh, the paranoia though from Beishuan. There's going to be the tidal wave just in case. ZDZ going to be the one they're going on to, but again, he's the raid boss. That 1Q does a hell of a lot of damage, but they do get their man. A little bit disconnected from TT. They almost decided to go in onto the wrong targets, but they still get their man. They still get themselves a kill. But, I mean, you've used a lot of your combination. Yeah, you can just go straight back on top of this Baron.
They still got to be careful, though, because, I mean, there's still a Moonlight Vigil and an Equalizer. Like, TT actually just blew the same amount of ultimates that Weibo did in that fight.
Oh, Hoya! Dude nearly gets killed.
right now, Xiaohu doing enough damage, and my god, is this going to be a two-man army zoning them off? It looks like they can.
They can indeed. They don't have full vision of exactly what's going on. There's the equalizer down onto the Baron. 1xN has to use the barrier, but they're going back in. It's a smite fight, and TT come out when the shockwave comes back, but it's not going to be able to get enough on top of it. They will trade back Beishuan, but you take that trade any day of the week, and Lyric, this game isn't done just yet. TT still fighting, still holding on by the skin of their teeth.
Yeah, just punishing Weibo in these instances. I honestly feel like one place we've seen Weibo be better in this series is not allowing TT to, like, enter into contest objectives. They can't do that here because they're fighting a 4v5. They're relying on a squishy Lucian to zone off the rest. And I mean, with this equalizer, what can Xiaohao do? So much damage coming from the side of TT. You get the smite coming through from Bei Chuan slightly after the one from Jarvan, so he can secure it. Sure, he gives his life. But that was a really ambitious call from Weibo, and I'm so happy it got punished, right? Because you should not be allowed to make those types of calls.
Absolutely, and again, like you said, it was Weibo taking a very risky setup. Now ZDZ isn't going to get jumped on just yet. There was two people here waiting for him, but going to be able to walk away from this wave with his life no matter what. But again, like, it's great to see from TT. They didn't allow it to get to a point where they were just going to give up Baron despite getting that good play to kill off the top laner, despite them looking for a little bit more. And now they can jump on the Beishuan, who has to flash away and pop into the Paranoia. No real objective for the next little bit, though, so this is just a nice little thing for Weibo. It doesn't change really how the dynamic of the game is going to play out.
No, also want to highlight the Serpent's Fang that Lights picked up. I think it's a good call, right? You have the hugs coming from Chocho, giving the shield, and the shield coming out from Yukal. I mean, Rumble having his own shield. Just really shields across the board.
A lot of shields.
Light will be able to take a benefit of having this item. And I guess just another reason why we've been seeing him do so much consistent bursts in these fights, having that lethality there. Now it should be quite hard for Weibo to really find any meaningful damage to structures on the side of TT, but look at the top side jungle, still lit up by Weibo wards, so still some opportunities there to set up picks if they wanted, but it seems like the name of the game right now is running to kill Hoya.
Yeah, Hoya is 2-4, and he might be 2-5 in a moment. He's going to try and maybe get out of this. Doesn't have TP, and doesn't really have an escape plan right now. He is going to get almost 1v1, to be perfectly honest. Look at the damage from ZDZ. He's going to be able to get killed off right now. Equalizer went down onto the wave. That was basically the only move he had left to do, so there will not be a push back here from Weibo. And again, with a minute 30 until the Elder Dragon spawns, it's not going to mean too much in the grand scheme of this game.
No, I mean, right? Even the Baron for TT was very much like a, hey, we got this, so you don't get it. You can't push our base, but still can't really make any meaningful leeway onto the map. I like that we've seen the vision setup from Weibo swap down to the spawn site, a whole litter of wards in the enemy jungle right now. Again, I want to see how well Weibo were doing earlier in terms of not even letting TT get into the river, right? The engage was coming before that. You were forcing in those chokes, which was making it so deadly, and now with even more defensive options coming through, plated steel caps, the Kanik Rooker, and Zanya's now picked up. Just all nice spikes heading into this next fight.
I mean, this is it. The thing is that you get an early soul, that's awesome for you. However, it does mean that Elder, the game-ending buff, is on the Rift a hell of a lot sooner. You can see the Baron power play there from TT, only plus 593, so not getting a huge amount off it. You get 1,500 from killing the Baron itself, so still reeling from a little bit of a loss on that particular part, but you have a 3-item Aphelios, you have a 3-item Orianna, and even a 3-item Rumble. Your damage is good from the side of TT. You just need it to line up with the rest of your team, with the rest of your engage. Beishuan looking for something here. You can see the balls on top of him. The shockwave won't land on the primary targets just yet. They'll get the time away to disengage. Beishuan gets dunked on by Xiaohao as a Cataclysm brings him down. That's the Elder, pretty much confirmed. Weibo will take their prize.
Yeah, finding the pick on the jungler. They're going to be able to do this. TT still can't opt into not fighting. They do have 1xN's ult to play around. But still, you have Culling, you have Emperor's Divide. There's still so many tools for Weibo.
Yeah, it's an Infernum ult as well. It's not a Gravitum, it's not a setup really. It's something that's just, you know, pure damage. Shockwave not up and available just yet. ZDZ off to the side, making sure they can't walk in, and TT, they accept their fate. They cannot contest for this. They threw it all on that one engage, and sadly for them, it did not equal anything for them. And now 1xN, he's in a bit of trouble there. He's on a full backup right now with ZDZ. They're cutting them off. They're stopping their escape.
Yeah, and you can see on the minimap, Light's still going to be one. Oh, actually, it looks like they're
Oh, there
all
we
going to make their way
go.
over again.
They're going to get the flash out of it. There's Xiaohu going in with the Emperor's Divide. Doesn't need any more introductions. Good shockwave to come out here from UCal, but you guys are on the wrong side of the map, and the Elder Dragon's Roar will ring in your ears. Light will burn you down as you try to go against them. The darkness shall not prevail. Light will keep kicking up kills, and this is going to be Weibo barreling down that top side and taking a 2-0.
I do want to highlight that in the meantime, Hoya did just kill the whole wave. That would have been the next wave for Weibo to push with. So, you know, I'll give like the silver-lighted kudos of you buying you guys a bit more time. Exactly. Let's go, TT. But I mean, just huge swing from Weibo. I love that Weibo were like, no, we get Elder, we are not letting you escape. You are going down and now going to really start breaking open the space. But 1xN up now, UCal going to be up in about 15 seconds. Not going to be able to do too much more off this push.
No, not so much more. But let's have a look at the replay here, because again, they're just being like shepherded like sheep, just stopping them from going anywhere.
Yeah, trying to go in. Really nice chains into the flash to force so many flashes off the side of TT. And Xiaohu here has no fear because he has his Zanyas. He knows even if he's under threat of going down, he could buy time. Sadly, clearly didn't expect the damage to come out from UCal, but Weibo still managed to finish up the fight. Xiaohu thought he got through the worst of it, so he's like, I'm not going down now.
Yeah, that's fine. I don't need to waste my Zanyas. I can have it for the next fight. And the next fight might be the last one, because Baron going to be confirmed here as well. You still have 40 seconds left on the Elder for the whoever has it still on them. And yeah, nearly 10,000 gold. Actually just creeping over to 10,000 gold in favor of Weibo. TT, they don't really have a leg to stand on. They fought valiantly in that game one. It was close. It looked like this series could go a little longer. But I feel like Weibo are very happy with the way things are going right now. Just monstrous, especially like someone like Xiaohao on this Jarvan. Very active, 4-0 and 12. And Hoya, he's looking for a flank. And he might be able to get a good equalizer, but this is it. This is your final fight.
Yeah, and it's just going to be all about this, waiting for Weibo to group up more, but they're giving Weibo a lot of space to play with.
You gotta go. You gotta do something. Here we go. Shockwave into equalizer. Nothing to have, and they will just burn and turn and get everyone absolutely smashed from TT. Crisp won't even fall. It'll be 3 kills, maybe 4 or 5 if they can take down UCal, but it does not matter. The game is over. The series is done, and Weibo take the 2-0.
Yeah, great to see from Weibo. I really feel like you're getting to see a lot of the consistent upsides to Weibo, and again, how they're playing around some of these chokes, just some of the individual prowess on the roster. We talked about like their pivoting ability in the mid game. You're also seeing some of the problems, the disconnects. We even got that in the early game of this game after ZDZ was able to play around that dive so well, then kind of going to zone jungle, getting caught out. So to me, it's kind of nice that after 2 series, it seems like we know exactly, we know the foundation that Weibo have built. We know like where Weibo can go from here, and we know Weibo are also an incredibly strong team to contend with. TT definitely put up a fight. There's respect to be sent over them, especially after the great win in their last series. But this series was all about Weibo.
Yeah, this was Weibo nonstop. They're building some confidence, I think. And again, it's similar to what we saw in 2023 as well, where this roster, it has a lot of promise. I think that Xiaohu and Light as your carries, Xiaohao now coming in on top of this roster feels like a correct fit. ZDZ seems to be finding his flow about what he's doing. I think there was definitely a little bit of kind of issues or even question marks about how he would fit, but it seems good. It seems like it works.
Yeah, again, the system's just there. Weibo looking solid. TT gonna need to get a bit more experience under the belt, but also a good core. And now, Sheen, it feels like we're on to the next one. Feels like, we're back into the groove of LPL with the 3 series days.
We are indeed. And I think we're gonna send it to a quick break before we fly off to Beijing for our second series of the day. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We are flying into our second series of the day. It is JDG in their debut of the spring 2024 season, going up against Rare Adam. And there's a lot of changes for this roster now. People in, back in. You know, the Flandres in the top lane. This is a flux, if you will, of a new team.
Yeah, does seem like we have to go to MVP of last game real quick, but you know, the next series in Beijing. Yeah, next series in Beijing probably about to give it away. But MVP of last game, let's get it up. I expect it to be probably our big Aatrox. Our Aatrox was huge. Our Aatrox was dealing damage. He had Profane Hydra, and you know, just doing a great job across the map. And it was.
Yep, it was the big raid boss in the top lane. ZDZ finding his form, finding his groove. And again, we had a slight question marks over how would he come into this roster? How would he look if certain things got banned? ZDZ wasn't one of the big picks we saw from 2023 as someone that we said, yeah, 100% one of our premier top laners. But today, he showed up when he needed to.
Yeah, and right, I feel like when I saw this roster announced, the thing I liked about ZDZ coming over is like, cool, you have like built-in camaraderie and synergy with Xiaohao. You guys have worked together. That's going to be nice. And also, like, he can just allow Xiaohu to be a bigger focal point, or play more around Xiaohao or lean towards the bot side. It opens up a lot of options, and it's like we've seen highs from ZDZ in the past. I will never forget Ox just raving about the clip of him and Forge all year long, the Camille LeBlanc. He was sending it to absolutely everybody, and it's great to see ZDG show up again. But now it's time for the JDG hype.
Now we can go into the JDG hype. But yeah, I mean, talking about top laners, we can go back to my point, like Flandre back after a year-long, actually longer than a year-long hiatus. And I mean, it feels good. It feels like this, you know, world champion being back in the league. It feels right.
It really does, and you know, I kind of find it fitting, right? The last time we saw Flandre was 2022 Worlds. The last time Yagao was on JDG was 2022, Worlds. So, you know, feels nice. Flandre's like, hey, Yagao's back on this team. I'll join it. We also do have, you know, super hyped up rookie in Sheer, who isn't starting today, but, you know, he'll be an interesting prospect to see later as the split goes on. And JDG as a whole, like, hell, we even know from Demacia Cup where Kanavi wasn't even starting either. They still finished second. They still only lost to BLG in the finals. This should be one of our top teams.
Yeah, I mean, like, the thing is right now is that we've seen BLG play twice. They've absolutely looked fantastic. They look like a roster that's just ready to go for that championship. I don't think a lot of people will be remiss in me saying that they are looking like our #1 team. But the likes of Top Esports, JDG, they still could be looking for a lot of, you know, just kind of straight up just position to make for, you know, push for these things. But we are moving over to the stage in Beijing. The first time we're going to be in our Beijing arena here in 2024. And you can see there that stage, the players are all ready to go. They're really kind of set up here to see how this JDG roster can perform. However, they are coming up against Rare Adam. Rare Adam obviously did lose 2-0 to Weibo earlier on in the week. And for Rare Adam, it's about finding this form. It's about finding who they are as a team. And they didn't look terrible against Weibo, but it just never really came together.
No, I feel like the early game looked pretty decent, especially Nio coming up from, you know, he was on Top Esports Challengers in previous years. He had some, like, really good early ganks. He was able to set Xiaoshu up for success. Xiaoshu was having a good time in the early laning phase. It just, once we got to mid-game, it just wasn't all there for them, especially in team fighting. We really saw them struggle with people like marking Viklar on flanks. He was never able to find like these like big, like swoop and boop Emperor divides like he was looking for. Assume kind of a similar situation, not really able to get his legs under him. And I was going to say, hopefully today's the day, but hell, in theory, this might be an even harder test than the one that you had last time.
Yeah, I mean, it's like going from a maths test to a quantum physics test. It's like they can both be relatively pretty hard, but if you were to pick one which you would rather do, I think the maths test is definitely one you go for. No disrespect to Weibo, but I mean, JDG, they are just such a behemoth in the LPL now. I think they're on they're on such a run right now in terms of 3 straight championships. They are the reigning LPL champions, and this is just, again, looking for the 4P, looking to cement themselves alongside the likes of RNG, EDG as a dynasty in this league, and someone that you can never count out regardless of who comes in and out.
Yeah, and I think a lot of people are going to be like, no, Knight's gone, like no shot, it just can't happen. I think people forget about 2022 when JDG were getting the better of Top Esports and Yagao was getting the better of Knight. This guy, even though he has definitely faltered at some of the biggest moments on the biggest stage, has always done incredibly well here in the domestic split of LPL. So, yeah, I think and hell, we haven't even mentioned the names Ruler or Missing yet.
Yeah,
you know,
which is incredible. I'm very proud of us. I mean, yeah, huge bot lane again. Ruler had an exceptional time, of course. Unfortunately, similar to the ZVZ, he now has a faker clip that will live on in the history books as one of the greatest plays of all time. But again, this is just one of those things where he's come back in, he's stuck to the LPL, he's stuck to JDG, and he's saying, no, we can still do this. We can still look for this. And I still maintain that last year's roster was probably the best, you know, they lost one best of 5 all year. One! That's it! That's incredible when you think about it. And they still come into this year going, it's not good enough. We need to make changes. We need to make sure that we come into this year and we don't lose a single one, because they need international titles. And more specifically, they're aiming for Worlds.
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, even though I feel like some people kind of slept on the JDG a little bit, I do understand the skepticism, right? Flandre took a whole year off. I mean, Sheer, he's been part of the JDG organization, but he wasn't even on their LDL team. He was even under that because of his age. So it's like there's like a lot of like question marks coming into just their top lane in general and what that's really going to look like, especially in like a long-form league like LPL, right? To where, you know, assuming it's Flandre starting full-time, like, okay, he's done this for years. He knows what's up. But if there's any, like, swapping back and forth, there could be some problems there. So even though I think they've been a bit slept on, I do understand some of the skepticism.
I completely agree. And on the other side of this one as well, of course, we spend a lot of time on JDG, as it is the first time we are seeing them all year. We had to catch up on some hype around this roster. But for Rare Adam, they've made some big moves. Vikla coming in, of course. They've got Zora now on the roster coming in at support. This is a roster that, on paper, shouldn't be doing too badly. And look, success looks very different depending on who you talk to. But I think this is definitely a roster that could be potentially looking for a top 10 finish. They have the resources and the players that should be able to make that move.
Yeah, I definitely think based off of like what we can expect from Xiaoshu and assume that like they should be in that contention for playoffs for sure. Vikla, a bit of a question mark. Like, okay, again, we know he's played, you know, in other regions, NA, Korea, things like this, but at the same time, coming into a new culture, a new environment can be completely different. Nio, same thing, moving up from the LDL, a bit of a different journey, but I think I saw enough in their series lost against Weibo to really, like, be excited about seeing this team moving forward. And again, like, I wouldn't count them out any means in this series because, hey, it is JDG's first series. Like, we don't know what to expect. Yep. We don't know what their priorities in draft are going to look like. So I think this one is going to be an incredibly fun and telling one. I wonder if we're going to get, like, kind of the close, I don't feel like Fiesta's the right word, but kind of brawls that we've had so far, or if it's going to be, you know, more akin to like our top esports series yesterday, or like what BLG, you know, kind of has showed us in our previous series. So there's going to be a lot of learning done for everyone today.
Absolutely. And again, like you said, it's JDG's first time on stage. Yagao back on JDG. And again, I do agree with you completely that Yagao feels like that almost forgotten mid laner, or at least kind of underestimated mid laner throughout the entirety of his career within the LPL. But yet he has always consistently got himself to finals. He has consistently got himself in, regardless of roster, moving to BLG, moving to JDG, whatever it is, he has always been able to do that. But we shall waste no more on the narratives, and we shall go straight away into what we have here on the champ select. And Emilio is the first lock-in here for RA. They want Zora on something and Asim on a carry that can bring them into that mid to late game with just a tremendous force.
Yeah, I mean, we know what to expect, right? It should be the Lucian coming out now. They could just go with the Nami outright here if they want to wait and see what RA do pick up. They could maybe opt into top or jungle if they wanted, right? A lot of times we do see like early Maokai's come out. If they prefer to get their hands on something like an Udyr, like that's always in the cards. But looks like the Rel actually going to be the flavor of choice. You would expect that to go to Kanavi. Again, just how good it is at being able to find those grubs and really just set up ganks in mid and bot.
We'll see. Kanavi, of course, exceptional at his early game pathing, and it really did feel like Kanavi was able to work so very effectively around exceptionally powerful lanes, kind of get that priority and use that priority then, because it's all well and good your mid and your top having priority. If you don't use anything with it, then it doesn't really make a difference. But Kanavi exceptional when it came to that particular style of jungling. And now RA, they lock in their bot lane. They're going to go for their top lane. They're going to get the Udyr nice and locked in here. You would imagine the Nami has to come out here for JDG unless they want to try and take away the Cassante before it gets banned, but not going to end up going for that. Nami just makes the best sense. You have to really pair the Lucian if you want that kind of early game power that is so known for this combo.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, there's really no other option for them to lean into. And again, one thing I think we can definitely expect for JDG, even with a different roster, hell, even more so actually with this version of the roster with Flandre and Yagao, is it should be heavily about the bot lane 2v2 and how Ruler and Missing can do. But now it's going to be about trying to focus down Vikla in the mid lane, taking away the LeBlanc, maybe potentially trying to set up an Azir for themselves, because in my mind, that would be a great takeaway from Vikla. If you aren't going to ban it, I would assume JDG going to be looking to pick that one up.
See what they can go for now. You can see the Orianna, the LeBlanc, lots of mid lane bans coming in here. You will have first pick here for JDG off the back of this, so Yagao going to be feeling fairly okay with that. You imagine that, actually, now that I look at the proper draft, I think they might just go for the top lane pick and keep that mid laner unless something else gets kind of locked away. The Azir still making it all the way down to these bans. Makes a bit of a no-brainer, in my opinion, that either RA got to ban it or you're going to get it picked over for Yagao.
Yeah, I expect you got to pick it up. If not, I mean, RA could just go with the Corki themselves to answer it. They're still in the Kali. Like, there's definitely still a lot of answers into the Azir, and they would really kind of pivot your comp into different directions based on where you would go. So now it's just to see if JDG have the same read, or if JDG are like, hey, we're banning out all the counters to it to kind of push you into picking it, and then, you know, they end up going with kind of one of those aforementioned, you know, Akali, Corki, so on and so forth.
Yeah, I just feel like it's JDG kind of calling the double bluff on this and saying, all right, you can have him. Go for it. Take the big bird, man. He's an exceptional win rate in the LPL so far. Again, just it feels like, you know, Azir is to mid laners what Lee Sin is to junglers. It's just a pick you have to have in your wheelhouse at all times and just available to you. But no, Talia going to be locked in here. So again, it's no one really wanting the Birdman. And even here, I don't know if Yagao really wants to go for it with the Xin Zhao and the Talia. It's going to find it very difficult to find those perfect angles.
It would just be crazy to me, because, like, this is the one champion that is, like, head and shoulders picked more than anything else in the league. Like, it is like a 15 difference, like, drop-off between pick rate from Azir to Orianna. So that one will come through. It's a champion that Yagao's kind of been hit or miss on at different points in his career. Definitely feel like, you know, the more time he put on it, the better he got over the years. Something he definitely struggled on in the early days. Now JG having, like, a really, you know, straightforward composition. We expect a lot of those plays to come out around the bot side, but RA going to be leaning a lot heavier into picks. And I definitely like to see Talia with the Weaver's Wall, and then Udyr just with all his momentum, the movement speed, the ghost. You have a lot of different ways to isolate targets on JDG.
You do indeed, but again, it's about finding those targets, about finding the opportunity to go for it. As you look on the other side here, you have got the Magnet Storm, you have got the Tidal Wave to kind of follow up on that, and again, just a great Shurima shuffle. We've seen it so often already, and it's only been 1 week of games within the LPL that they're just able to make this work. So really excited to see what JDG can do this, and again, just excited to see how JDG look. I feel like this is going to be a good temperature check to see exactly where they should be. Rare Adam, again, did not look terrible against Weibo, despite the 2-0 scoreline. So this for them is another little bit of a moment to make a play, make a stamp, and show what they can do.
I also think it'll be very telling to like how JDG will maybe function kind of going forward, right? Are we going to see them just be able to out-hands RA, or is RA's early game aggressive comp going to have to push JDG to be a bit more reserved?
We'll see. Both teams locked and loaded now for JDG. I think it was a despite the success they had in 2023, disappointing end of the year, losing to T1, and of course in the semifinals, and then having to rebuild effectively. Just, you know, new players coming in and out, losing Knight, losing 369, now looking to try and make something new with the old, if you will, as they look to try and re-establish their domestic dominance now with Flandre and 369. And the Gyos ring out. Oh, poor RA.
Sad. No, you know, I was gonna say I actually really like this RA roster too. Like, it's definitely a fun roster to put together on paper. Xiaoshu last year just showed he is such an exciting player to watch. So, yeah, let's see if they got some fight in them, or who knows? Again, someone could be listening and be like, Lyric, what are you saying? Let's see if JDG have some fight in them.
Yeah, those 4 people in the crowd would be saying that. I feel awful saying that. No, I don't mean that. I don't mean that. But I completely agree with you.
Make it 5 people now, Sheen. Make it 5 people.
You know what? If RA have 1 fan, it's me. You know, if RA have no fans, then I have left this earth. But I completely agree with you. I think on paper, you know, even Asamus and Zora have always been around as some of these kind of almost breaking into the top tier. I mean, you know, I would definitely put them as a high B, low A if we were to do a tier list as such of their positions. And it's hard. There's 17 teams in this league, and unfortunately, that's just how the dilution of competition works. Some teams get some of the bigger players, like Ruler and Knight, and some teams you kind of have to find a diamond in the rough. I genuinely believe that Xiaoshu is one of those players, and I'm very, very excited to see what he can do in this year and what he can do with RA.
I'm scared that like we've now talked about quite a bit, and you know, I feel like when he talks about quite a bit is when their downfall just happens right before your eyes.
Yeah, Flandre becomes the greatest like 1v1 top laner he's never been. He just absolutely dumpsters up. But look, we can only see what happens.
I remember the days of top lane Azir and Malzahar, and I don't want you to disrespect that either.
Yeah. I don't want to go back to it either, so we'll hopefully never have to live that horrible hell again.
Ooh, looks like Nio actually going to get pretty aggressive and walk into Kanavi's jungle. We're going to see if they spot each other out. I mean, it'd be very easy for RA's bot lane to potentially follow up. I don't know if they've gotten wave into turret yet, so they actually might have to make the long trek around.
Oh, I love this from Kanavi. He's just basically completely given no information up. Now they know where he is, but he had full idea of where Nio was coming in around from. So his blue buff invade shall not happen. And this is kind of the fun things we've seen a lot from this red side and the terrain differences, because you have such a wider access to the blue buff on both sides from it. We have been seeing teams look to be a bit more aggressive, look to try and maybe, you know, move the jungle pathing a little bit off kilter, but Kanavi proving once again why every year when we come into the LPL, every split when we come into the LPL, he's just one of the smartest junglers we have in the domestic league.
Yeah, always something you gotta watch. Definitely been like up and down depending on the split, but even like Kanavi's down splits are still like JDG in contention for championships. So you know, I think that's a pretty good skill floor to have.
Oh, for sure. I mean, you're always making it. Again, he's always had some fantastic moments. It does feel a little bittersweet. Obviously, his performance against T1, not incredible, to say the least. If I'm being totally honest with everybody.
That series has scarred you, hasn't it?
I was obnoxious, and I have to accept that was kind of, I really was obnoxious, and I really was just being an absolute pain to a lot of people. But it hurt, man. I thought JDG were going to do it. I thought they were going to. I genuinely believe they were going to be the first Golden Road team, and look. Them, like, you know, much like a driving instructor pointing to one of the pedals, them's the brakes, and that is just how League of Legends works in a nutshell. Sometimes one best of 5 is all you have, and it didn't happen on the day. So we'll see what JDG can do this year.
Most times one best of 5 is all you have.
Yes.
Actually, at Worlds, I think every time one best of 5.
Yeah. But you know what? Contrary to most popular thoughts, I am an advocate for single elimination, and I think most incredible storylines come from single elimination. I know that's controversial to a lot of people who love the double elim, and double elim has its place, but I am a single elimination appreciator.
That's fine. We're not having this debate on broadcast. Yeah. You're just wrong. But
that's
moving
very
forward,
fair.
Look, again, we're hitting on Flandre, first time back since 2022 Worlds. Is on like the losing side of the matchup, right? Xiaoshu is just gonna be able to push him in. Is gonna be able to use all that AOE from his R, and just constantly pressure turret. Looks like he's been on a bit of a better end. Sorry, I just got enamored by the fact that Ruler and Missing are just making sure that they can't farm. Maybe expecting Assume to go for a bit more of an aggressive play. Gonna try to get this wave in. Looks like he should be able to now that he has the blue gun.
Good respect from JDG. A very tentative start. You can see that no one's really going too crazy. Even the Kanavi invade from Nayu was no real summoner burnt or anything. Now the junglers will find themselves again. They've been very much in each other's pockets for the last little bit. Another little knockback here onto Yagao as he takes an unfavorable trade. And again, this is why we were... honestly, I love the read from RA and saying, no, you take the Azir, because we're very, very happy with the fact that you have a Lucian, an Aatrox, a Rel, and now an Azir. The Taliyah has just so much value to be able to try and get them with the W and stop them from really making any kind of movement plays.
Yeah, just a great pick into what JDG have drafted for their side. JDG gonna start angling around bot. Makes sense, right? With Dragon on the map, allow for Ruler and Missing to push in and then try and start this one up. Looks like that's exactly what they're going to do, with Yagao making his way back to lane first. And this one should go uncontested. So, as RA, I mean, you have Prio topside. That's where the rest of Nayo's camps are anyway. So, I wouldn't be too surprised to see him just start pathing up now. But looks like he wants to actually try to get more dedicated information and potentially even try to find a fight. Bigfoot does have Weaver's Wall.
Yeah, the Weaver's Wall is available if they want to go for something here. Zora just trying to keep Ruler away. The Dragon will fall. That will be confirmed there by JDG. I do feel like it was just maybe like 5 seconds too late when they decided to really kind of look for that contest. And then, of course, the wave in mid lane was already pushed in, so Yagao was always going to be the first person there, even with the Weaver's Wall available.
Yeah, not going to be able to find anything off that one. And JDG, once again, setting up some nice vision so they know exactly what's going on.
Oh, they look for this. Kanavi does not have his ultimate, though, so they can't really look for a full connection to this. They are going to try and predict the flash. Doesn't quite connect with it. Double flash burn. Bubble does not land right at the backside of this. Kanavi, though, has to be very careful with where he's able to walk away from this one. We'll have the flash and get the heal from Missing, as there was a Vikla on the way. Nice little stun to come in. No one's going to get hit by the knockback. The Aqua Prison is good. Kanavi will finally go down, but can they get anything else about Yagao? How do you miss everything there? And now the Moonlight Vigil comes back on the backside. Ruler will walk away with his tail between his legs. But look at all these chakrams. They finally get the tidal wave. This fight is still going. Missing goes down, and finally Ruler gets a kill in here. They look to try and take out Yagao, and they will. Ruler wants that kill, and he will get it. He will get a triumph to keep him alive. But that was just chaotic at best, and JDG fumbling the ball in execution.
I am at a loss for words. Yagao, we were saying people been doing you dirty. They haven't been paying you the respect you deserve. I believe he got stunned through the rocks. If I saw correctly, then obviously the Emperor's Divide was just not in. Here, I mean, good angle coming out from JDG. I like that they take it slow. You know, they know these summoners are going to be forced. So Kanavi gets the Q here, but the bubble not able to connect either. And then with Nayu moving over, they know that Taliyah can get here first too, which is why they so quickly back off. So Kanavi actually survives a lot longer than I expect. Doesn't get hit by that W coming through. Great bubble. And then Yagao. Oh, God, you just hate to see it, man.
Oh, he wasn't even close, man.
That's real. You know, we're to keep getting the replay. That's really all she wrote, right? Look at these health bars. Already so many key abilities down on the side of JDG, and then the Aphelios just able to run them down. Good healing coming out from Nayo. Gets the triumph in the end, too, to even buy a bit more time. So now 2-0 to Taliyah, 2-1 into Aphelios. Big carries on the side of Rare Adam.
Oh yeah, big time. And JDG, they're lucky Ruler picked up those 2 kills as well, because at least he's not going to fall too far behind. But I really love the proactivity and honestly just the straight up commitment from RA in that last fight to kind of say, no, we can still go for this. Go for the dive. They've messed up absolutely everything, and they rightfully punished. They got the 4 kills. They've got their carries off to a fantastic start, and this is just a really positive beginning here for RA. We'll wait to see how it kind of, builds into the rest of the game. But I mean, like, again, you take those positives for RA. This could be a huge scalp if they're able to continue this momentum.
Yeah, and I mean, right, they have a lot of tools to be able to do so. Weaver's Wall is going to be up once again, like, very soon. They've been maintaining Prio and a CS lead in the top lane this whole time. They have a CS lead in mid, even if only very slight after this wave's down. And look, RA even having a good understanding of what to do. This push into the enemy jungle, get some vision. I think that's one thing they showed a pretty decent read of in the first game against Weibo, is it's some like pretty good objective trades early on, and like knew where they weren't strong, knew when they were strong. It was really only once we got to the mid game where they really started to falter in some of the fights. So hopefully now with having, I'd say, a composition and a mid lane pick like Talia that is better suited for, I think, what their strengths were shown in that series, you know, this should give RA the push forward they need.
Now it's all about what they do with it, because what always strikes me as one of the biggest issues with some of our like mid to lower table teams is, and we saw it yesterday with Ultra Prime and LGD, you get an advantage and you don't do anything with it, and then the game stagnates, it gets stale, and no one really does anything from there. Those little moments are what are going to be the difference maker for RA from, are you a playoff team or are you a, you know, regular season team as such. But right now, happy to continue the pressure on bot side. No flash available for Ruler. And they know that, so they're just making sure they get the full push in as they look to try and maybe can equal out these dragons in 27 or 20 seconds time.
I like that RA, you know, trying to get vision control back over bot side. There's still some nice wards down there for JDG. JDG just did a nice job of littering the whole area, so even committing a few control wards wasn't enough to completely sweep JDG. Looks like they got all the river vision, but still at least having that one in the lane brush. You would expect JDG to not look for a contest, but we do have everyone moving over here.
That was close there. Vikla almost catching out Yagao. We haven't really been able to look at top lane that much, but it's a 20 CS lead already. And that is just kind of growing. And again, this was Udyr picked first. Flandre wanted this matchup with the Aatrox, and it's really not gone as well. Obviously, you are going to get pushed in, but 20 CS seems like a lot for a matchup you should have been able to kind of deal with. But we'll see if it does lead to anything more or anything less as we move on. The really big thing, I think, right now for JDG is the power that Yagao has, the fact that he has got the Nashor's Tooth rather than the Vikla who went for the boots first before finishing his item. But yes, cheeky little steal from Kanavi, just making sure they have vision.
Yeah, I'm going to make it, I guess, not more awkward, because realistically there shouldn't be a great way for JDG contest. We do have Mandate coming up now for Missing, so Ruler and Missing both being on their first spikes means they are going to be pretty strong, but still coming back on the map. Nothing going to come from it. So for JDG, this is where, since Ruler and Missing are catching this wave, I kind of like that Kanavi waiting around bot side, making sure that there's no like pivot from RA into trying to punish the solution Nami. But it also means you're not going to end up picking up these grubs on the top side. I mean, Herald's going to be spawning in 15 seconds, so it wouldn't have been a whole lot of time anyway.
Yeah, Vikla will just keep Kanavi away. Make sure that there's nothing else to be said about that particular setup. No real damage onto the plates from either side. A couple here or there, but nothing major. And there goes the grubs. The Void grubs not going to be taken at all, which is strange when you have a Rel on your team that can take them so easily with the crash down and getting rid of the shields. So interesting enough to see JDG just completely ignoring that objective. Actually, both teams, to be perfectly honest, completely ignoring that objective and opting for a little bit more of a bot lane focused game plan.
Yeah. And now going to be able to move their bot lane up in time for Herald and start contending for this one. Both mid laners do have TP, so it'd be really easy for anyone to just join outright if they want to go for a fight. But it looks like with the amount of camps coming up in Kanavi's topside jungle, that's what he's focused on right now. You probably expect a bit of a reset coming out for Nio, is now being spotted, might just start pathing up towards top.
And we wait. Both teams happy to wait for the next. There is a Rift Herald available, and Rift Herald, when it functions correctly, is a pretty powerful tool to crack open some turrets. Black Cleaver finished up here for Naiu, so he's in a pretty good spot to set up his AD carry for success. All summoners available for both teams, and the Rift Herald does get taken, you imagine, pretty easily here by RA. No real contest to come in. Maybe a fight after the fact as they look for something. There's the tidal wave to come in. Does get the wind, becomes lightning to try and set it all off. They're trying to kill off Missing, but they just can't. There's going to be a Weaver's Wall to try and separate Kanavi and Flandre a little bit isolated from their team. Kanavi doesn't have a flash. He does have a hope and a prayer. Will he be able to get away from this? I don't think he will. Double kill comes in here for Naiu, and that is a really good punish here from RA, not giving up the objective without a fight.
Yeah, they lose the Rift Herald, but like, getting 2 kills, so they're going to keep up pressure in this mid lane. if they could have pivoted this into, you know, maybe getting someone back into a side lane and losing something, looks like they'll be able to do that now with Xiaoshu having TP, so we'll be a little bit denied, a bit more gold picked up. Now it's going to be about how much impact JDG can find with the Herald, but we're going to go into the replay, because I like how RA find the start of the fight. You just catch missing out. It's going to be a little bit awkward for the side of JDG, but Kanavi, with an ultimate chained into the culling wasn't enough, because this Weaver's Wall was just so crucial to cutting off the rest of JDG, not allowing Ruler to get any more damage down, you know, put a bit more pressure on RA to try to not follow up on the Kanavi chase. It just couldn't happen.
Yeah, just could not happen. And yes, JDG do get the Rift Herald. They will have that available to them to potentially crack open this mid lane turret if they so choose, but they don't get anything else out of it. They're still falling behind in gold. There's great kill distribution between RA's kind of carries, and especially on Xin Zhao, who in this early game, if he's able to get up to that tanky bit where he's being a bit more of a nuisance, he's putting himself into the line of fire. That is huge for someone like RA, or for a team like RA, to be able to make more of those plays.
Yeah, it's really just going to be able to do so much. Now it's going to be all about them kind of trying to preempt the plays that JDG want to make. Considering that they aren't able to generate push in mid, it would be really hard to try to angle for a Herald play there unless they start to overload the lane, you know, maybe bring Yagao over first and just allow Taliyah to push, but that would be giving a lot over to their side. Looks like it's what they're thinking about, with Yagao moving over to cover for now.
And they thought about it. 2 items now here onto Ruler as he just finished up his rapid fire cannon, so going to be bursting people down fairly quickly. Oh, Yagao, you can't.
No.
Oh, he just about gets away from it. And he's going to put out the Emperor's Divide. He will survive. I feel like that was maybe a little bit of a misstep from Vikla. Just wasn't expecting him to just honestly just use his dash over the wall.
Yeah, but still, this should set up well for RA, because now it means Emperor's Divide not going to be up for Dragon. Key tool if they wanted to try and find one of those, you know, swoop in, get assume while he has no flash. Now not going to be available to them.
They get a tower as well, pretty much for free. Yagao had to go back as they look for a engage onto missing. Moonlight Vigil will put him in place, but it will not do anything else. Flash burnt there by Nayao, but now already the Reaper's Wall comes in, and that's going to be a nice little outplay from Ruler. Really well done there, despite it basically being a 4v1.
And the whole time, we actually had Flandre and Kanavi trying to kill Xiaoshu in the top side, and looks like he somehow managed to escape.
Awesome! Holy moly, Ruler is saying, all right, guys, you had your fun, and I am not accepting this disrespect. We are world semi-finalists regardless of how you play, and this damage is disgusting coming out here from the side of the solution.
This is where you get the whole, like, Karsa 369 copy pasta, but just about Ruler and literally everyone else on JDG right now.
Absolutely, and now look at the shift in tempo is insane because of that failed dive on mid. RA have to take resets. They can't defend bot lane. Yagao's mistake is basically null and void. The Dragon goes over to JDG. A kill went over to Ruler. This is a monumental shift of pace now, and again, it's Ruler just outplaying RA, going way too far forward.
Yeah, I respect them trying to get on to missing, find that kill. They were, you know, so close, haven't been able to follow up. Flash not there, but yeah, has the culling available. Great flash over the wall to make sure nothing's of it, and Vikla not able to find anything. Ruler was there, then he wasn't.
Yeah, and again, just little mistakes like that are what are going to plague RA. We saw it in their Weibo series as well, where they had good advantages, they had good moments to maybe pick up an upset win and maybe bring themselves to a little bit more kind of cohesion in these early stages of the season, but it's plays like that where they go a little bit too hard, they go a little bit too ham, and it does really hinder them so very much so. And the Rift Herald will just about get it charge off, won't kill off the turret just completely, but still getting the value out of that nevertheless. So now come back into live of where this game is really standing. Gold is basically non-existent in terms of a lead for RA. It's a little bit here, but it's not really that big of a deal. 2 dragons to 1. It's an Ocean Soul as we hit the 20-minute mark, and of course Baron on the Rift. The possibilities for RA in this early game or from the early game to the mid are very quickly kind of dwindling. They haven't really made the advantages they needed to with that early start.
I mean, Flandre's going to give it to them here.
Yes, Flandre will in fact give them over a little bit more gold, and they will be able to pick that one up for themselves. So you know what? I feel like anytime I speak positively of a person on JDG who isn't Ruler, they don't seem to take kindly to that, and they want to give over another advantage.
Flandre gets a pass. Flandre didn't play pro last year. You know, if you're out there like, hey, it's Flandre, where's he been? He, you know, was not on the starting roster last year. Last time he played was 2022 Worlds. Again, Yagao on the play bot doesn't get the same excuse, but Flandre gets it.
Flandre gets a little excuse. We'll give Flandre the pass. Still a Worlds winning top laner, regardless of how you spin it. And we come back and see what they can do. Again, I'm not surprised to see maybe a little bit of rust, shall we say, on JDG. This team is, as much as it is the same, replacing your two subtle laners with basically three completely different new players is always going to be a tough ask between anybody. And Udyr Xiaoshu, he's having a bit of fun on the top side. He's 0-0-3. He's got himself a 20 or nearly 25 CS lead, and he's going for that Rift Maker. So he's going to have a little bit of kill pressure onto this Aatrox.
Yeah, definitely going to have a bit of strength behind him. We also have Assume going with the Ghostblade build, which we've already had a few times. I think it's a little bit more understandable. It's like, okay, Flandre going the lethality route isn't going to be, you know, super tanky on the opposing side. For anyone who didn't hear, again, lethality now does just scale. It does just convert 1-to-1 with Armor Pen. This is the silly, like, 0.6 to 1 that it was in previous seasons. We don't need more math in League of Legends.
No. There's already enough of that. I think Hui is one of those. I think Xiaoshu actually picked up the... yeah, he did. He picked up the Rift Scuttler. As Asum takes a fair chunk, but with a hug and a campfire, he'll be fine. And backs himself away. You can see the damage coming out here from that Lucian, but Ruler also has to respect the Vikla Talia. TP from Xiaoshu to bring himself right back into this fight. And with a minute until Dragon, this is a very early posturing from both sides to try and get some priority, some pressure. And now Vikla might be in a bit of trouble here, and his jungler might have to try and bail him out. There will be a flash available for Nayu, but you don't want to be using that just now. He does get caught out. Yagao picking that kill up for himself, and that could be the Baron. You've lost so much here as RA.
These fights are just so weird. Like, the engage to that fight was Flandre literally just running at them. Just running at them. Still manages to find it. They didn't need to use a flash. Like you said, Baron now on the table. They have some turn potential. The fact that Kanavi and Yagao both still have ultimates on the table.
Here we go, Vikla with 10 stacks on a Medjai's and coming back in here with a Weaver's Wall. They might look to try and go for this one here. Xiaoshu trying to see if he can steal it. Will not get it. It gets confirmed by the Rel. Now they go in with the Magnet Storm, and they are just torn to shreds. What a fantastic engage from Kanavi and JDG. They took a little while, but they are up and ready for the day.
It just took 24 minutes, but my God, what a massive swing around. 3K gold lead for JDG, Baron in hand. Dragon's up too, so they're going to be able to get themselves onto Soul Point. You can see on the minimap them sprinting.
Yeah, like again, this is what's plaguing RA already this early in the season. We have a look at the replay here, because again, like you said, it's just them kind of getting caught out and then just not really doing anything after the fact. They're not backing away, they're kind of half committing, half not.
Yeah, and just a lot of like weird ability use there. The Moonlight Vigil throwing so late, not able to find any impact. But again, just keep your eyes on Flandre. Pops ult and just runs into them. Great tidal wave to separate the rest of RA from really being able to join up with the crew. And then, I mean, now with the terrain, them being split, it just turned into an easy kill for JDG. Tashinia right here. I mean, Kanavi with this ultimate. I mean, RA have to discuss, right? Let's try and make sure they don't get it. That Magnet Storm was the key deciding factor.
And what I love about that play as well is that, yes, Kanavi gets an amazing engage, but Yagao and Ruler put themselves out of the pit. They actually retreated. They had gone out away from that. And as soon as Kanavia got the engage, they immediately dashed back in, 100% backing their jungler and saying, no, we got this. Which is just, again, that level of play between safety and making an outplay is just so good from JDG. And like we just said, it took them 24 minutes to wake up, but this is now starting to rack up against RA. It was looking so good for them, and immediately I see the Magi Soul Stealer, which had 10 stacks, was obviously down to 0, and Vikla just went, all right, we got to get rid of that straight away.
I also want to point out that, like, Assume is 2.5 items to where Ruler has 3 to 3.5, depending on how much you
count
Blood
Youmu's
Song.
as well.
Yeah.
Not great for DL kind of bursting down these tankier targets. He's going to have to hope and pray he gets onto Yagao or Ruler, but I mean, how do you defend this? And it's just getting harder and harder here for RA to really crawl back into this game.
Yeah, we're gonna see, I mean, especially with, the range coming out from the Azir to whittle down this turret. You even still have the culling as Ruler, which typically in these situations just uses a zoning tool if a team really is trying to heavily commit into defending their base, but they're not even gonna be able to.
I mean, they gotta make a decision. You gotta find a place to sit and stand and, you know, die on your feet or live forever on your knees, because at the moment they are having to take a serious bow to the side of JDG, and now you just wanted to tickle someone and see, hey, can I go for this engage, and immediately loses half his HP.
Yeah, you know, I agree. They should just run in. Scars on the back are a swordsman Shay machine. They should charge forward.
And right now, they're just being warded off. They're just being toyed with here by JDG, who had a bit of a rough early game, but now 7,000 gold ahead, 1 dragon away from Soul. They've broken down 2 inhibitors. They own basically everything outside of RA's base. And honestly, there was a little part of me at the start of this game was thinking, man, maybe we've overestimated JDG. Maybe they're not feeling as confident or as controlled as we maybe thought it was. And then it just, on the flip of a coin, just became the JDG show. The JDG that we knew was just so good from spring and summer of 2023.
You know, I definitely think that the start of this game is like correct in terms of that, like what was going on with some of the individual, you know, mistakes that we saw from JDG. Also, again, good play coming from RA. I really liked how they were using that Weaver's Law in a lot of those instances, but you could just see the kind of, like, I don't know, clutch factor, the pizzazz. Once you get later in the game, it's like being able to find some of those angles. And honestly, kind of just RA being caught with their hands up. Because I really don't know if Aatrox should just be able to run at you and kill your jungler.
Yeah, and if you're going to have to use Crescent Guard because you know you're going to get caught out by Kanavi there on the crash down, that is not a good time. So not going to have that defensive tool to try and engage and maybe keep yourself alive for a while. So you're going to lose even more turrets. You're going to lose even more structures. You're going to lose even more control over this game. And honestly, this is just business as usual for JDG. You don't need to do anything fancy. You can just constantly push in these and escort these waves. Look at top side. It's going to have double supers in it just purely because of the way it was stacked up.
Yeah, they are in such a good position right now. And right, for RA, it's really just going to take a miracle. It's really going to take the crazy Hail Mary onto taking down. I mean, I don't know, even if you take down Ruler, you still have to deal with Yagao, and Flandre did go to the lethality Aatrox, so even he's going to be dealing so much damage. Really a 3-pronged strike able to come out from JDG.
And they've covered themselves with the turret, and Jesus, that is a hell of a lot of damage. And Zora will have to very quickly scurry himself away. But now without that person, again, 1 health bar goes down, and you just can't posture here. You can't contest, because without having full access to everyone's abilities, you just cannot fight here as RA, and you have to make a decision. You have to try something, or you will just fall to the death of 1,000 cuts. They're throwing stuff now, but the Moonlight Vigil goes wide, and they're just being toyed with now. Now, finally, they look for an engage, but this is all disengaging, and JDG, they've not even lost a bit of health. Nobody's even close to going down, and this is look like it's just going to be a slow and painful death for RA.
They could have had Soul by now if they wanted, but they just, they're just getting antsy, kind of want to toy with them, thinking they can fight the fight. They do!
They do. Crescent Guard out, but that'll only delay you for so long. Kanavi tankking both turrets, and here we go! Deleted before the shuffle could even finish. Riftbreaker doing work, but it's gonna only take down Flandre, and finally Xiao Shu will get a bit of damage down. Will pick up a kill, but a 1-1-4 is not gonna be enough. Ruler and Yagao still alive, and they're still looking for damage. That's just gonna be it. And there is game one of this best of three for JDG, starting off with a win.
Yeah, that was there's a lot of questionable moments in that game. A lot of rust. You know, that's what we'll say. You know, a lot of JDG members just getting back onto stage. RA, the mistakes in the mid game. You know, young roster. We're just gonna throw out all the caveats that we can to make everything seem a little bit better.
Yeah, and yeah, that was just, it was close until it wasn't, and RA were looking good until they weren't. But we're going to set it to a quick break, and when we return, we'll have picks and bans for game number 2. Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We just came off of what started as a dodgy game for JDG that turned into a pretty bog standard affair if you've been watching them over the last while. I mean, there's not much else to say other than let's bring up our MVP. I'm assuming it's Ruler. It is!
Yeah. I was going to say, it was going to be interesting to see this one, right? Because it felt like he was the best player in this game, like, easily. But I was wondering, like, okay, are we going to wait it to, like, be engaged by Kanavi in front of the Baron? Are we going to give it to Flandre for being able to find Naya when he just ran him down and, you know, throw out his W? But luckily, it is Ruler. It felt like, again, he was the stabilizing force, especially in that early mid-game, able to keep up. Got incredibly big, got his items so early. I think we highlighted, even despite what happened in the early game, there was a time when he was 2 items up on Assume on the opposite side. So great from him, and he's going to need to keep that up, especially if the rest of JDG are still going to be finding their footwork like they clearly needed to in game 1.
Absolutely, and I do feel like for JDG, this is why you brought your Ruler in. It's why we have such massive accolades given to this guy, and it's why we always just say, look, this guy is a monster in every sense of the word, but we cannot be fanboying over him anymore because we got to jump into this next game, and they've gone for the Lucian once again, Lyric. JDG saying, look, it worked for us once, why not twice?
Look, it's not meta. They're going to pick the Nami here. Just let's bring back the Zoe. You know what I mean? Like, I have fond memories of 2020 Zoe with Yagao. Like, those were good. No Emperor's Divides needed. You hit the bubble. But
it was a little rough for Yagao. We actually mentioned it, funny enough, in that first game that Yagao hasn't been one of our premier Azir players. It's not like he's one of the guys that we always kind of go, oh yeah, that's synonymous with this guy, this champion. Yeah, we thought he earned it, and sadly, a little bit of rust in that last game. But look, it didn't matter. It didn't lead to anything exceptionally bad for them. They still won the game, and that's all you want here as JDG. But now we'll see what they want to go from here. So you've got your jungler locked in here for RA, but your top laner of the Udyr here for JDG. And yes, Flandre did very well on the Aatrox, but he probably turned around to his team and said, hey, that Udyr was a problem. I don't want to deal with it anymore.
Yeah, I like that. I'm curious to see more specifically what JDG ban on for. You know, RA, you'd expect potentially another jungle ban to come out, and the jungle pool just feels so just wide open right now that there's so many things to come across, but you still have things like LeBlanc open if you wanted to get rid of another AD option. We've definitely seen the prio in terms of LeBlanc picks fall off quite heavily. It's still a champion we still see banned a little bit, so that one will be taken off the board. So now for RA, looks like they are just going to try and find a top laner, and again, just keep going into that bit of a, you know, neutralizing top laners that are able to come through. I do like the Cassante a bit more than I would like the Aatrox, because we have seen plenty of times where Udyr's mess up, Cassante connects the Q300 turret, and then suddenly Udyr died when he had no right to.
Yeah, that's the big thing, is that we get into so many positions where the Udyr is trying to put pressure in, and rightfully so, get that Demolish proc off on the tower, get some stuff, and it just goes wrong. So get that Cassante locked in, wasn't banned away. We'll see what JDG want to go for again. And I mean, this is still a good pick regardless of how you twist it. And I mean, it dealt with the Taliyah fairly all right. It wasn't the reason it dealt with Taliyah, but for Yagao, he's happy to take it. And you know what? A little bit more stage practice with it as well.
Yeah, now going to have the hover coming in for the Xinjiao, and going to be some nice options. On the opposite side, we've been highlighting things like the Corki all day long into the Azir, but I wonder if Vikla plays like the Yone and would want to go into something more aggressive, especially with the options that JDG still have left. It'd kind of be where I'd want to see us go. Jarvan now locked in by JDG, a little bit surprising considering that I just mentioned both those two mid laners would both be very mobile and very easy to escape from a Jarvan Cataclysm. Akali, another one who obviously falls in the same boat. It seems like Kanavi's still going to have the confidence to pilot this anyway. It seems like they're saying to me that Assume is the primary threat on this Rare Atom roster.
Absolutely, and we've seen it in the last series as well for Weibo, where you get that Aphelios locked up, you get the AD carry kind of separated away, and it doesn't really matter then at that point what they're able to do. It doesn't really matter there's a Milios, it doesn't really matter that they're able to heal and shield so much. It just feels like you have so much more time to try and burst them down, and even things like following up with the bubble, the tidal wave, just pure and guaranteed AD CC going onto the AD carry is just so valuable. Alright though, they are not without their bag of tricks. This Akali could become very dangerous, and I don't think Vikla had a bad game that last game at all. So if he could pilot that just as well as he piloted Taliyah, I think they're in a good spot.
And I think he's going to be the key piece for Rare Adam to be able to find a win, right? Being able to constantly put pressure in fights, coming from angles, using that Shroud effectively. That's really going to just make the formation of JDG and teamfights kind of have to disperse. You're going to have all these awkward angles you're needing to mark, and will give way for the Aphelios to not feel as much pressure from things like the Jarvan.
For Rare Adam, you really don't want to be starting off. Look, you can't really blame them if they go 0-2 and a 0-4 kind of setup of the series in terms of the games, but you want to try and put your best foot forward, at least take a game, try and build yourself up a little bit more confidence, because again, like we've talked about so much already, this is a fun roster. This is a roster that we can try and get behind and really see some positives from. It is just that mid to late game where things just don't really go that well, and I really hope that we start to see the likes of themselves, Ultra Prime, LGD, really start to clean that up as the season goes on. Come on, Lyric, I need you to help out the RA fans here. Gotta get the Gyos in.
We are in Beijing. We are in JDG Stadium. It is JDG's first match back, so I think it makes complete sense. Another thing we actually haven't really talked about, because we're never too big on talking about coaching changes, but JDG, of course, bringing in Mafa over from the LCK. He was Gen G's coach, just picked up like the last 3 LCK titles that Gen G won with that roster. Hell, he even worked with Ruler on Gen G in 2022. So at least bringing in a coach that I would assume Ruler thinks very highly of, and someone who has picked up a lot of accolades. And it seems like a very streamlined way in terms of how they think about the meta and draft coming in with I'd say 2 very conventional comps so far in our first 2 games.
And Fondre just making sure he has full vision, so they know that the Maokai is not starting on the top side, but maybe Nayu has a little bit of a movement up his sleeve. He should know that his brush is warded, so maybe he might get a little bit more creative, or he'll just walk over it and not care. We'll have to wait and see. But both teams now finally getting themselves into lanes, and we'll wait to see where they want to try and go for. And I mean, like, there's only so much we can kind of big up Ruler before it just becomes a broken record as such. But every time we watch this guy, he just impresses in so many ways, and it really does feel like there's, even off of like years where he feels like he's playing his best League of Legends, it just gets better with this guy.
Yeah, he's very interesting to me, because there were times last year where I felt like he didn't have to do very much on JDG roster. I think that was probably early spring. Is now, again, you have games like this, or moments towards like later in summer 2023, where it really feels like he's stepping up to be the big playmaker and the big aggressor that JDG need.
And again, getting more damage onto Asum, and having a heal and a barrier burnt this early on is just so tough. And Asum actually not even level 2 yet. It was Zora who got himself up to level 2 before that. So it's just difficult right now. You feel the confidence going from Ruler, and the fact that he knows, like, considering how that early game went in the last one, he has to step up. He needs to be the carry for his team until they find their feet.
And remember, like, he was even, despite like not finding all these heavy trades, he was even just building himself up experience through denying some minions, building up that experience lead, hitting level 6 first, having that culling available. So like a lot of small things that Ruler was doing that led to him being so relevant in game 1. I like that we have Kanavi pathing down towards the side. Both junglers, of course, going towards opposite sides of the map, but hell, Kanavi going to be able to walk over, potentially get a ward down, put a lot of pressure on this Rare Adam bottom lane.
Yeah, they know the Maokai's top side as well, so Kanavi goes for a full clear, ready to go for when the Scuttle is spawned. And yeah, this is just a solid early game from JDG. I think that the big thing when you have got the Jarvan as well is that your clear speed comparatively to the Maokai is just going to be that bit faster. It's just going to be that 20-30 seconds ahead of the curve, especially when you're on when you're in Nayu's position of trying to make sure you are skirting around vision.
Yeah, having to be conscious of that. Now going to be able to get the ward down, get the reset off. Since we weren't able to get any more heavy trades, and the heal and barrier came out, so assuming Zora do have plenty of HP, you weren't able to try to like threaten to dive or zone them off tower. But still, Kanavi going to be able to get back on the map first with some items. Means that if any like little 3v3 skirmish does break out, that longsword, that Ruby Crystal could be the difference maker.
Yeah, just as we were talking about in the pre-game, The Udyr waiting out the Q3 from the Cassante is a key moment in that matchup, especially when you're trying to proxy farm like we are seeing here. Shouldn't be too hard for the top laners to just accept their fate. And again, you know, this is just good information known from JDG's side that they are 100% expecting Maokai to be on that bot side because their jungler's on the top and they already swept in to check out all the camps.
Yeah, and again, good setup by them still. RA obviously not really falling behind other than losing those summoners, which are going to be coming back up now. So we're going to be in a bit of an even state. Hell, actually we can see now, right, Ruler going to be very slightly down from missing the few on that last wave. And just getting a bit of a trading out of objectives. Starting up, we'll see if RA are able to get down towards that dragon, or if it's going to be about getting more pressure in that bot lane 2v2. So far, hell, even JDG's vision control actually down towards that bot side is quite immaculate. They would know even if RA were able to go for any sort of dragon take.
I want to pick your brain a little bit as well. Yeah, it's going to happen, but I want to pick your brain a little bit as well, because obviously we see the Udyrs look for that split push. And I suppose the question I have is, why is there such kind of a push to try and get that split push? What advantage do you get from getting that, you know, like the wave cut off earlier or anything like that?
I think it just makes, like, puts the enemy top laner in such a tough position. You're clearing the enemy wave so much faster. It gives you tempo if you want to go for a reset, if you want to poke your head down into the enemy jungle, if Kanavi was going to start moving up, or even if it was still possible to make plays in mid as top laners. I got to pause.
You do have to pause. Heal comes in, a flash into the twisted advance, and that's going to be missing going down. First blood going to RA, and there's no real escape for you there. Once you get hit by the point-and-click CC, you are getting stopped.
Yeah, wasn't able to come back out on the map fast enough to be able to take the Drake, but still gets down here first, able to find a gank, and now you'd expect the pivot to be coming through. They do need to be careful, as Yagao does have vision control and just honestly control over mid lane overall. Now that Bikla has 6, though, there is going to be some real kill pressure in this mid lane matchup.
As much as I think the Maokai would love to go for this, you can see Ruler just tanking up a storm here just to cover this wave. Might have to restore himself back up a little bit under the Nami's healing ebb and flow, but that wave will pretty much be fully eaten up by him. It's equal in that regard as well. And Vikla just accepting that he has got the push. Kanavi says, yep, there's not really a lot we can do. We're going to have to give up this first dragon. And there will be a pause. So we have a pause slightly at the moment. Hopefully it won't be too big of an issue, but already a tech pause. One of our, well, actually, you know what? I'm not even going to say that because I'll jinx it and it'll be worse. But, you know, these things happen, and right now this is a good just kind of move from RA. I was a bit worried they wouldn't be able to go for the dragon because they were a bit slow rotating to it, but they got their waves in order and they're taking the objective.
Yeah, and honestly, I thought it potentially looked like they might not even be able to get it once we saw Nio pathing back towards topside out of spawn when Kanavi was doing the grubs. But with the fact that that kill opened up bot lane, it really did allow them to get this objective that potentially JDG should have been able to contest and maybe even been stronger in a skirmish had it happened, with Lelouch already starting to, you know, get some good items under his belt. Jarvan feels like he's going to be able to provide a little bit more right now in terms of the burst that he's bringing. But that kill bot opening up a lot, and that really coming down from the CC that Assume was able to land with that Gravitum.
Yeah, it does seem to be a audio issue on the side of missing. You can always kind of tell. This is not official information whatsoever, but it's always, you can kind of tell based on who's talking, because the rule is when you go into a pause like this, you're not allowed to talk. You're not allowed to discuss things. You're not allowed to kind of come up with game plans. You have to just kind of sit there and wait. Endlessly frustrating, I imagine, to teams who are right in the moment.
I remember it was one of the games back when I was coaching in CBLOL that there was like a 30 to 45 minute pause. No one can talk on stage. It was just, it's just so hard, you know, for the mentality of your players, for both teams too. You're like, God, what do we do? You almost like lose like the momentum and I mean, you definitely lose the focus of what was going on in the game. Like,
for sure.
But we don't expect that to happen here.
Absolutely. I mean, look, if there's ever going to be a pause, I'm happy to see it when there's literally nothing happening. No one was near the Dragon Pit. No one was looking for a contest. It wasn't like Kanavi was up at the side of the pit waiting to jump in, flash out, or anything like that. Yeah, so looks like whatever was the issue has been sorted, and we are jumping straight back into the game. Thank you for bearing with us while we went for a little bit of a pause, but again, always good to see it. And again, Flandre, like you said, just having that priority and going for that split push again, you know, the as you said earlier, just having that priority to be able to keep that pressure on, get those early resets, and also every now and again it forces it forces Xiaoshu to play further up in the lane.
Exactly, right? There's just a lot of benefits. We're going to see RA having a good understanding of what you do in this meta. You go bot, you cover your bot lane, you pressure bot. Doesn't look like he'll be able to
Yagao, though.
Ooh, maybe.
Yagao is looking to be here, and they're looking to fully kind of make this one work. Ruler going to get the cleanse, but they do still hit missing. And that's not what you want to be seeing right now. There's the Emperor's Divide. They will trade it back a 1-for-1, and that goes over to the exact person you want that gold on in Ruler.
Still, the fact that Assume was able to pick up, you know, the kill on Aphelios, I mean, just kind of being evened out a little bit. Even going to be able to continue to put pressure down, but we see Ruler with the blue buff. That'll definitely be feeling nice, especially for Illusion, just being able to spam those spells. The resets now going to be coming out across the board for both bot laners. And, you know, since we've had, like, a bit of early skirmishing already, we had, you know, Grubs, Drake, all uncontested. Really no objectives to play around, but we'll see in the replay here. It feels like the big difference maker is, I mean, they're alone. RA knew the Jarvan was topside. They have the amount of burst to take down the Nami. But Yagao, great job being able to match the Akali, and then the Emperor's Divide just straight up deleting Nio. It seemed like he would have been dead no matter what, unless Yagao just outright didn't follow the roam.
Yeah, absolutely, completely agree. But I was going to give a little bit of schmack to missing there, but I think the hitbox on one of those cats was a little bit larger than probably anticipated. We can see now another kind of turret plate going over. And again, this is why we've seen this matchup. This is why we see the Udyr over the Cassante so much, is that it does feel like you just get a bit more gold early. You get your item first, and yes, it's a mitigating lane matchup, and then Cassante is still Cassante later on. But having that Udyr to get ahead in the early stages can lead to a significant boon in your chances of winning.
And I mean, right, just always having like a guaranteed lane of prio can do so much in terms of like what your team can do on the map or what options a jungler has. Obviously, the benefits of Cassante outweigh later on in terms of the impact he can have in a team fight. But hell, we can even see the benefits of Flandre's prio right here. So where Kanavi, once again, just going to be able to pick up the rest of these grubs. And Flandre going to be someone who's really able to use all those mites hitting turrets. But that might not matter if, once again, missing a Ruler go down.
Nice dash by Ruler to make sure there was no follow-up to happen, and now they know the Maokai is on bot side. He's going to try and maybe make something work here, but yeah, like, I mean, this is just good from, I would say, JDG's point of prio. They recognize we have mid lane and top lane prio. We know that we're going to be good for this, and they get all 6 grubs. This is going to be great for just constantly harassing up on that top side, get that turret down as quick as you possibly can. And Nio, he's looking for something here onto Vikla, but Vikla was in a bit of a false sense of security. They did not know that Kanavi was sitting there in the wings, and they just got punished hard.
No, didn't even have time to you know, react, do anything else. When Emperor's Divide came out, the burst between them was enough. And now this is where we're going to really see the Void Grubs come into play. Sadly, no wave to keep this push going. But Yagao going to play far forward, going to use them. And in my mind now, as Kanavi, it's like, I really just want to see him kind of shadowing around Ruler and missing. There's going to be a whole ton to do top until that Rift Herald comes up. Like, sure, that is where your camps are right now, so if he wants to go up, pick up his Wolves, pick up his Grom. But then it's like, we've seen Nio just live in this bottom lane, trying to make their life hard. But we're going to see here, Vikla trying to keep up an HP, right? You're trying to match these trades as the Akali when you can, but that just gives the angle for Yagao to go for the Emperor's Divide. Like you said, didn't even know that Jarvan was there.
See a little skirmish in the bot side, seeing if they could get anything there. That's coming out to about a 1,500 gold lead now for JDG. Dragon spawning in 35 seconds. We'll see if they want to try and go for it. Still waiting on the Maokai ultimate to get something there, but other than that, I think both sides are going to be pretty happy to maybe go for a full 5v5. This could be our full big skirmish now as we start to get first items completed for the solo laners, and even actually the AD carry of Rare Adam with that Kraken Slayer.
Yeah, so I'm going to be able to pick that one up. Rocket Belt in the mid lane. So now getting some more tools to be a bit more proactive. I think it'd be a real difference maker if Vikla was able to find an opportunity where he can actually commit to going bot lane. We've only seen it once, and that one time Yagao was able to just effectively follow. This is what we're just hitting on, right? Kanavi kind of saying, hey, screw my top side, be around bot, Dragon's up, make sure you get this prio. And it looks like Flandre might even just run down to join in. There's no teleport on either top laner.
Yeah, they will have the Cassandra as well. Xiaoshu is trying to match, but he is going to go in and they immediately engage. There's the Cataclysm, the barrier, the heal, and it's just so hard to hit him, so hard to kill him. It doesn't even look like they did any damage. Vikla tries to go in and make a bit of a move here onto the jungler of JDG and has to perfectly execute himself out. That roam you talked about from Flandre, he's a little bit earlier than the side of Xiaoshu, but JDG, they're not quite able to make everything work there. They did burn quite a lot in terms of the summoners of RA, but they didn't get any of the kills.
Yeah, and you could see that Ruler so desperately wanted to follow, but was like a half second off. A lot of ults and flashes burned, like you said. We might still get a fight.
We might still get one. No perfect execution for Vikla, but it is ticking down fairly quickly. About 2/3 of it left to go. So JDG know they can't just lose anybody here, and they don't want to lose the stacking of the Dragon right now. But I feel like, yeah, they're just going to have to accept it's gone. They don't have priority. Just keep pushing in bot side and get a reset in.
Yeah, nice job trying to react to Yagao, who would just TP to the top lane. But had Ruler been able to follow up and get on top of, assume that would have been like such a different fight. But Nature's Grass came out, tried to go forward, and then both teams just dealing with the other one's jungler. Vikla really being the one to put some pressure on Yagao there, and then once he got in the rest of the fight, right, there's no way Kanavi can even try to enter back into that pit.
And Assam now kind of building up a 20 CS lead here on the Aphelios. Still has those 2 kills, very much accelerated to a point where he's going to become a big, big issue for the side of JDG if he's not dealt with. But you saw there, Cataclysm, full engage, it just didn't really matter because with a barrier, a heal, you know, hugs and campfires and all, the power of friendship was just too strong.
It was also just really only Kanavi getting any meaningful damage down. Like Nio did a good job at zoning away the other 2 bot lane members. Missing tried to throw out the ult to find a bit more impact, but I don't even think that connected onto the Aphelios. But even if it did, I mean, it'd only be Jarvan who can find the connection now. Rift Herald on the board. Bubble.
Oh, okay. Bubble and Tidal Wave. It was equaled out by the ult as well. They're not going to get a full move here from Xiaoshu, and I don't know if he fully comes out of this one with a win. Does miss the Q3. Enough damage and threat onto the Udyr that he's going to have to try and back himself away. Flandre will live another day, but similar to our last series in game number 2, things are getting a little bit testy, a little bit tentative. I think people are starting to get frustrated a little bit more, waiting to try and make sure things work, and make sure they're trying to make things happen for their own side in their own time.
At least RA having first move up into that topside river are going to try to be the ones to turn this into a Herald. I'm curious to see if JDG want to respond, but no. Actually, RA not feeling confident. I get it. No Nature's Grass. That's been the real thing that'll like keep people like Ruler at bay from being able to find the Aphelios in these team fights. And it's still kind of a tragedy that you weren't able to burn that flash in that kerfuffle around bot lane. That's what we'll call it. No kills.
You're right. No harm, no foul. It was a kerfuffle, and we won't talk about it again. I mean, yeah, they don't want anything to do with this. They're just happy to let this one go. The rest of JDG are fully in position to take this. It feels weird that if you're giving up that much prio, that you would then rotate Xiaoshu up towards that mid lane anyway. It doesn't feel like that's the kind of correct call. You know you're not contesting for it. As I say that, I'm going to try and maybe go fully onto this. The Q3 does miss. The Moonlight Vigil does a bit of damage, but everyone's just kind of turning it back. Again, another kerfuffle. Nobody going down. This time, though, Ruler without Flash and Cleanse.
Exactly. That was completely worth. But like you're saying, I mean, had JDG just kind of been waiting to catch the wave there as a 3 to 4 man unit, right? Because Kanavi wasn't exactly there, but he was waiting in the wings. None of that would have been able to come to fruition. It would have just been both top laners kind of spending some time moving up. But JDG do give a bit of an opening trying to get that trade down. And now it means in a minute 44, when we're going to be back around Dragon, which you know JDG will probably want to fight, because if he's soul point for RA, Ruler's going to be a sitting duck.
Yeah, and Vikla, he's already used the Shroud. He does not have Flash, but can they get the Emperor's Divide to get him? They're not going to fully commit underneath the tower. I think they were just a little bit unsure as to where the Maokai was, and they didn't want to risk it.
I'm not going to look for that one. Do still have that, and they're going to be able to push. And again, we need to remember that they do have those buffs from the grubs that they were able to pick up. And now Ruler and Missing hovering in the area just to make sure anything happens. Wait!
Wait! What? What?
Red team's turret has been destroyed.
There's no way.
He's laughing. Look at him. Look at him. He's laughing. I saw him laughing, but oh my God, Yagao! I praised you, brother. I was saying you're not getting your dues. You're a top tier mid laner in the LPL.
Look. If you look at his career holistically, he is underrated. But my God, what is going on today? I cannot say this. I cannot say he's underrated. What's happening?
Brother, please defend yourself, please. I'm begging you. Is he looking? No, don't do this. This isn't fair to him. What happened?
No.
Oh my God. Oh my Lord. Well, you know what? In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't actually matter, but it's just very funny.
It's like so blatantly not on purpose too. It's not even one of the ones like, yeah, you know, faster recall, haha.
Yeah, he just completely messed up the combo and just could not get away.
Oh, we're TPing mid.
We are TPing mid. They're gonna try and make sure they can get a contest on this, but they have already dropped the Rift Herald. This dragon is gone. Nothing to be done about it, but the mid lane turret has been taken. Do they want to go for anything else? Remember, they have Rift Herald and they have some Void Grubs, and they're gonna look for a second charge. Flandre playing bouncer. Vikla off to the top left of your screen. Looking for a little bit more. They messed the charge up just a little bit, and now they're looking for a little bit more damage. There's going to be the flank coming in. All 5 members here, and all 10 are going in for the fight. Good time away to try and separate this one away. Vikla looking for a little bit more. The Emperor's Divide not going to be enough to save Ruler, and they will all back away. Ruler has gone down. Nobody really going for this. Shurima Legacy coming in. Vikla looking for a little bit more, but I don't know if that's the right call. Yeah, you don't really have the support of your team. Now he's on the run. Now he's looking for a way out of this. A flash forward to catch out Vikla. And this time Yagao gets the combination. They will pick up 2 kills for 1. Or excuse me, 1 for 1. And they'll get the tower as well.
I mean, ends up being a 1-for-1 trade. JDG get a bit of a you know, gold value trade, considering that they were able to break down a turn in mid, but RA are on sole point now. RA are completely fine with that. And honestly, a bit of a strange choice by JDG. I get it, right? They already have Drake. You want to go for the typical, all right, you're there, we're going to push mid. But they were so late coming to mid. Look at the position RA have on the map. Akali one side, you have Maokai with Nature's Grass coming from behind, and the rest of your forces coming from the left hand. So they are just so funneled in. It's so easy for them to go down. Nia's doing a great job at locking up the Lucian. And then the Q3 from Cassante pushing him back. And sadly, once again, the Emperor's Divide not able to do much. I am a bit surprised Vikla went in to follow this up. But like you, I actually didn't know if he'd be able to go down with Yagao not really looking like he was close here. But this last plant hit was the difference maker.
It was indeed. Yagao redeeming a little bit of himself there just to make sure, but yeah, now it's sole point though for RA. Last game it was JDG able to pick that one up for themselves, being able to build themselves a lot more of a kind of mid-game advantage with that. Now you're looking at a mountain sole point here for RA. They'll have that available to them should they want it in 2 minutes 45 seconds. But not only that, this is the thing with the mountain soul or any kind of soul point this early, you then build yourself such a great kind of buffer. You can go for that dragon, you can go for the Baron, you can take a turret down mid lane, you can just decide you don't need to go for it, and it buys you that little bit more time.
Exactly. I feel like that's the big thing that's always just so nice about early Soul Point 2 is it just opens you up choices to where the enemy team really does. And it's like, you know, you can't really threaten to go, oh, hey, we're going over to Baron. It's like, all right, you go take this buff. It's going to last you a little bit. We will get something like the Mountain Soul, which is just going to provide so crucial on so many of RA's members too. Like, you're going to have such a hard time killing Xiaoshu the longer this goes. To where look at Assume and his build on the Aphelios, like already to the point where he's going to be able to do some meaningful damage to people like Flandre or Knavi.
Absolutely. Now JDG though, they're thinking of something right now. Maybe just clearing out a little bit of vision for the moment. Nayu with a full whack of the culling right to his face, and gets a little bit of a massage there from Lucian. Not looking too exceptional with the damage just yet. Xiaoshu is going to look for a little bit of a move backwards here. Again, you still have to respect, you haven't got the Mountain Soul just yet. You've got individual ones that will do a lot of damage, and that Lucian still hurts a lot.
Yeah, there's definitely still gonna have to respect that. Still, it's gonna be hard to be able to find an avenue in. They do have a 3K gold lead, but it really doesn't look like it's been too meaningful in fights. It's surprising that we kind of built up this Akali's the one having to be a bit of a difference maker. Really hasn't been about that, right? It's been about people like Xiaoshu or Nayo providing the zone control and just providing the space for the Aphelios to free hit. So I can only imagine if the Akali could find a good angle, how much harder these fights could potentially become for JDG.
Well, 45 seconds till that dragon spawns. You can see JDG this time around will have to gain some early vision control around it. Lots of standing gold still available to the side of RA should they take it, but Asum panic ulting there, you gotta feel like, and that's just dragon gone. He's not gonna have his flash, he's not gonna have his ultimate. You can't fight this anymore.
Yeah, but I guess, right, that's their luxury being on Soul Point at least.
Oh, they were pinging Baron there for a second. I thought they maybe go for something, but...
That would have been so crazy. Like, there's no way they would have given up Dragon if they went for that. So, seems like they've smartened up. They've come to their senses. JDG are done trolling.
I hope. I hope. I don't know. Yagao can sometimes be your goat, and sometimes I don't know what to call him. So it's just an interesting one. But now you have to be able to cover this one as well. So you can see RA using this as an opportunity to gain vision control back around the Baron. And ooh, Ruler is starting to hurt against some of these. I mean, that wasn't even a squishy target. That was just Nayu, who only has like a little bit. Honestly, he's got a lot of magic resistance, but not a lot of armor. So you can see that already starting to hurt into him.
Just imagine that scenario if they had any vision down towards the bot side and knew that was only Lucian and Nami there. That would have been a flash-twisted advance from the Maokai, and it would have been rough. Like, summoners would have had to be burned. But that didn't happen. Now we have a mini army of mites. Yeah, a mini army of mites just laying waste to RA's base.
Yeah, Nayu looking for a move, but JDG, they recognize it. And I do feel like Vikla's not the person who needs to be in the side lane right now dealing with Flandre. I feel like that needs to be Cassante and Cassante alone, because the threat outside of that's not really going to be there. There's TP coming in. Vikla finally joining in with his team. Now they're going to get TP in from Flandre. All 5 members here. Both TPs burn. Nobody going to go down. Nobody going to pull any triggers just yet.
RA paying a lot of respect, right? There was a small window there where they could have had at least a bit of a numbers advantage. Your Akali had a pretty solid angle. But I guess with the rest funneled through jungle, they didn't feel confident going for it.
But again, this is exactly what happened in game number 1. JDG just picked up the pace, picked up the tempo, and then felt like RA were just playing reactively. They weren't proactively looking for anything. They were trying to just keep pace with what JDG were pulling in.
It's like such a strange game, right? Because RA have felt like any time we have a face-off, are kind of in the driver's seat. Like, JDG have made some missteps, RA have come out on top. They're on Soul Point. But RA also have not taken a single turret this game, which is where that, that big gold lead from JDG is coming through. And we constantly see JDG at least conscious of like, hey, we do have those Void Grubs from earlier. We have the mites that we can use now. And anytime there's a chance to pivot to pressuring a turn on sides, they've been taking it.
They've been taking it. They've been trying. But yeah, like you said, 4,500 gold lead still in favor of JDG. You do feel like that's that standing gold. They've been able to pick up, 4 turrets to none. Now the Dragon now for 3 minutes, and Baron just really isn't on the cards for the side of RA unless they fully commit Asum to it. Their Baron taking ability is pretty woeful without him. It's pretty great with him, but it does mean you have to put him into a bit of a choke. And not without his flash for the next still little while, it's just not really an option for them to go for it.
No, and it seems like they're fine, so they're trying to get to their next break points. Of course, we did already get the Storm Surge built by Vikla right before his last TP, so a bit more damage going to be coming out there. We have the Aphelios making his way to the next one as well, but like you said, every time we've seen Ruler go forward with the Storm Razor Rapid Fire, he has still just been hitting like a truck, especially once again, kind of having that cheap bit of blood song damage that comes from it, right? Another kind of like item, half item, kind of depending on what you consider it. And I'm scared if anyone on RA missteps, but RA have been playing so safe, so controlled, like they are not giving any opportunities.
They're not, but they are still falling behind in gold. You can see it little by little, bit by bit. It's like every 30, 40 seconds, it's up by another 500. It's another 500. You're falling behind. And it's the same constant criticism we have of this team, you know, from a lot of different setups. They need to be able to be proactive, sitting there and waiting for JDG to make a mistake against players of this caliber, against players of this, you know, kind of veterancy. You know, it's not really going to happen that often. You have to take your advantages when you have them, and unfortunately for them, they're slowly losing them. A minute 20 until the next Dragon fight, and I don't know if it's a good or bad thing, but, you know, the Lucian's now on 3 items. This is going to be so tough for Vikla to navigate.
Yeah, and I mean, he hasn't even been able to find any side lane pressure, right? We've seen the Yagao pushed up aggressively on a side lane. We have not seen the Akali able to do it once. I mean, hell, that's why Yagao is up in CS. So it really feels like the Akali pick so far falling flat. Game's not over. Still a chance to find that one big impactful play onto the back line. But with JDG just constantly pushing waves in your face, the opportunity hasn't come yet.
It's one double tap and Nayu lose about a fifth of his HP. And yeah, I mean, 40 seconds till Dragon. It's still a while till it comes up, but you have zero idea what's going on. You can't just walk forward like this. You have to have Xiaoshu and, of course, Nayu walk forward. But even then, Nayu, he's not really in a great position. And yes, he can be healed, he can be shielded, but you don't really want to be using those cooldowns from Zora right before you need them potentially for Asum.
No, you really can't be wasting them. I wonder if RA are even going to look to contest this Drake. Oh, might not even have a chance. Okay.
Yeah. I mean, Nayu has to go back. He's not going to be able to contest this. They're going to try and maybe get a position over the Baron, and then you can see that RA, they're immediately saying they can't go for it, but Nayu, he's already been targeted, and they have to use everything to keep him alive. Tidal Wave is good, and he's still backing himself away. A TP in from Flandre. But yeah, I mean, like, you've used so much there now. You've used the Moonlight Vigil, you've used the Milio ult, and of course the Maokai one as well. I don't know how RA are going to be able to defend this.
Yeah, I will say, at least you still do have Xiaoshu and Vikla's, to where on the side of JG, you really only have this Emperor's Divide, but still, not feeling confident in walking in and just taking a direct confrontation. Makes sense, 5k golding, we're seeing meaningful item advantages now on JDG, and a lot of that coming from RA not pushing those like skirmish wins, those favorable skirmishes they were finding earlier into, you know, taking away jungle camps, or being able to impact sides, or anything of that nature.
And, you know, 1 dragon, fine. 2 mountain dragons stacked up, okay, now you're getting risky. If you get up to 3 or 4, if the game goes that long, like, how do you kill this Udyr? The only one who'll be able to do it will be Asum. And I don't know if that, again, if your AD carry's hitting on the tank, it's probably not the most ideal target to be hitting either. So this is getting harder. This is getting more difficult the longer this game goes on, despite, you know, the Aphelios scaling.
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, really, it feels like with how much RA are giving up, they are just kind of saying, hey, we are willing to just let our Aphelios and Akali get as many items as they can and kind of bet this game on one big fight, which, right, with the champions they have, definitely will be winnable. Again, the only thing will be the damage that's coming through. We've already seen Ruler, like you said, kind of ease forward, has the double tap, and a lot of times it's Nayo's HP, like, you know, 40% dwindled.
Yeah, just one combo from Ruler just absolutely smashes through him, and we get a little bit of shielding here. I will say with the, caught myself there a little bit, but with the AP magic damage shields on Xiaoshu, it's kind of hard to tell exactly where his health bar is sometimes, especially when someone like Ruler is just kind of peppering him down with some shots, pew pew. And we'll see what they can go for right now. But again, look at Nayu just melting in front of him. Nothing he can really do. Flandre just kind of playing, honestly, just keep away and annoyance just to make sure that they can't really back themselves up into a fight. So this is just JDG suffocating, slowly putting their foot down on the throat of RA. And RA have nothing to do about it. They can't do anything about it.
I'm so happy JDG are forcing a Baron. Let's get a Baron, or let's get a fight, JDG.
A bit of both, all right. You have to fight here. You can't let this one go. You're going to have to try something. And Nayu's going to try and move forward, but he just can't make it happen. There's going to be a good tidal wave Cataclysm down onto Xiaoshu. Not the ideal target now. The rest of JDG want to try and back away. They eat up a little bit of CC. Moonlight Vigil going completely wide. And that is Baron for JDG. RA, they just need to commit. I feel like they're so close. If they just try something, they should be able to do it, but not quite able to make it happen.
And right, this really feels like the big distinction between like some of the teams you expect to be at the top of the table as compared to like our mid and lower tier, or at least previous year's lower tier teams, right? Is that like, hey, RA this whole game, like early to mid game, was contending, getting up in dragons, coming out ahead in skirmishes, but then you see like the hesitancy, the indecision, how scared they get, not really understanding how to play through some of these choke points. We talked about how a lot of times it felt like Vikla was haphazardly leaving sides while Yagao on the Azir was, you know, willing to push forward, be aggressive, getting up in CS. Just a lot of small things in the mid game that lead to this dominant gold lead.
Just slowly but surely, just not, again, I've said it for many years now in many games, indecision is a decision upon itself. You can't just sit there and wait for things to go right. You can't just sit there and wait for things to, you know, happen or to go wrong, and especially with some of our top teams. And if you're just sitting there waiting, hoping and praying that something will happen for you, it's just not going to. And we're seeing it right here. JDG just slowly and surely making sure they dot their I's, cross their T's. Like, how you can't defend this tower, it's gone. They just had two cannons at it, and Ruler's just fearless. He doesn't have to fear anything or anyone.
No, he's just gonna be able to go forward. I mean, especially now, right? Those items, he is huge. And now for JDG, if they can go forward and close this out here, you know, we'll even get to make it to the next series on time. I'll get to eat the fruit cup that I've been saving for between series 2 and 3. So if JDG do win, I hope they do it fast. But if, you know, if they don't, then let RA come back with some big banging team fight, you know what I mean? But, you know, JDG, like, my fruit cup is waiting.
Yeah. Man's fruit cup is waiting to happen. We need to make sure that that happens while in the break coming into our final series, which is OMG versus LNG back in Suzhou. We're in 3 different venues today. Vikla, he's trying to get away from this one now. Walks straight into Flandre and just realizes, yep, I've lost 2/3 of my health bar, and I need to walk away. They can't defend this again without Vikla's threat. With one person losing a little bit of HP, they can't do anything about it. Nayu taking more TP. Again, TP coming in. This is it. This is your final chance. You have to make something work here, but I don't think you have an opportunity to.
Like, Vikla TP's in, runs forward a little bit, immediately Shuriken flips backwards. I mean, at this point, right? At this point, it is just too scary. I mean, 10k gold lead for JDG. We see that in the items. But it just kind of feels like more had to be done earlier. And again, I really feel like it did kind of have to come from Vikla. Maybe it's going to take more time for him to get comfortable, find an identity in the LPL, you know, RA in general, just kind of build up into a team that can work together. But yeah, it definitely has been a struggle so far in their first 2 series.
And look, I'm not one to normally give out when we're having a game and things are kind of working in a particular way, but 6 kills in 35 minutes is not what I want from my LPL teams. And I mean, it comes from both sides. It's JDG realizing they don't have to go for crazy fights, and it's RA not willing to go for crazy fights, and it's just leading to a very slow, laborious win that I feel like is all but finalized here for JDG. I really feel, unless we have a massive mistake coming out from JDG, and multiple probably at that in a row, this is just going to be their win. RA don't really have much to kind of turn back from this.
Yeah, it's going to be incredibly hard. Like, JDG is still respecting that RA can, like, one overstep. They have the damage at the very least, and they have the CC.
I mean,
I guess
they're
we're
going
gonna see if
for
they find it
something,
here.
but Vikla's going to be on the flank here. They're going to see exactly where he is. Ruler is just ignoring him for now. He knows he's been spotted out, and Vikla's just too scared. And I can't blame him. He'll just be annihilated as soon as he tries to go in. There's so much CC, so much displacement. He wouldn't even be able to get into a shroud before he was dead. So this is just a slow burn. And this is going to be a 3rd inhibitor coming in. But yeah, look, you try to go for something, and it just doesn't work.
Supers are even hitting the base right now, so JDG have the minions doing the work for them.
Yeah, look, work smarter, not harder, and get the workers to do something for you. This is going to be the third inhibitor going down. The Nexus is down to 1 turret, and this has been a slow, methodical, absolute beatdown of RA. JDG, they have a little bit of work to do in the early games, and definitely Yagao needs to work on his Azir shuffles, but there's just not really a lot else to say about this series. RA started brightly and shone a bit too quickly. They burnt their wick way too fast, and yeah, great little knockback. They're trying to go for something. Vikla, just, it's too late. I'm sorry, there's just not enough damage for you, and there's just not enough commitment to try and make this one work. They will take down Ruler. They're actually turning this one around. Atom's still huge. Yagao just needs to walk away from this one here. Maybe I lied. Maybe they have it. Maybe Atom's going for everything. He needs to try and take down Flandre, but it won't be enough. But I mean, Lyric, I get excited, but look at the base. Look at the map.
I was like you might have been wrong about in context of the fight, but what I want to say is, like, why did it have to come right when we're at the Nexus? You know what I mean? Vikla, all right, we could have done this a little bit earlier, but they do still hold on. You know, we see Aphelios, big, strong. Aphelios, damage. But now, all right, maybe you can have some confidence to go forward. Because look, Xiaoshu is incredibly tanky. He is eating that Lucian's damage just fine. Nio might be someone who's locked in the Cataclysm and going down. But still, once you buy some space for this Aphelios to walk forward, and we're going to see it especially once Vikla starts to be an annoyance right here, that's really when a student's going to start feeling comfortable to just start popping off. He already got Ruler to half HP. That's looking good. And again, Xiaoshu, just an absolute menace on this Cassante.
And I will say, fair play to Asum. He saw an opportunity to catch on to the Lucian, took it, both hands, and he has about 140 CS lead over his opponent. So you know what? Not many people can say they can end a game with more than 140 CS above Ruler. But this Baron is getting melted right now, and I feel like this is just going to be the final thing. This has been a 40-minute game. What is this, Lyric? This is not my LPL.
I mean, I don't think we're at the levels of LGD the other day in terms of game time, right?
No, we're not. We're not far off it. No.
God, this Aphelios is huge now.
Yeah, I'm actually looking at it as a full item of Aphelios. So Flandre, even with the 3 Mountain Drakes, is still going to be melted fairly quickly. Target selection is going to be important. Baron has been secured, but can you end the game? That's the question. Now all of a sudden, JDG, they're thinking about stuff. They will have pressure onto Zora. Another inhibitor will go down, but one spawned after it. So now, what can you do? There's still some decent damage, and you just have to play bouncer here as Kanavi and Flandre.
I mean, yeah, this one's going to be okay. Now he's trying to find an angle. Ruler is hitting the Nexus a little bit.
Moonlight Vigil goes wide, and eventually, surely, slowly, people will start to fall. Asum steps forward, but because he did that, that is his death. Vikla goes golden to try and keep himself alive, but only to delay the inevitable. And finally, after 40 minutes, JDG will get their 2-0, and we will be finished our second series of the day.
I'm going to say it for all of us. That was a frustrating game. That was a frustrating game to watch, Ashin.
That was.
From both sides, a lot of frustrations there. JDG managed to win out, but I definitely think a much sloppier JDG than I expected. But let's give kudos to the one person who I want to give kudos to. Flandre, after taking a year off, comes back and gets a win. We love when Flandre gets stubs after 1 year off.
Absolutely, and look, for Yagao, if you can play like that in game 1 and 2 on Azir and still come out with a win, we'll take those and bow to the crowd, get themselves back out and stuff. But yeah, they're at their home stadium, trying to build themselves a fortress, if you will, to make sure that they are 100% feared as they go for those wins. But that was a thing. Anyway, look, it was what it was. But we're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we're going back to Suzhou for our third game of the day.
Welcome back, one and all, to the LPL. We have hit our third and final series of the day. We have gone from Shanghai to Beijing. Now we are in Suzhou for our third series. But before we can get to that, we do, of course, have our MVP from that last game. In that series, it was actually going to be Kanavi on the Jarvan, having some serious impact in that early game. And yeah, the goal difference at the end is pretty significant.
Yeah, and a lot of it just came down to like their calls and like how they were playing the map, going for that Baron. Like we said, continuously defaulting to sides and taking turrets once they did have all 6 scrubs. And also, really, this just kind of being one of the big examples of the power of that objective, especially when it feels like you're a team who is kind of outmatching your team in terms of how to play the map. And yeah, Kanavi, I guess, leading the charge on that one. So, you know, overall solid debut from JDG. But Asheen, it's time. It's time for LNG, OMG, 2 teams who, I mean, OMG have shown us, you know, a win and a loss. LNG, I think,
something.
A little bit of a muted debut. Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, like, this is really a very weird matchup. Last year, this would have been a huge matchup. We would have been looking at this as kind of potential playoff kind of, you know, preview as such. And now we're coming into this year a little bit more, I don't know, I suppose tentative to see who and what these guys are, because right now we haven't seen a huge amount, and not a huge amount of positives either.
Yeah, and it's like, right, OMG showing us a win in their first series, and then losing its FPX, I think shows, at the very least, they're going to be in that, like, middle bottom table, like, brawl at least, which I think is a good sign. LNG with the talent of the roster, you should still expect them to pick it up, right? Scout, Weiwei, Gala, I mean, Zik had a huge split last season. I mean, Mark was able to, you know, find success when playing with Jackie Love, so it feels like we should see more from LNG, but it would be nice if they could start with today, when again OMG kind of did show us such lows in their series up against FPX.
Yeah, I think the big thing is that, like, you know, OMG stumbled in their win and then got smashed in their loss. So it really did feel like we were unsure as well. And honestly, it does feel like they were focusing a lot on bot lane and Starry. And Starry did feel like he was a big kind of target, I suppose, for a lot of these guys, a lot of these players. And for OMG, it's about kind of settling up that ship, making sure they're coming at this from a much more cohesive angle. And again, the mojo and the setup of OMG from 2023 is gone. That's just not how this one works anymore, and it's just not how anyone is really kind of expecting this roster. We don't know what to expect for this roster.
I'm sorry, I just love how that guy felt so called out. He did not care the second the camera's on him. He's like, go away. Oh, I gotta make up for my sins.
Some fans want to be on cameras, most fans don't. They like to just watch the cameras. They don't want to be part of the broadcast, but we'll say that the lights are very low on the OMG players. It's very hard to tell who's coming out at what time.
It gives them like a dark overlord type vibe. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah, the evil guys coming in the Suzhou LNG home arena.
Exactly, like, it's like they're being set up to be the villain of the next arc. We're like not ready to meet them yet, but we're being teased by them.
Yeah, we get to know that they're pulling the strings behind the current villain of the arc, and they're even more of a villain as we wait to kind of go for it. But then, of course, the home team, LNG, gonna be seeing what they can do. And like you said, this is on paper a solid, if not fantastic roster, if you kind of all things considered. World champion mid laner, multiple MSI title, AD carry, a world finalist in the jungle, only just gone. Like, this feels like what we saw for them in their last outing just wasn't really what we were expecting.
No, not at all. And just like the mistakes they were making, honestly, I think this criticism goes to both teams. It's like the types of mistakes that we were seeing. LNG, I remember in that last game up against TT, they were in such a huge advantage. They're just randomly getting picked off right before they would find Soul. I think it was Weiwei who ended up dying, and the rest of them wanting to commit to a fight. They all go down as well. TT gets a chance to come in. On the opposite side, OMG was like, Game 1, they're losing to Shala, who's Gnar, and the pressure he's putting on side lanes. Game 2, FPX's Zeri Lulu had bot lane outer turret down by like 10 minutes. It's just like all over the place. There's no like consistent thing you can look at and be like, all right, like this is where you hone in on. It's like a lot of individual mistakes. back to LNG, you had like Scout not really having the greatest day either. It really just felt like individuals on either team not really stepping up and showing us, you know, that they can play their game.
Yep, absolutely. And I think that obviously that is not us. We are here. I was sitting down. We haven't done that before.
I like your
That was in. Thank you so much, man. We haven't done that before, so we weren't prepared for that particular cut. But look, it is the way of live broadcast. And yes, I do believe there is a lot more to, and you know, kind of be brought forward here to show from the side of LNG. And for OMG, we are very much at that point of we don't know. We just really don't know how this team is going to kind of shape up towards the rest of the split. It is very, very early on. But like we have experienced over the last 4 years of LPL, Lyric, it catches up on you real quick. Those games go from, it's early in the season to, oh God, we have 5-6 series left and that's it.
Yeah, again, it's always weird when, like, it's just so weird having a round robin with so many teams, because it always feels too early to talk about like, implications of matchups, but just the fact that like you never see a team again, it's like losing to another team that turns out to be on the lower end really just feels like it can be so harmful later on or so on and so forth. So yeah, today definitely going to be looking at both teams to see what they adapt. OMG, I think there is one like criticism we can levy at them that was consistent in both their series, is that once we get to mid game, they pretty much just all go mid, right? They ARAM, they look for these fights, but aren't super decisive about being able to find them. So at least it's one thing I hope we see OMG do a little bit better of today, is even if they are going to go for this whole, like, you know what, screw side lanes. We're deathballing mid. It's like, all right, let's at least, you know, try to find these fights, get this vision set up, so, you know, you can start making progress forward.
Yeah, and that's the big thing. I love that you brought that the exact term, progress. It's not about success is different depending on who you're looking at. And for people like OMG, it is about progress. It's about confining yourself into an actual winning roster that can have its day. For someone like JDG or maybe even BLG, it's a world championship. It has to be a world championship. So this is where I like the idea that, you know, kind of victory is different for all these different people. But we'll see what they can do today. I think it's always a fun time when you see the players kind of having a bit of fun on stage, having a little bit of smiles on their face. You don't want it to be too much bringing in onto their heads. But at the same time, you know, you're a professional esports athlete. You have to be performing on the day, and if you're not, then you know your livelihood's on the line.
Yeah, I mean, definitely rough. Definitely rough on these streets. So we're gonna see OMG again, at least looking in good spirits. At least making these streets look pretty good, pretty clean. Not a lot of litter. You know, signs. You know, well labeled signs. A restaurant in every corner, a Family Mart, maybe a 7-Eleven.
You know, it's a nice area. It's just got done up. It's you know, it wasn't really a lot there beforehand, and now it's feeling good. You know, maybe you want a couple of things set up, as you say, just to make things feel that little bit better about the place. But we are going to be jumping into hopefully pick and ban very soon. And again, I want to see what Scout kind of brings in. I think Scout's one of those players that we've always had just kind of that expectation of, if you will, of great things. And the fact that he got his first ever pentakill last year is kind of nuts to me. But it does feel like when he's underperforming, the rest of the team kind of falls down with him. He's that influential of a player.
Oh, I agree, right? It feels like when he's having an off day that it's... And hell, this even goes back to when he was on EDG, right? That when he was having an off series, that it really would be a deciding factor in EDG's wins and losses. So he's going to be one of the people we're looking at today, especially playing up against Angel, who, you know, had a really good Akali game in their first series. Didn't have the greatest time up against FTX. I remember, I think it was especially on the Corki pick, not able to show his stuff. So both of these mid laners are people who have had highs. Scout's definitely higher, right? Being a world champion, multiple time MVP, but hell, Angel's someone who's also made it to a world finals. Angel's also someone who's been competitive against the top mid laners in the league. So this would be a really good time to be like, hey, you know, us as OMG are stepping up.
I always wonder with these fan signs, like, do they hold them up at all times? Is it just constantly up?
There's no way.
That's it. That's commitment, man. I wouldn't be surprised if they are, because they always just have them in a perfect position, and then it's like almost hoping and praying that the cameraman just kind of gives them a quick shot on the thing, you know, to show off their fan signs. Also, the fan signs are always fantastic. The fan clubs are really cool. They make some really cool custom stuff for the teams.
I agree. It's always great to see, but there we go. We're getting the logo, and we always know the logos and the bumpers mean we're jumping into the next thing. that would be pick banned. So not for OMG. OMG versus LNG. We're gonna see where these teams. You know, I don't know why I did that. It
was
sounded fun in my
great.
head.
I really enjoyed it. It was awesome.
Okay,
I
now
want
here
host
we go.
lyric now.
Lucian Machine is off the table, which means, you know, we're gonna get a bit of a different flavor coming in for once. Things like the Callista left open, but we have not been seeing that picked up as much in first rotation. Let's say Varus as well. But OMG is wanting to go straight towards that Azir, not give it over to Scout, who, again, we know last year was having great performances on the Azir.
Absolutely. And I'm actually curious as well, because you mentioned the Varus, and we haven't actually seen the Varus picked or banned all day. It has been 100% just kind of taken off the radar for so many of our teams. And I'm not worried, but more so curious about how or why we're not seeing such a, from the start of the split where he had pretty much all the presence, to basically now where it's just nothing.
If you like go through the drafts based on like days of LPL, they like priorities are pretty different. And usually in small ways, right? It's like, hey, are we a team that values things like Callista? Are we teams that value things like Senna, which was a much higher priority yesterday? Another champion that we really haven't seen cared about all that much today. But my God, OMG were so ready to just mow through draft, and they are just picking up what have been the highest presence champions so far on the patch: Azir, Maokai, and Sante. And I especially want to hone in on that Maokai, because the more I see him play, the more he still seems like such a nuisance, especially with how many like short range marksmen and comps we're really ending up getting, that ultimate just dissuades so many fights from ever happening and buys so much time for like these mid and late game carries to get up to their item breakpoints.
Yeah, and again, like LNG, very happy to get themselves a lovers duo in the bot side, but you have left Starry, your brand new rookie AD carry, kind of left alone on island right now. So then LNG, they can continue to force things down that bot side and say, cool, we'll take away the Senna. That means that Senna Tam Kench combination is gone. I wouldn't be surprised to see them take away the Aphelios as well and just say, cool, like you're going to have to go to something very different on this patch, because there's not really a lot left for you.
No. Funnily enough, they can take notes from the team that beat them last time and pick up the Zeri Lulu. I mean, hell, you know, they played the Zyra Khan into the Zeri Lulu, ended up going down, and who knows, maybe that's what they bring to the table. But now it's up to LNG, and I mean, right, OMG right now showing both of their soul laners, so you really can take either look. Things like that Udyr are still open. But we've kind of highlighted the Azir matchups all day long. This is kind of one of the nice things of like, hey, we have an Azir, so are we going to get the Corki? Are we going to get the Akali? You know, one of these picks coming through. But for LNG, I would expect Scout to go towards this. It's something that is very stable. It's something that can be reliable later on in the game. And those are like two things I usually relate with like what types of champions Scout likes to play.
Yeah, something that just has that constant presence, something that can always be a threat. That feels like the right thing to go for in that regard as well. So we'll see what OMG want to go for. Callista Nautilus could be a setup here for them just to try and get that full front to back. And it looks exactly like that's what they're going to go for. And like you said, they're not wasting any time. OMG knew the comp they wanted, they got the comp they wanted, and they're very happy with what's left on the table.
Yeah, so now just going to have a ton of engage, a ton of aggression. This also goes back to us saying more that we wanted to see this proactive approach coming out from OMG. Now LNG kind of circling through some of their options right now. Gnar would be able to give them some pretty solid side lane presence. The Aatrox leans more into them wanting to match the skirmishes that OMG are going to be looking for and be playing that bodyguard role and try and just buy space for Scout to keep layering down those rockets. I feel like we haven't really seen a lot of good Corki performances so far in the LPL. Hell, rookies yesterday might be the best one.
Yeah,
I feel like,
agreed.
A lot of like package usage been not really it. So hopefully Scout can come in and show us a really top tier Corki game.
Yeah, absolutely. And again, Corki, it feels like when he misses the big ones, he's useless, but when he hits them, my God, like it does feel so unbelievably broken. But that is a condition you have to hit. You have to be hitting those big rockets. And for LNG, they're going to be relying on that Corki poke around those Baron pits where you want to be trying to get those health bars down before the Xayah and the Rakan go in for their big all engage. But for OMG, they are as front-to-back team fight as they can possibly get. Really beefy guys there to try and set everything up. Really good, reliable, proactive engage alongside some very good DPS. However, they are a little bit shorter range on the AD carries. They will have to be a bit careful on that. So we'll see. Both these teams looking to try and keep their season up and running. And for LNG, they're looking for their first win.
Yeah, LNG. I mean, LNG are going to have to play it slow, right? It's OMG who should feel the pressure to pull the trigger when you have these Corki rockets being layered on top of you. So we're going to see one of the big criticisms we've levied against this roster, if they can pick it up, because they are 1-1. They have picked up a win. They should have some confidence.
Should have the confidence, and we will be jumping into our first game of our third series. Been 2-0 so far. It's been a pretty quick weekend at all in all. But we will be jumping into this one here. We'll see if both these teams are equal matches or if we'll have another stomp on our hands. It's hard to tell sometimes with some of these teams, especially so early, as everyone's still finding their feet, still finding their mojo, if you will. OMG of 2023, rest in peace. And we'll see what this new OMG lineup can do. We'll see what this new LNG lineup can do. Again, very much a organization, a team that has relied on that kind of mid-jungle synergy for so long between Tarzan and Doomby, Tarzan and Scout. Now looking to build up a new combination. This time, though, Tarzan out, Weiwei in.
Yeah, and Weiwei really going to have to show that he was that top-tier jungler, right? Because had a great year last year. You'd even think all the way back to like his stints on 2020 V5, where he was built to be the carry of that roster. It was pretty much Mole and PP God playing around and enabling him. And it feels like this might just be another roster where he has to do that.
Yeah, I completely agree. And on the other side, OMG, they're just building. Like Starry, brand new rookie AD carry coming into this. Trying to make it, trying to make your name in a region famously known for its AD carries. You know, it feels like it's such an unfair expectation to put on you, but that is just the way this league is. It is unfortunate, but that is just the way it is. So we'll jump onto the Rift. We'll see how both these sides look into this one, and we'll see who is able to come out with a bit of an early advantage on this best of three.
Yeah, and once again, I'm going to keep my eyes on what build we have coming out from Zika on this Aatrox. I think I'd prefer to see more along the lines of what we had, like Shanji go. You know, things like the Sundered Sky, things like the Sterix Gauge, you know, be a little bit more brawly and bruisery for this type of game. I think going to lethality might be kind of hard later on when people like Cube, Xiaofeng, and PP God get pretty large. But at the same time, with Kalista being so short range, it also does potentially give you opportunities to just find access to that Kalista and then just delete her.
Exactly. It depends on what style of gameplay you end up going. And I feel like you are able to know fairly quickly on how you're going to have to play this game. If you're able to get a bot lane advantage and the Kalista's already far behind, you could probably go for lethality knowing they're going to be pushing forward to get back into it. Or if you fall behind and you know that the Kalista's going to be pretty safe, you can maybe go for something else. But Xiaofeng immediately looking for a little bit of an invade, took his Raptors nice and early, and looking for a bit of a blue as well. But wards will spot him out pretty much everywhere, and he is not going to get any information about this whatsoever. He might be turned on, though, as they look to try and maybe make a little bit of a move. But yeah, no real pressure on him at this moment because Scout and the bot lane can't really move up for him.
Oh no, and he doesn't know that there was a ward there, so he's going to take even more damage. And I think he's kind of lucky that the members of LNG, the bot laners, don't want to make their move over because they'd just be losing too much in terms of the experience department, right, to find this kill. But maybe when Smart hits level 2, it's an option to just come kill this Maokai. What is going on?
It's a push and pull. So Weiwei is spotted on the Wolf camp, and Xiaofeng is spotted on the blue buff. Yeah. So they're both just throwing each other at throwing information to each other without knowing that the other information is there. They must know at some point the information has already been given over to them. But yeah, the Bramble Smashes are doing some serious work to Weiwei's health bar. And with the pressure available to OMG, honestly, it's Weiwei who has to forfeit this. They don't have priority in mid. They don't have priority in bot. They cannot help their jungler if this goes south.
Yeah, it really had to be a trade-off of them willing to lose experience on someone like Mark earlier on to bring him back. But then you're opening up your Xayah to be alone up against a Nautilus and a Kalista, which really isn't that good of a call. So in the end, Xiaofeng definitely being the one to benefit. And wow, just across the board, I mean, really nice pressure coming out from Angel in the mid lane too.
Oh, PP God is there,
he
though.
might just be dead.
He flashes, doesn't land it. Scout ready with the flash himself, but that is so huge for the side of OMG, really putting in pressure onto Scout.
Yeah, I mean, the Halo Blade's coming through the mid lane, the much more aggressive Azir option, and we're seeing Angel make it work. And we said, right, Angel is someone who has contended with the best of the best, now putting Scout behind. All that trading. Sure, PB was the one who actually forced the flash, but that came from the work that Angel did beforehand.
Oh, Wei. Do you want to try and go for this? It looks like the Scuttle is being started, but not being finished right now. Wei does have Smite. Xiaofang does not. They're going to look for a little bit of a movement here. Smite comes in. Wei going to try and get over the wall, but not quite able to make it. He does have blue and a red. There's no buff here for Xiaofang. He's taking a fair bit of damage. Scout did get back here first, and Zika moved in. So finally, Wei gets a little bit of support, and they end up equaling up the camps just a little bit. But this is a weird early game, and how it's being played out right now. Xiaofang and Wei being best of friends.
Yeah, that's actually a great way of putting it. Wei really benefiting from the fact that Angel and Cube had just recalled and TP'd back to lane, to where we had Aatrox still on the map, so he was able to cover earlier on. Scout, since he got forced out of lane first, it actually meant he was able to get back first and get into the enemy jungle to make sure that there was a safe path for Wei to retreat from. So yeah, just very strange circumstances so far as we're leading to our first neutrals on the map. And Wei going to go straight for those grubs now that we have this pressure in topside.
I love as well, you got Cube going double cloth armor, and then of course Dika going for double longsword. The grubs will be alerted to that Wei has taken one of them away, but no one was actually moving over to him. But unfortunately, he had no real vision. He didn't know where everybody was, and he had to make an assumption that he couldn't take the rest of those. So bit unfortunate for him, but one is still better than none, and he will continue to kind of go for this one here. And yeah, despite there's been a lot of action, but not a lot of action, if that makes any sense to anyone who's been watching. It's been a strange early game.
It's like, this is like when you go to the movies and you watch, like, you know, whatever, like 20 previews in a row. We've gotten a lot of previews of action, but not the actual action itself. And we paid for that action. And let's be real, movie tickets get more expensive every year. So
They
so
do,
does
and
this
they make,
action.
and they make a lot of profit off of popcorn. I think the actual percentage of profit to cost is like more than gold or something. Like, it is legitimately an actual insane, like the cost of a kernel to the actual cost of a popcorn bucket. It's crazy.
I could see it, because I don't really love popcorn, but I feel like I must buy popcorn at the movies, even if I don't really care for popcorn.
It's an experience.
Exactly.
It's part of the experience, but I don't know. American popcorn at cinemas is way different than European popcorn at the cinemas.
Oh, I know.
It's like, I feel like American popcorn's like a meal. It's a whole meal of like, if I eat before the cinema in America, I'm not going to be able to eat anything else.
No, you're absolutely right. I remember going to the cinema a few times in Europe, and it was a different world. But, okay, Sheen, we're getting the action we paid for.
We are getting the action we paid for, because guess what, PB God? You used your flash earlier, and you will be paid for in blood. That is first blood over to LNG, and they might be able to turn and burn out to something in the mid lane. It's still waiting on level 6 for Wei, still waiting for that one. But despite all the shenanigans in the jungle, he's actually ahead in levels, and now it's going to be Xiaofang looking for a little bit of a move now onto these grubs.
Yeah, and I guess a lot of the XP advantage comes from the fact that Wei did pick up one of the grubs. Xiaofang's still waiting on, going for anything, looks like. Is he going to try in the end, just trying to clear some vision for now. And this is kind of what we expected coming into this game after seeing the first few series from these teams, right? OMG definitely played at a bit of a more tempered pace. I think Xiaofang has been someone who was shown, he's willing to look for ganks, willing to look for these opportunities, but OMG as a whole don't really transfer pressure from lane to lane all that much yet, which I think is expected when you are still a very new put together roster and trying to figure out how to make it work. LNG, I feel like are the one that we should, again, kind of expect a little bit more in that department. And now with ults online, especially for Wei, the opportunities are there.
Very, very much so. You will have the flashback for PB God, so good timing from LNG to punish that before it came back up. And everyone's just kind of running away. I feel like when Grubs doesn't get taken, fully, it's just the one that gets taken, everything goes into a weird flux, and everyone starts to get a weird kind of pull towards the final one or two. So we're going to see the exact thing happen as the rest of the team they're going for it, and they get both of them. Oh, no, just the one? Oh, no, they got two. No, just one. Where'd the other one go?
I just want to know how this top lane is going so bad for Cube. 20 CS down, pretty much in a pure 1v1. There's been really no intervention whatsoever. Hell, earlier, Zika was the one who walked past the turret into the jungle to help support Weiwei getting out.
Yeah, it just feels like Cube is just not really at all kind of getting the CS down or just getting harassed so cleanly underneath the tower. Right now, LNG happy with their little bit of a gold lead. It's only about 1,000. Dragon did go over in favor of OMG. They both have a grub. There's still a grub left in the pit. And we'll wait to see it. Again, this very, very slow early game coming out from both these sides. And I mean, look, LNG back in 2023 were a very slow team. They were the more LCK-esque of our LPL teams. It does feel like they are continuing with that trend and looking to just slowly eke up an advantage bit by bit.
Yeah, they were definitely a team that definitely made a lot of like pressure plays last year that wouldn't result in very many kills. So the champion kills per minute and a lot of stats like that were incredibly low. But here, both junglers at least being in the area.
Oh, hook will land. They're going to jump onto Gala here, but they may be able to turn this one straight back around. They will look for the feathers to fly. All the damage in the world, and Starry goes down. PP God follows him. A double kill coming in here for Weiwei as he makes his mark on this LNG roster.
Right, finding the kills. LNG really picking up. Now over a 2K gold lead at 10 minutes. And this actually is very similar to how they were last year. Is Mark even gonna make sure to be a nuisance to Xiaofeng? Because they were a team that actually had like tremendous gold leads, but not just being found through like, again, like huge explosive actions. But now 2-0 and 1 on Weiwei. We were just hitting on how he used to be like a big carry on a lot of rosters he's been on, and now to be able to do that here once again is they go for the engage. It makes sense, but the space you're buying with that ult coming out from the Vi, and then Gala gets the feathers across everyone for the huge AoE. Just really nothing that can be done. Great counter gank coming from Weiwei to make this happen.
Yeah, and again, I feel like it was the lack of information that led to kind of a false information, if you will, for OMG. Threw in the sapling into the tri-brush behind the, or just in front of the blue buff on the red side. It didn't reveal the Vi, even though the Vi had just come past that. So they maybe thought, oh, there's nobody here. There's no way we're going to get caught out from this. We're free play. And it wasn't. Straight up, it was not a free play. And now you're dealing with a Kraken Slayer already built up for Gala. You've got yourself a first item for the Vi as well. So there's a lot to be contended with here for OMG if they want to try and go with this, and they can't contest this dragon just full stop.
No, especially we can see Scout with the package. I also want to highlight, just going back, like even things like lane ganks and lane counter ganks, that's one thing with how the map has opened up in various ways, more vision having to be thrown into river. We've already talked about mid lane, but it really just makes going through lane like all that much more viable and kind of needed. So I really like that today. We've been seeing a fair bit of that with Weiwei just enhancing it even more.
Slow burn for the moment. LNG are ahead though, about 2,500. Actually a little less than 2,500, but see Zika again. I just think diving the Aatrox is never the play. Just never. If he has ultimate, it's just never the thing to go for, because I've seen it so many times where you go for the Aatrox and everyone dies. As we get another Chemsoul on our Rift. It tends to be the happiest of Rifts we've had for a while. Let's check that actually if we have stats on that to see how many Chem Rifts we have during the year. And yeah, I mean look, Weiwei, he will be spotted out on this. They know he's on the bot side and they know that he's going for this red buff, but he should recognize that he's not 100% okay to go for this. And yeah, use the blast cone augmented to get himself out, but still good vision control here from LNG and still good opportunity for them to try and punish OMG.
Yeah, and they might be able to start transferring this up to top soon because we have a recall coming out from Zika, and he is going the Profane Hydra route for the Aatrox. We kind of already highlighted some of the benefits. At least you're running into things like this Callista that are going to be incredibly low range, and if you get on top of, like, you're going to be dealing a ton of damage to. He's already just been winning out in the outright 1v1, so could just push that advantage further as well. And with us only a minute away from Rift Herald, you'd expect that to be a place that LNG want to play around when they have a top laner who has been generating so much pressure in this game.
Yeah, huge just point of power for them right now. As you can see, Mark trying to be a bit of a nuisance, needs to be careful. I feel like Starry might have been able to engage upon that, but it is still a recon at the end of everything, so decides to go with the recall regardless. And it's a little bit of a fun house of items for Xiaofeng right now. He's got himself a Warden's Mail, a Balmy Cinder, boots. Well, it's only brown bags, so it's a bit of a hard one for him to really make a play given the items he has. And yeah, this is why it's hard to go on Rakan. He just dashes away so dashingly. And they're going to be able to take themselves, so as the Void Grubs get themselves off the rift, one apiece. Strange how both teams went for one and not any more than that. It's just an interesting conundrum to see them kind of go for such a strange kind of setup. But look, it is what it is. We need more info on the Grubs and what their power actually leads to in a game.
Right, I think just not wanting to invest the time. Not a whole lot of vision around there for either team right now. And I think a lot of teams too, I think more and more we're even going to have more emphasis placed on bot. I don't know why I needed that many mores in that sentence, but it just shows like
just how much more you needed, you know, so many mores. Yeah. You were feeling Moorish, you know. Well, I was going to say feeling Moorish is that's an Azir that died. Angel is now truly an angel as he goes to the death screen.
It's going to end up losing the Herald for this play though. So I'm a bit surprised that they didn't feel better about contesting this, but we'll get a ton more gold onto Gala. We already highlighted 3k gold up for the side of LNG, and now giving this all to your AD carry. I mean, hell, he already has Kraken's there to restore. He hasn't finished his first item yet, so he's really going to be the menace in teamfights that you need him to be.
I feel like the Rift Herald nowadays is just a tower-taking machine. It used to be, obviously, when we had two Rift Heralds, Shelly and Shirley, that you were able to knock down half the health bar of the mid turret, and then the next one you got, you were able to get the full tower, so it was worth an awful lot more. It's still very valuable, but it doesn't have that same level of guaranteed turret gold anymore. And I feel like just the call from LNG was very simple. We need the tower, we get this dragon, we get this priority over this. Dragon up in a minute, let's just go for that. We don't care about the Rift Herald.
What if it was pure BM and they're talking to voice comms like, hey, watch, they're not going to drive this thing correctly? Because we have seen that a few times.
We have, actually. Yeah. They have faith in the Riot Games code to mess up and just completely ruin the charge.
Maybe that's the LNG comms right now.
I would love that. We need, I don't know, I feel like I'm one of those people who's like, we need more villains, you know? I'm all for wholesome, but I like a villain arc sometimes. You need someone who's just like, why are you booing me? I'm right, you know? That kind of stuff. But we'll see. We'll see. Obviously, we have quite a few storylines coming into the year. As they build up, we'll get even more. And I mean, this gold lead is just getting bigger and bigger. It's 4,000 now. As we move towards this next dragon in 3 seconds time, spawned up onto the rift. There's going to be the rift tail dropped. Will they charge it is the question. Ooh, Starry's looking for it. There's a lot of feathers there, so I don't know if he wanted to be fully committed to that. So yeah, just backs himself away. And yeah, this is the trade-off. You gave over the rift herald, that's fine, but you got a tower.
Yeah, now it's going to be about trying to get into river. Sadly, those rockets not connecting, but now they know they're in here. Mark.
There's a package. There is a package available for this. So you can see now the OMG were looking for a pick, and you mentioned just kind of the amount of proactive engage they have. One good hook, a good Maokai ultimate, something to just kind of build them in. But I mean, they had all this time in this river, but they didn't get any vision control. So you can see right now, OMG, they're walking into fog of war.
Yeah, and we'll see if they can find anything, because again, they aren't quite a disadvantage.
Mark, he's on a good flank right now. They don't know exactly where he is, and they've completely forgot about him. There's going to be the package used just to try and disengage away from this ultimate. They're going to try and go in and steal away this dragon. They will not be able to get it. Mark going to try and jump in now onto the Azir, and they'll try and burn him down. Angel has to flash away. The Maokai is going to go down for certain. Cube cannot get the kill onto Gala, and slowly but surely, bit by bit, LNG are knocking down the house that is OMG.
No, and at this point, like, you know, that posture went up for so long. What I wanted to say was, I don't even know why OMG feel the need to go for this. Like, sure, they might not have an exact idea of, like, how far behind they are, but they should know they're behind, right? It felt like maybe going for a topside trade there when your wave was in a neutral spot, try and get more gold. Might have been the play. You're up against the package. You were up against, you know, some item advantages coming through, especially in that bot lane. And now you've dug yourself an even bigger hole.
Yeah, like again, like you said, like this posturing feels odd, but they wanted to try and go for something, and unfortunately with the Corki package, it just makes it so hard to move forward onto this.
Look, in the words of that one kid in the movie Holes, I like big holes. That's what OMG said in this moment. I don't remember his name. His name was Zero. There we go.
His name was Zero. And he liked to dig holes. Mark!
In the movie.
He's fine. He's all good. Mark nearly getting absolutely trolled by Weiwei there, but I mean that. I mean, look, the OMG. It's not the OMG I've got, and I mean, I'm just.
Look, they just need to find themselves a friend like Stanley Yelnats. They haven't found that friend yet, but they might one day.
Just gotta keep digging holes. You'll find them eventually. and yeah, I mean, it's just hard to see how to really come back off of this. I will say it's a bit unfortunate for OMG in that last Dragon fight that the Emperor's Divide was actually negated from bringing out Weiwei straight out because it got hit by the Nautilus ult as well. So even though he should have been dragged all the way into the front of everybody, he just got stopped halfway, which is a little bit unfortunate. But at the end of it all, it's still a 7,000 gold lead at 20 minutes, 2 dragons to 1. It feels like this is just getting tougher and tougher for the side of OMG, and the poke from this Corki is getting unbearable.
I mean, at this point, it's really so hard to even say what OMG could do. I gotta say, I also feel bad that I ruined that highlight clip for LNG that they're probably gonna put on Twitter with me just talking about the movie holes. Sorry, LNG socials guy.
They can always mute us. They don't have to have our casting on it. They can always mute us and put on something else. But I mean, this is just becoming just bog standard. This is LNG from 2023. This is how they played. This is how they won. Quarterfinalists at Worlds. And this is how they did it. They just slowly but surely would take away a lot of the resources, suffocate you out. Like, it's a Blade of the Ruined King versus a Navori Quickblade Kraken Slayer Xayah. Like, I don't see how Starry is ever going to go for it. And this is exactly what we talked about when we said, oh, I wonder how the Aatrox is going to build. We said, well, if the Kalista is behind, they're gonna be able to build lethality. That's exactly what they've done.
Yeah, and you know, I'm actually curious because we just had Scout TP mid from top, and now he's recalling.
And nothing else will happen. That's just how it is. No, TP's everywhere and nothing happens. That's the kind of... it's been an odd day of LPL. We've had some long games with very few kills. We've had some interesting early games, some great moments all in all, but it does feel like this is the kind of game to round us out today, you know, to get these all out of the way early on the split.
You know, I know everyone always says, oh, you know, before Chinese New Year, LPL is always, you know, crazy. But I feel like it hasn't really been like that in a while.
No, it
definitely
really
don't feel like it's really been like that since I've been a caster, which is since 2020. Maybe like 2019, I vaguely remember stuff like that, but yeah, it definitely has been a very weird day of LPL.
Oh yeah, for sure.
Yeah,
I think it's just, again, it's the shift of the tone, I suppose. You know, the world champions are over in LCK. You aspire to be the #1, and that's what you have to do. You have to kind of almost emulate what they would go for, because sometimes your style doesn't cut it. We'll see, though. I do still like BLG's style of getting Knight 12 kills on a Kali, and
I don't think every team can do that.
No, it's like the whole thing of, like, you see like a Brand jungle, or you see a Misfortune Bard or something, or caught myself there.
Engaged.
Mark does have to go into the quickness, making sure he does not get in, so he does lose his ult for that. They lose nothing on the side of OMG, so this could be an opportunity for them at this next Dragon fight.
Yeah, walking in, even though it looks like they also use Scryers at the same time. You're right, Scout has an angle.
They're looking for an angle. Angel flashes an ult just to save his life, but they go straight in on top of the Kalista and Nautilus just to try and burn them down. The big ones are hitting, and they are landing. They are going to be able to take away this Aatrox, but it's a trade of 1-for-1. The feathers are flying. The Aerie almost taking them down, and that's going to finally go in. Finally getting themselves the kill on the Kalista. OMG are on the board, but it is still going to be sole point given over to LNG.
And I'm actually very surprised that they ended up going for this. I thought maybe they would have pivoted into a Baron, because look at the minimap. It's actually OMG trying to pivot into the two-man Baron.
I love this.
They might have the damage.
They do, but Scout's trying to go over and maybe dissuade it. He doesn't have the time. He needs to figure it out pretty soon. I don't think they're going to get it just in time. He's going to spot them just at the last second. And they're going to know now that they cannot take this objective. I like the idea. I actually think they probably weren't going to be able to take it anyway. I think they were going to die to the Baron. So it's all well and good. I still like that OMG tried.
Me too. I mean, like, you know, if it could have worked out, it would have been a great way back in the game. But Scout coming in, package right across 3 members of OMG, nowhere to go. That burn being applied the whole time. And then, I mean, look, Starry left on his own. Everyone having to flash away from Zika to the top side of the fight. Sure, Weiwei gets taken down a little bit, but you just give space for Gala to run forward and shred your AD carry.
Well, looks like OMG back out on the map, looking for something else here. They might have it engaged, though. Right back onto the Callista. A big one to the face. And no health bar left for you. Aatrox on the flank, looking to try and end this game right here, right now. The knock-up onto the Azir. They will not get the CC down onto him, but it is going to be the Cassante as the focus. And you can see the raid boss that is Zika just tanking up an absolute storm. Scout picks up a double, and that's going to be 4 kills all across to LNG. The only one left standing is Angel.
And I mean, now we're at the point where, like, our Corki is fully online with, you know, Malignance and Eclipse. Xayah, you already highlighted, was already huge earlier on, and now we're going to have this Baron. They're really easily going to start being able to siege down OMG's base. And I mean, now it's just a matter of time, right? 24 minutes, 11k gold lead, Baron taken. It's been a rough one for OMG, and I think a big thing is, you know, hoping they could reset their mental going into the next one.
Zika will get jumped on, flashed in, hooked down, and you imagine he's going down here. One more, oh, there it is. Nice little javelin toss there from Starry to finish that one up, but that is a small silver lining to go in here for the side of OMG. Let's have a look at this one again, because again, it's all about this mid lane. OMG trying to take it twice, and the fight happens twice.
And right, it's just what we've seen be the OMG bread and butter of just over-grouping towards mid, set up for the engage to come through for Weiwei, and then the flank from Zika denying any paths forward just opens up for the rest of the engage to follow through. Great knock-up coming out from Mark to make sure that even if the Empress Divide follows through, that you can still keep punishing the members of OMG.
And we talked about this a little bit in the break, and our expectations or even our thoughts about OMG as a team. And we said in their last series, they kind of just grouped mid a little bit too much. At least the last 2 series, they grouped mid a little bit too much for our liking. It felt like once they fell behind, they weren't really sure where to go. They weren't really sure how to kind of play around the map. And we're seeing that again today. You know, once is a coincidence, twice is a worry, and 3 times is becoming a trend even.
Yeah, and you know, if they like group mid and like full sent it, I'd be like, all right, or maybe not even full sent, you know, that might be, you know, going too far the other way, but we're more proactively like fighting for vision or looking for these angles. It'd be a bit better, but it really seems like they'll group mid, they'll be like, okay, we're not really too sure we can win a fight yet, try and get a bit of damage done onto mid tower, and then either open up for a team to abuse them and start finding gold leads by collecting waves elsewhere, stealing away jungle camps, or just giving up easy engage angles and easy flank angles like we saw in that last fight.
And now, 5-0-1 Corki, 4-0-5 Vi, 1-0-10 on Gala Xayah. 3 items, four items on the Corki right now. Even decided to go for a GA just for a little bit of defense. It's hard. It's becoming more difficult by the second here for LNG or for OMG as LNG wait for this next dragon, which will be the Chemsol. Not the most prized possession in all of League of Legends, but still, look, you take every and any advantage you can. And someone like an Aatrox specifically can get huge value out of that.
Yeah, it's gonna be so tough to deal with. You can even see on the minimap right now, they aren't willing to send anyone to deal with them. Cube at some point is gonna have to go answer that wave, but I mean, right, it feels like talking about going forward at this point is kind of a mute point. It's really gonna rely on a mistake from LNG to come back from a 13k gold lead. And LNG's goal at this point, other than winning, might be like, hey, I wonder how much of a lead can we win with?
Yeah,
can we get up to like a 30k gold lead?
Yeah, sure. Look, it's technically infinitely scaling in terms of gold. We'll see now. They go straight in onto the backside. Starry doesn't go down just yet. One more rocket would have killed him off. Finally, he gets it to the face. It's a double kill. It's a triple kill coming in for Scout. Maybe even a quadra if they really want to try and give it to him. But it's going to be a pretty easy win, you imagine, after that for the side of LNG. They will take the advantage in this best of 3. As you can see, Scout finally getting full use, full value out of his GA.
Yeah, goes down, didn't care. That's why he was willing to go in so aggressively in the first place, right? Because he just went down, whatever. You have the GA, you're buying time for your team to get there. But now, Ishii, it's going to be the push for the game.
It really is. This was a slow burn, but it never really felt out of LNG's control. At home, they are looking and hunting for their first win. Definitely looking to redeem themselves from their first loss of the split. And this should be a pretty easy 1-0. OMG, they got a lot to think about coming into game number 2.
They really do. I mean, it was a rough one. Things, I mean, like very early on, right? Not a lot of action happening for either side, but it was really once we saw Weiwei finding some of these counter ganks around bot, that was really opening up the map. Hell, we saw in the top lane, Zico was just outright winning in the 1v1. He was up like 20 CS relatively early on. I can only imagine he was really finding a lot of good trades with like the tip of his Q right and really getting the benefits out of that. But we're going to see a better performance from OMG in game 2.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't really see a lot, to be perfectly honest. It felt like Xiaofang and Weiwei were, you know, holding hands a lot of the times, but then after that, nothing else really happened from it. So for LNG, this was as good as a game as you needed. You need to kind of get yourself on the board, and this is a good way to start it off. It's only 1 foot, though. They need to get 2 feet over the finish line to fully commit it. But we're going to send it to a quick break, and when we return, we will have our second game of this series. We are back. What could be our potentially last game of the day. LNG 1-0 up over OMG. And we got our MVP from game number 1. I believe it was going to be... Ooh, interesting. Okay, I thought it was going to be the Corki just because of the damage, but Weiwei coming in here, setting up everything.
Yeah, I'm not too surprised, right? Because I think early game is easy to get overshadowed. We'll bring up some highlights here of the game, but you think back to the early game, right, which is very slow. Weiwei was the one finding all the action. Like, he was ganking, finding ganks early bot. He was kind of going for some shenanigans in topside jungle, but then he kept finding key carries in these like team fights. He kept doing a good job of like getting on top of people like Starry and that making sure the rest of LNG can take over. It's the exact type of performance that we needed to see from Weiwei after such a lackluster first series.
Absolutely, and I think again you're looking at someone like Weiwei. It was very much a question of when he took over from Karsa on Weibo, what was the actual, you know, relative strength of this guy? How good was he? How good was he? Could he be? And I think a lot of people were very much, you know, understandably just questioning whether or not he could be a top tier jungler in our league. And honestly, I feel like he's been going from strength to strength. From Weibo, he had some fantastic series, regardless of how that ended up being for them, and especially during Worlds. Himself and the Shy really did have some great moves. And now we're looking at him into, you know, the 2024 season. He feels like he's finally finding his feet, finding his home, and looking like the Weiwei that we've known for, honestly, it's weird because he's been around a long time, but not a long time at the same time.
Yeah, I feel like Weiwei only really has like one kind of blip on his resume, which was his time with BLG. Because you go back to like his time with Suning at the very beginning, he was a very promising jungler again. He was like the person propped up on that 2020 Summer V5 roster. Obviously, you hit on his time on Weibo, and it's just nice to see that over his kind of, I don't know, expansive feels weird just because how old League is, and like when got to like 2018, 2019 isn't that old. With how many young players we have, like, I guess it is. So Weiwei just doing a great job of confirming that. And now going into game 2, LNG, I think, doing a lot of the things they did well last year, like you said, or just even a lot of iterations of the LNG roster, kind of funnily enough. They have always been a bit of a more control-oriented team. And OMG, like we said, still kind of seeing the habits that they've shown in their past 2 series.
Yeah, look, is it the jersey? Is it the coaching? Is it just the way the sun and the moon align for LNG?
Yeah.
We don't know. But no matter who they get in this roster, they always seem to have a very similar style of play. And it works. Again, it has been very successful in certain things. However, for LNG, you're looking for that next step. And it does feel like this could be a potential moment where they go from being a top 4 contender to being a championship contender. And that's the biggest change I'm feeling is going to be a huge kind of moment for them to kind of maybe build back up. As just have a quick look at the Chinese casters very quickly, just to make sure we say hi to them. Just to see how they go.
No, I just realized, why are they not wearing, like
the
why aren't they
sweaters?
dressed
I know,
like this?
man. I know the
cardigans?
sweater.
Where are their
The sweater.
sweaters?
I sent the memo out. Like they got the email, and it's sweater day, like, and they just were like, nah, not gonna happen. But of course, we'll be jumping into picks and bans for this second game as soon as we possibly can. But right now, I mean, I'm gonna be honest, like. OMG did not show me a lot. Like, I will be very, very honest there. OMG did not show a lot, and we're seeing a very unfortunate setup of things here between the OMG players where they get a bit lost and they just find themselves doing the same thing over and over again. They don't really change how they play the game, and it's becoming predictable.
Yeah, exactly. As a team, it's becoming a little, and it's funny because it's weird using a word like predictable in a team's 3rd series into the season. I also, again, even just kind of harping on some individual things, right? I feel like Cube really has not had that great of a start of a season, which is weird because I feel like Cube has always been someone who was very much like middle of the pack in terms of top laners in LPL. Like, he was always someone who could pretty much lane and survive against most people, like find impact in team fights and really just show that he deserved a place in the league. But he's had like a really rough few series starts. So I really hope moving into next game, we can see him specifically step it up, because even though top lane isn't really important right now, it is quite hard when your top laner is falling, like items behind, or like their last game against FPX where you are losing the side pressure. Just a lot of these things kind of mounting for OMG, which again, it feels like we're being too harsh since they did win their first series, but even that one wasn't very awe-inspiring up against WE.
Yeah, like again, it was very much, you can still get a win without it really being a win. It's one of those weird moments where it's like, earlier for JDG, they just kind of suffocated out their opponent. They got a win, but not the JDG from 2023 that we know and love, who just absolutely dumpster people in those situations. So it is all about perspective. It is all about how you want to look at it. And again, what success means to you and your organization. I do feel like for OMG, they're going to need something to change. They might be doing it right now. It might be why we're delaying it today. They might be bringing back Abel over Starry. I just haven't seen enough from Starry to really put a marker on him, but yeah, it hasn't been good so far either.
I will say, right, the one thing I will give like OMG and a lot of the like other rosters we have in LPL is that we've seen orgs rebuild many times. Hell, OMG is an org that rebuilt it even with their last roster, right? It took years to get to the point that they were at. We saw WE, an org that's done the same thing. So hopefully it's, it might be a bit of a similar approach. Maybe we don't see anything crazy this split, but as long as we can see them like working towards and even sticking to a core, I think that'd be pretty nice, right? Maybe we won't see any immediate results right now, but as long as we can see some growth on the roster, I think it'll be a good thing. So yeah, I think it's just a lot about bringing this team together. You kind of expected that to be PP God because of how many teams he's been on have lauded him as such like a big presence.
Yeah, I mean, what we thought happened or was going to happen has happened. OMG have taken Starry out. Abel is now in. That's why we have a little bit of a lower. Wow, that is an old OMG jacket that man is wearing. That is an old OMG time, bygone era of OMG. I think that was like 2 logos ago, if you will. But again, it's hard for OMG fans. They are still keeping their spirits up. But PP God and Abel, they were decent last year. And Abel, it's a different, I suppose, kettle for Abel. He was one of those players that really did show high highs, but some of the lows were absolutely devastating.
I do feel like once we got to the kind of tail end of that iteration of the OMG roster, it had gotten much better. It wasn't like the days of what was it, the Ophelio scale forcing into the team fight, which was I think a few years ago at this point. So it's nice to see them come back. Abel is someone who was really aggressive in that bot lane 2v2, and that might just be the kind of spice that OMG need.
I mean, look, the Samira is always there. We can always look to lock it in, and no one's playing it. No one has played it for a very long time, so we'll see what they want to go for, but we are going to have LNG on the blue, OMG on the red, and Rumble's left open. Zika's taking it straight away. No questions asked.
Yes, nice. Gonna have some presence in the top lane. And Zika was one of the players that a lot of people were surprised and impressed by last year with the amount of progress he made. The games that he was especially showing later in like playoffs were incredibly promising. So I like giving him something that has some initiative. But here, I would love if OMG just locked this in again, something that can punish something like an immobile Rumble. Will also put a lot of pressure onto like enemy AD carry picks when there aren't too many like crazy mobile options left once you ban things like the Kalista and the Lucian off the table.
Yeah, could go with the Orianna and look for a full kind of combo, but the Akali is still good. Angel and the Akali, I always remember back to Suning 2020 Worlds, was exceptional on that particular pick. But no, getting Cube, something that can at least survive something like a Rumble. But for LNG, I mean, you could just lock in your mid and your jungle right now, or go straight back towards the Xayah Rakan, and there's no difference in terms of how you play the next game.
Yeah, I mean, again, when you think about it, there really aren't that many mobile AD options still left that really have a way of trying to buy space. So having that ultimate with the Xayah is going to be the best thing to try to keep Gala alive when Xiaofeng is looking to jump right on top of him. So you already hinted at things like the Orianna being available if they really wanted to go with the combo, but no, they are bringing Abel in just to put him on a bit of comfort.
Yeah, look, Abel has been on this Ezreal and has been prolifically good on this Ezreal for quite a while. So seeing what he can do with this pick, and it has a bit of mobility, like you mentioned, very few left in the pool of terms of what you can move around with. But the big problem with the Ezreal is that when it comes down to kind of once you've used your Arcane Shift, you are a sitting duck. You need to be making sure that you're not just getting out of the fight and not able to contribute because you are so short-ranged.
It also makes me wonder what they'll be looking towards in like a support capacity, right? Because I feel like there's not too many like strong pairs with Ezreal right now. You always have things like the Karma, which I especially hear is going to be a lot stronger on like 14.2. So also the Bard, something we've already seen a little bit of since Ezreal is very like secure in being able to play lanes by himself. So a lot of other niche options there. Always could default back to something like a Nautilus too if you really do just want a bit of like a stale lane that does provide more team fights. So I guess it means regardless, we are probably going to get something a little bit interesting down there for the OMG bot lane.
We'll see. And wait and kind of look for where they want to bring this one right now. Lee Sin, Tristana all banned away. The Bard that you mentioned also taken off the board. So what the answer for here for OMG is going to be very, very curious. PPGod can go back towards something more frontliney if he decides to go for it, but straight away Gala locking in Scout Azir, saying, yep, we're happy with that, no issues whatsoever. And the Poppy as well, just making sure that if they can get the Xayah near this Poppy and put the Collie can't really go near her with that steadfast presence.
Yeah, and it's going to be rough. I really like the pick coming through. We've seen highlights over the Karma, which is something we mentioned. You also do have the Nautilus. You hit on PPGod and Engage. That really is what has been his bread and butter over his career so far. But it looks like they're going to look for a bit more punishment down in that 2v2. A lot of shielding that can come by. It's going to be great later in teamfights if they can make it that far. So I think OMG have definitely put together something interesting. There's like a lot of different angles that LNG are going to have to worry about. Like two assassins jumping in, Ezreal and Karma hitting you from like a mile away. Cube potentially off by his lonesome, trying to zone out enemy carries. I think these fights can be fun.
I think they could be fun, but at the same time, I think that LNG has got a lot to be able to deal with it. You dive in with the Nocturne and the Akali, Steadfast Presence, Emperor's Divide, even the Equalizer would be fantastic just to kind of go for it. And as well as the Featherstorm from the Xayah just to try and get everyone off her. So there's a lot of answers to that particular setup, and even the poke as well. You need to be able to try to land some of this Mystic shots and, of course, Mantra Qs from the Karma to really make any of this poke stick. But, again, great kind of options available for OMG. The problem is, in the last game, we didn't really see them go for any options. They had the options. They had the proactive tools available to them. They just never used them. So we need to see that change coming into this second game.
Yeah, definitely. I think it's going to be a lot about protecting their bot lane, allowing them to find that harass in the 2v2, to where for the opposite side, it's about bringing your jungle down, getting way involved, looking for those 3v3s when you have something like a Rakan that can really just create all-in situations. So we're going to have kind of different win cons around this bot lane 2v2 laning phase, and the re-debut of Abel might mean some more life for OMG.
We'll see. Abel is the substitute now. Starry was the starter of this team, but again, like I said, it's early days, and there's we're still super early until we're not. This is OMG's third series. They are playing 3 in the first week of LPL. They are already getting themselves towards a quarter of the way through their own split. That's when you really start to get rid of the early kind of excuses, if you will, and make sure you are coming at this with all guns blazes. We'll see what Abel can do, or if he's able to do anything at all, and we'll see what LNG can do, because again, they weren't really pushed at all in that last game.
No, and especially this game, I'm curious to see how much of an advantage or what they could use of their Rumble pressure in topside, because again, not really too much emphasis put on around top nowadays. That can just really be an easy point for them to open the map. Also, when you have to be very wary of something like the Nocturne, when that is your easiest lane to abuse.
Nice little ward on the Raptor camp, just to make sure they have full vision of where this Poppy is going to be starting. It is a standard to go for those Raptors first. You just have great clearance with those multi-enemy camps with your Q. You have to put that in that hammer as best you possibly can. Angel is taking a fierce amount of punishment right now. That fleet footwork will do enough to bring him back, but he's still got to respect the early damage from the Azir.
Yeah, he's at least going to have to be able to find some of those return trades, right? Because if you're taking damage against Azir, it's not too bad if you're forcing him to use mana, and if you're healing back up with fleet yourself, you got to definitely make sure he's at least losing some HP or having to give up some minions as a trade.
Double knock-up. PB God taking a fierce amount of damage as well. Ignite goes down, Ghost was used. So that's a 2-for-none trade in terms of the summoners. Now, honestly, it should be fine for OMG, unless this Poppy makes their way down to an early gank.
And he might need to. Doesn't look like he will, but this is a punishment we'd expect to come out, right? When you have that Karma with Comet, who is just going to be able to punish you so consistently. Way. Maybe gonna on a bit of an adventure. No, I was wondering if he'd start pathing around, potentially go towards bot, but now with OMG knowing exactly where he is heading up towards that top side, it really gives Abel and PB God free reign to just hammer down on Gala and Mark in the 2v2.
Didn't see any pings coming out from OMG saying that he was there, so hopefully they do have that information. It does look like it, considering you're using the mantra Q to harass, but Weiwei was very aware that the ward went down, so he knows that they know, and they know that he knows, so it's all a big knowing game coming out here for LNG. But yeah, I mean, this game shouldn't be too hard. I don't know how this wave got so massive. How the hell did that happen?
Zoning him off with that Q. Cube's still going to be able to do a decent job of being able to find some CS here, not be too egregiously behind, but it's like even going to be able to punish even more with this Keystone, start building up that gold, and even get some nice damage down. So he really is just going to try to get to that first center break point. His heal has to come out.
Yeah, heal and exhaust burnt there by the side of OMG. And we're seeing this more than often than not, that the bot lane of LNG is just so good at just finding those small little windows where you can't walk forward because you're in turret range. You have to burn summoners, otherwise you're just going to lose the fight.
Yeah, it's going to be hard, but still, at least now it's just kind of equalized in the summoner department. Still, though, Mark's going to be able to keep looking for those similar plays. And now, I mean, you'd have to blow things like flashes if that does connect onto PB God, but for now it's Xiaofang. You can try and abuse Weiwei. Angel isn't that far away, even leaning down towards this half of the map.
Yeah, we see Xiaofang taking away the big camp, or the big minion in that camp, and little ones did go over to Weiwei, so equally splitting that particular camp between the two of them. But now, Weiwei finding himself maybe towards this bot side, and remember, there isn't a heal or exhaust here available for PP God or Abel. They do want to try and maybe make something work. It's going to be difficult, and they'll know that Weiwei's behind them now. Will they be able to get anything about it? That's the question. There's going to be the flash burnt by Abel because he used that Arcane Shift. And like I said, once that Arcane Shift is down, you're just a sitting duck.
Yeah, I love the punish coming through from LNG. Forcing those earlier summoners, now putting him in a position where he has to use the flash and not over-aggressing for anything. He just ended up backing out in the end. So now going to be able to put more pressure down on bot lane. Again, at least Abel is on the Ezreal, does have the Arcane Shift, so we'll have a bit of freedom. But definitely can't be looking to go too far ahead, especially now that we're getting towards level 6s for Soul Laners.
One positive, of course, for OMG, knowing that the bot lane has reset because they had the push, and the jungler as well has almost certainly left that bot lane. You are going to be able to get that first dragon of the game. Weiwei going to try and trade that back for the grubs, or will he? Equalizer's available for Zika and an Ignite. Maybe they look to try and take out this this K'Sante, and honestly, they could do it.
Yeah, they flip the damage. Ignite's still up, Equalizer's still there.
Yeah, he's going to take the damage, and they're going to be able to burn him to absolute hell. Not a chance that K'Sante was living there. And this kind of goes back to what you were saying, Cube, who used to be such a stable and incredibly powerful top laner within our ranks, if you will, is kind of just not hitting the same form he always has.
Yeah, definitely not able to be that rock. I will say in like that circumstance, like, really, what could you do? But at the same time, like, good to see by LNG actually paying the top lane, because I feel like we see lots of comps where like you have these opportunities available, but it still just doesn't feel as worth it to a lot of players to invest in top. I think the key point here is just good job by Weiwei making sure to take aggro, because had things gone a little awry, maybe the Q from Zika comes out a bit too early, he ends up tanking. Like, maybe that's the way where you could mess it up yourselves as LNG, but they just execute, you know, all according to plan.
Yeah, they just execute. Mid lane, we did see the Emperor's Divide being brought out here by Scout, doing a bit of damage onto Angel. No perfect execution from Angel. We have a little replay in the bottom right. And, I mean, this is a moment which almost works out for Angel, or excuse me, Scout, but not quite able to follow up after he gets hit into turret aggro.
You know, the third series do be hitting hard. Both of us. You know, we got to maintain the ability to speak words.
It's hard, man.
I'm
It's hard.
struggling.
Yeah, we are struggling just a little bit. Flash burnt by Scout. They get himself away.
Too.
Paranoia comes out, gets a summoner.
Yeah, nice job by OMG. Again, Nocturne is going to be even one of those valuable champions in my mind, not only because of some of the item changes that really do just help him out, but like we said, when it feels a bit harder to find impact just outright through River, a champion that just jumps right to your lane has so much more value. So good job by Xiaofeng. He was one of the like shining lights in my mind in their first series. Was like pleasantly surprised with his debut, and now once again gonna at least be the catalyst for some action to come out for OMG.
And we wait. I'm sorry, ladies and gentlemen, this is an LNG series. They take it slow. They take it steady. That's just what they do. But Weiwei wants to change that. Thank you, Caster Curse Gods, because this is how you make this one work. You're going to have the ultimates available. The exhaust goes down. Remember, Abel, no flash and no way out. Easy pickup, and again, rinse, repeat, get the punish.
And the key thing was just the wraparound, right? You look at the minimap, there are some wards there for OMG to try to spot him out, but he went the long way above Dragon Camp through like the little blue buff area, and now you start getting some gold onto Gala. So things just very methodical. Again, almost 2k gold lead for the side of LNG. And hell, that's even without us really seeing any, I mean, without us seeing any skirmishes yet, right? When you're seeing like things like the Equalizer able to have a huge impact, or Scout with what he can do with an Emperor's Divide. So LNG definitely still not showing us the best of what they can do. But Gala is showing PP God that he is right in that brush.
Yep, and they know that now, and that is just how it is. Should see a pretty easy recall for him there as well. And I love this. I love seeing this with the Poppy jungles. We have it a couple of times, of course. Nemera mentions a load as well, where he's like, cool, you got your 3 abilities, you're now full build. That's kind of how you have to play this. And it really does feel like a good Poppy is an active Poppy, because you aren't going to be able to find those angles once the laning phase kind of fizzles out a little bit in the next like 5-6 minutes.
No, and funnily enough, I feel like LNG were the team that showed us that last year with Tarzans. performance on the Poppy. He was one of like the early trendsetters, the aggression, the ganks that was able to come through. Now, speaking of, 3 members of OMG here. Wei isn't that far away if anything did happen to break out.
No, they do get the spell shield coming out though, and they have the Keeper's Verdict as well. Perfect execution doesn't quite do exactly that, and they're still CCing him down! Oh! Finally he goes in, but they've traded it back because Angel had to commit more time and resources. A 1-for-1 trade as both mid laners go down. You do have Zika here with an Equalizer and an Ignite, looking for the Nocturne, flashing forward, putting in the work, and the damage is good! This is why Rumble is first pick worthy.
I love that he also waited for like the TP to start being channeled by Cube, so there was no way that the Cassante was gonna match. It was just gonna be like pretty much destruction coming out from this Rumble. Scout, my man survived forever. I guess a lot of that being attributed to PB God and what he was able to bring, his heal, his Guardian, his shield, and that now leading into even more objectives for the side of LNG.
Yeah, more turret pressure mid. They're going to be able to put the Scout, or yeah, Scout is here up top side. Cube is roaming down towards these grubs. Hasn't actually figured it out just yet. Will now know, but let's have a look at the replay here, because again, look how long it takes for Scout to die.
Yeah, gets the Empress Divide. You highlighted the spell shield, which allows Xiaofeng to stay in range, but there's the ult away from the Poppy. There we go, first initial heal comes out, quickness setting it all up. Does go down in the end once the auto comes through from PB God. Looks like PB God was also a little hesitant about taking it himself. He was hoping to allow for Angel to be the one to pick it up. That wasn't in the cards. So now we have a bit of a stronger Karma. What could we do with it?
Karma is, in fact, one of the strongest things in this world. And now, again, like you said, just slow and steady. LNG happy to take this going. OMG, it's tough. It's just tough. We're seeing almost a rinse and repeat exactly how the last game went. Good few kills to LNG, priority in the mid and top lane, and then they just slowly transition it into getting Gala fed on this Xayah. Now with this Dragon, they're going to try and maybe fight for this. There's still an Equalizer available should they want to try and go for it. Paranoia comes in. TP as well has been channeled by the Azir. And it was all for naught. They're not going to go for the fight just yet. So just a little bit of an insurance policy, but that is an Infernal Rift now spawning here for LNG and OMG.
Yeah, now the one distinction between the teams being Angel having that TP up means they could theoretically, you know, try and create pressure somewhere on the map where Scout won't be able to follow. Easier said than done when Scout already finishing off that Nashers. And I mean, Zika's been sitting on the Leandries for, you know, about 2 minutes now. But that would really be the only angle, I think, where OMG can try and find something. They actually aren't that far behind in gold. So, you know, all is not for naught, as Abel picking up some good turret plays for himself.
Yeah, good harassment as well between the two under the tower. And they get themselves the Arcane Shift. There was an exhaust and a flash, but a quickness burnt here from Mark, as he maybe thought there was an opportunity when there wasn't.
I was hoping that he'd be able to find more. Now I feel like for LNG, the next thing we're really looking at is them. Ooh, maybe we're looking at solo kill.
Not quite just yet, but there is a Xiaofeng coming up to try and make this one work. An Ignite, a knockback, and a shutdown heading over to the jungler of OMG. Okay, this is good. This is good kind of moments to make this one work. The shuffle back, though, makes it so hard to make this a kind of one-and-done trade. Angel just trying to posture, but he's not going to be able to get anything else off of this. And it ends up being a one-for-one trade. Unfortunate there for OMG, because I felt like they were coming back with that play.
I do gotta say, I feel like the play can be slightly better for them if they can get a good position for this Herald after Abel and PP got reset, because Equalizer shouldn't be up by then, and it could just set up for a pretty solid fight for OMG, where Paranoia actually might be up if you buy a little bit of time. The problem is you already have Wei and Mark up there ready to take it, so probably not a whole lot of opportunity for OMG if LNG decide to be decisive.
Now we wait to see where the next kind of play will happen, but for now, OMG not really in any position to contest this one here. Zika so far ahead of everyone. Abel, in fairness to himself, has got an Essence Reaver and is building up towards a Muramana. hopefully going to get that for himself. But LNG really have put huge focus on these grubs, on this Rift Herald, and it does feel like if that style of play fits into how LNG want to play the game. They want to be the ones roaming around, getting the out macros, if you will, and just building themselves up advantages through just having better towers down, having more gold in their pockets.
You know, out macros sounds like it could be like a cereal brand. Like, buy your out oh, no time for that. It's paranoia.
The paranoia has come in. The flash is not going to get him out of fear range, but Xiaofang now has to flash away, but it's all for naught. He's going to die anyway because the rest of LNG were there. Weiwei did flash as well to try and cover the Akali escape, and ends up being a one-for-none trade. So LNG just, again, regardless of what OMG throw at them, LNG are prepared.
Yeah, and OMG not really like paying heed to the state of the map, right? You didn't have anyone showing on mid at the time. Gala was not catching waves. You still have no one showing bot. Is Zika gonna be able to force a flash?
Flash and an exhaust. Zabel just keeps himself. Now he doesn't have those. Now he's very much caught if he gets someone to wrap around him again. But it is basics like that for OMG that just really aren't sticking for them. Not having a ward there on the river, not recognizing that Zika was gone, it's just getting lost in their own kind of plays right now. And again, if they end up going back towards mid lane and going nowhere else, I feel like it's a massive issue for their game plans going forward. As shoe shot barrage from Abel steals away the chickens. You know what? I take back everything I said. It's all worth it.
I mean, again, to be fair, like they are keeping up, right? You can see
they are.
Abel being the one who having that lead. At the time we saw, he was, I think, 800 gold above Gala, to where Zika was about 12 to 1300 above Cube, and Scout also has a bit of a gold lead over his counterpart. But we're gonna go back here up to the top side. And again, they come in, try to get on top of the Azir. Great job buying space, but once again, it's down to Mark on the Rakan, really dissuading Xiaofeng from being able to go forward. And all other members of LNG are here, to where both Abel and Cube were elsewhere on the map.
All right, 35 seconds to this next dragon spawns. I don't know if OMG want to fight. There's a lot of pinging coming on. But do they actually want to go for this? Flashes are down for some key members on both sides. We'll see if they want to. It's so hard to contest in a Dragon Pit when you know there's an equalizer coming. There's going to be the TP from Scout, bringing him from the top side, pushed in. And again, the out macro, just pushing in the top side, getting in the mid lane, knowing that you're in control of the rest of the map, making it so much more difficult for OMG to just walk in and contest.
Yeah, I mean, they had push in top and bot, which gave us the vision denial that we just saw the observers showing us. There's really no great way for OMG to walk in. Looks like they're still going to think about it. Xiaofeng might be able to go on Rumble with Angel down there in the 1v1, but they'd have to burst him out pretty fast, which actually might be impossible with how close Mark is. So nothing going to come through in the end.
Well, Dragon goes down. Rift Herald to be taken into the mid lane. Correctly piloted right into the turret, and they could go again. There's no one defending this, and this happened as well in the last one where they didn't quite get it.
Hell,
now,
they can engage.
They can engage, but is it going to be enough? You have a Shurima Legacy double TP coming into this. OMG, they want to stop this just straight up free fall of gold and pressure from happening, but how do you engage?
They can't. When I said they can engage, I was actually referencing LNG. Like, the fact that OMG then started TPing at the same time, I thought, there's no way OMG can look for this. There's the world, right? If LNG exited a little bit too haphazardly, I think, there could have been an angle. But I like that LNG wait. They send Weiwei first, so there's no room for Cube to look for an all-out. And there really isn't even space for Able to, jump on top of Gala, who's at the very end of the formation. So it just allows LNG to get out scot-free.
Yeah, and slow and steady wins the race. There's nothing else to say really about it. Angel's going to try and maybe get something, maybe try get a turret here. I can't remember if OMG got a turret in the last game, but they had to get one, right? Maybe not.
Yeah, the day feels so long now, I also can't remember. And the day might be too long for Cube as he's going down.
Yeah, Cube is dying here, and that is just how it is. He's going to try and exit stage right, but there's a lot of CC, there's a lot of damage. As I say that, he does end up getting out stage right. So you know what, Cube? I tip my hat to you, sir, but it was just a moment, and let's see if Weiwei actually looking for something more. They're going to stop him, and they're going to make sure and say, hey, you don't get a free reset. There's no wave to dive him, but they're just going to make sure he doesn't get a free reset.
My God, Weiwei is being such a menace. Who does this?
Oh!
They don't do it in the end. They don't do it in the end. They're nice guys.
I don't know if they're nice guys or just mis-executed. I think they wanted to stop it, but
they were gentlemen.
Let's have a look at the Great Escape here. It shows you again, you kind of need an AD carry in these situations just to burn them down.
Yeah, I mean, so far he's really only used Ghost. Now gonna use that first dash through. Ult comes out. And yeah, I mean, Cassante just having so much mobility to be able to escape. I think you hit the nail on the head, right? Not a whole ton of DPS there. Had Scout maybe followed with the soldiers over the wall, there's a world where you can find the kill, but at the end of the day, it doesn't really change the state of the game all that much.
And Lyric, what's been your favorite game of the day? Because we've had 2 2-0s, potentially a third 2-0. It's been a bit of a strange one so far.
I have to go back and look at what we've had today. Weibo, you know,
that's where your brain's that's where your mind's
sure
gone.
There was a moment in Weibo TT where I was all in.
Well, speaking of all in,
right now.
Gala might be getting all outed if he's not careful. You can see the cube looking for an angle, but with the rest of LNG now positioning around their AD carry, they're just not really a position or an opportunity for them to find it. You got the Shadow Flame finished up for Zika. 2 items for both AD carries as well. The Navori Quick Blade's going to do Gala the world of good. And it is just a slow, methodical move until we get the next objective. It's going to be the Dragon. And if OMG decide to fight at it, we'll see if they can actually go toe-to-toe with LNG. Because right now, it does feel like every time we've gone to an objective, LNG have just had OMG's number.
Yeah, this game feels very weird to kind of comment on going forward, just for the fact that I actually feel like OMG should have a solid chance of being able to take this game. This should be the team that has some good side lane pressure. The assassination potential from the Akali Nocturne combo will always be there, but it definitely feels like LNG this far have just been the better team. And a lot of that, Weiwei, man, Weiwei's always where he needs to be. Like, if you're Xiaofeng, you have to be so frustrated.
I was going to say, like, that wasn't a bad ultimate there from Xiaofeng, but it's the fact that you can't go forward from Weiwei once he's there. Steadfast presence goes up, which means immediately Angel cannot re-engage with that. He'd just be completely nullified in all of his dashes and his perfect execution. So now, you're out of paranoia for 20 seconds before this Dragon. I feel like you just have to give it up. Soul Point has to go to LNG. You don't really have an opportunity to try and fight this unless you poke people out.
Yeah, I wonder if they'll even think about going for it, because as Abel could be like, hey, just, let me keep getting more items under my belt, right? Sitting on the Essence Reaver right now as compared to Navori Kraken on the opposite side. I mean, also has that Mana Mute in there as well, but definitely feels like he needs a bit more damage before he finds any meaningful relevance. Can't say the same for the side of LNG, though, especially now that we have Shadow Flame on Zika.
I mean, we saw the damage going out to the Akali there, just in that little skirmish, Flame Spitter, and then, of course, the torpedoes, just completely melting them, really, in the moment. And now Angel gonna have his health bar hit again. Zika's fine with this, because I think he knows there's no real fight to be had unless he gets caught by Cube here, but a ward and a little bit of a movement does reveal the plans of the OMG top laner to Zika, and he gets himself away. And this is just gonna how it's been. Soul Point now for LNG. It's an Infernal Soul as well. So we are getting the new Rift. We are getting the new feathers that have all popped down. I believe they're feathers. And giving all the extra ability haste and such. So this is just a game where we wait to see what OMG can do in response to LNG.
Yeah, and OMG seem very comfortable waiting out the next few minutes. Looks like LNG might start posturing up towards top side, deny some of the vision control on top. Because since you're LNG and you just took Dragon, you could assume that OMG were doing something with that time, right? Trying to take some defensive vision in their jungle around their red buff. And LNG with the right read, going to clear them out. And it's going to put a ton of pressure, a ton of stress on OMG to know what's going on around this area.
We'll see. LNG now starting to posture around the Baron pit, see if they can go for something. And again, we see OMG just hovering around this mid lane, looking for something that's just not really there. And Zika and Weiwei just constantly hovering between both lanes, knowing that they can cover top, they can cover mid, and if they need to, they could burn down this Baron pretty quickly. But whoa! I don't know how Gala
got there, but he got caught out and he is killed. They will trade it back miraculously, so it's still a 4v4, but I'm just not quite sure how he got there.
I mean, it seemed like he was just...
Whoa, Zika!
We're still going?
We are still going, and now we're going to see Angel maybe looking for a fight up into Angel. He is, into Weiwei. He's pretty tanky, has the locket, and keeps himself alive. It's a double locket composition, and OMG, they almost find themselves an opportunity. If they kill Weiwei there, they go for Baron, but they just can't risk it right now.
No, and the fact that they don't risk it shows that they are confident that with their composition that they will be incredibly strong. And like have the pressure in side lanes, have that assassination potential to be able to deal with what's coming out from LNG. Zika obviously dying without even able to use his ult. I think Gala must have just been heading towards that brush right outside of Raptor Camp, not thinking about that like, hey, since all of my team is up towards Baron Pit, there could be someone here. And Cube just finding the perfect timing to bring him over the wall.
Yeah, really good opportunistic moment there. And this is the thing, when you play this kind of slow game, you cannot let it drop. You cannot let your concentration slip as you look for those kind of movements and momentum. But good moment here for OMG. But let's have a look at it here. Yeah, it's Cube actually sprinting up with the Ghost, knowing that he can catch them out.
Yeah, and just not reading that Cube would be there, right? I think you always have to assume that that's what's going to happen after Cube pushed in that wave that deep. But here, my God, how unfortunate for Zika to just run into Angel on his path to the mid lane fight. But that's huge for OMG. Still behind in gold, but we've seen it, right? We've seen they have the damage to be able to take down people like Gala, who now has no flash, is now more vulnerable than ever.
Yep, no flash on Mark as well for an engage. 26 minutes on the timer. As we look to see now, Cube might be a bit of a target here, as Gala was angling for something there, but difficult to burn him down now with having magic resistance and armor built up fairly significantly. As OMG might be hovering around something here. Without the Karma, it's difficult to do a 3-man one. They would need the extra shielding and healing, if you will. And I believe that's a Cosmic Overdrive on the Ezreal build.
Oh, the Horizon Focus.
Oh, sorry, sorry, Horizon Focus. Excuse me.
There's so many names, but yeah. So going with a bit of an AP variant, but obviously a lot of it's going to be down to the fact that he is dealing damage from such a range. So he's going to get that reveal coming through. He's going to get that increased damage that I believe lasts for like 6 or 7 seconds after you do land an ability. So just a lot of good things that Ezreal can do with this item thanks to his range. And again, I mean, you do have AP scaling as well, so won't feel all that bad. I wonder if any of the LCK Ezreals have been picking this up.
I'm curious to see. TP going to be coming in now from the Cassante, afraid of anything and anything really that could be launched forward. PB God taking a chunk there from 2 Azir Sand Soldiers. Now they start moving towards this Infernal Dragon. The thing is, the last 2 kills that we got from the side of OMG, they were isolated, they were pick-offs. This time around, they're looking at a full 5v5, and every time we've seen that, LNG have come out trumps. So now, LNG starting to posture more aggressively towards this Dragon. This would be soul for them. This would be a huge boon to the Azir and the Xayah, just to be able to burst out anyone who comes near them.
Yeah, it's gonna... But right now, they're just so conscious of Angel and where he could be. You can see them marking their flanks, but they might get caught out.
They might be caught out. They're going to kill off Cube. He's so low. He's burning, and he ticks down immediately on the backside. They will trade back Mark. A flash there from Xiaofang does keep him alive. They almost go for the full engage. Angel goes right back in with the shuriken flip, but is it going to be enough to keep him alive? Zhonya's does do just that and gets the nice little steadfast presence, but no real damage to follow up on top of it. There's still some decent work being done here by this Ezreal. 1 or 2 more Qs. You would love to have a True Shot Barrage available, but it's not quite there just yet.
Oh, he might be able to find a snipe right now.
He's looking for it. He's looking for it. Why? Scout, you know it was coming up. You don't stay in a straight line, and that is Abel keeping OMG in this series.
And yeah, now it's going to be Dragon for them. Oh my God, what a misstep. Coming out from LNG, that's going to lead to Dragon for OMG. We're going to see how quickly we get into the replay, but nothing LNG can do to pivot off of this.
And again, we look at the replay and see exactly what, because again, Cube is dead to rights, and this is fine, but then it does feel like LNG just do not respect that the long engagements just favor an Ezreal.
No, and like the Rakan CC not really able to connect. The Rumble ultimate was pretty poor. Like, it didn't end up touching anyone. I think just landed on top of where Cassante already was. And then it just leaves you in this awkward position where Ezreal's getting so much freedom. Your Rakan is down, who's the person that has the hard CC, should be able to lock down and keep you able there. And I mean, you said it. It really doesn't feel like Scout should go down to this. Just not expecting True Shot Barrage to be up so early. But he's been peppering people with abilities that whole fight. And now Abel, 4 items, has the Frozen Heart now on top of it. Gonna get some more durability out of this as well.
Yeah, it's harder to kill, and Abel stepping up when he needs to most, specifically for OMG. Again, Starry was the starting AD carry. Scout is in a bad position here if he gets caught out. They need to make sure he doesn't get caught by Angel, who straight away backs away after a 5-point strike, trying to steal away the blue buff. Remember, these are global blues, which would be fantastic for the side of OMG if they can get them. But now, all of a sudden, the narrative is shifting. OMG are feeling more confident. LNG are backing away. They're not moving forward with the same level of confidence they had before, again, that last fight.
I think OMG's comp should be able to deal with LNG. Again, after game 1 and then how the early game went, the question just came down to was it kind of just a skill diff? Was it LNG being more prepared? But now they're going to try and go for this
Abel
play.
Reset. True Shot Barrage is coming over. It's going to be able to see that the Paranoia comes in. They're going to try and go for the 150-50, but it is confirmed by LNG. They knew the AD carry wasn't there, and now they can look for the fight afterwards. A good equalizer to try and separate this fight. The Feathers come back, and Xiaofang is dead. Knocked into the wall is the Cassante, and he goes down. One moment, OMG are back into it, and then LNG pull the trigger.
I was so scared. I thought once again, like, sure, the Rumble ultimate kind of dissuades people from coming forward, but you're not finding those high priority Rumble ults that you'd like. Still managed to get the 2 kills. No one really able to follow up. Angel not seeing the angle. Abel still a little bit far away. So now with the Baron, this is where you can start doing some real damage, right? 4K gold lead off of this. Sadly, won't have it long enough to really guarantee themselves that next Drake, but should be able to build up quite a gold lead.
Angel! He's going to get hit by the Steadfast Presence, got knocked into the wall. He wasn't quite in position to get killed there by Zika, but that does mean that Scout gets a free tower. More gold, more priority, and more pressure being built by LNG as they look to try and confirm this 2-0.
Yeah, they're going to be able to have a lot of damage to play with. Not great wave clear on the side of OMG. Not bad, but not great. We're going to see LNG just start moving over to different lanes. I wonder if they'll use Equalizer to try to push them off and get more damage down. It looks like they value that tool too highly, as it might open up a window for OMG.
Scout looked for an engage there, but the double lock-it keeps him safe. Turret still standing. There's going to be True Shot Barrage again, up so often, and yeah, they're going to have to give up Weiwei's life, you would imagine. There's a good Equalizer to maybe take someone down, but it's in defense to try and stop something from happening, but these small mistakes really are punishing towards LNG. Oh, Cube taking so much tanking, trying to see if he can stay there, but Gala's still around. Angel looking for the backside, but immediately gets stunned up. They put the exhaust down onto Gala. They get the knock-up as well to try to keep his ultimate for as long as they possibly can. And they will get down Angel. Nothing he can really do there. He tried so hard to get on top of Gala. Gala didn't flash or anything.
No, Gala with nerves of steel. Also, just like, kudos to Mark this game. Mark, the player, faces a lot of criticism, doing a great job peeling in that instance. Weiwei's also been someone who's been doing really phenomenal at that. It's nice to see that, again, even if it is still a steady pace, LNG finding some opportunities. We see here, the knockup coming in, and then Scout, like you said, kind of getting a bit ahead of himself. I wonder if he would really mean to do that and look for a play. It opens up the follow-through to come from OMG, and now from LNG, you know the plan. Hey, get the hell out of dodge. Weiwei gives his life, and then this is where it gets a little bit surprising, right? The fact that LNG are like, hey, they're running us down. We need to commit to trying to turn. And this is when they're reminded that, hey, we actually have a bunch of damage. We can compete with this. Mark here, quickness lands, finds the knock-up from his W as well, and then the burn from Zika to finish it off is just beautiful.
And this is the thing, you lose a lot of pressure now because of that kill coming out onto Angel, so you're waiting for more, I suppose, reinforcements to come in. Speaking of reinforcements, Cube in a unfavorable position. No vision at all here for OMG to try and defend this Infernal Soul. I think it's gone. I think they've just given it up. There's no way you can defend it. There's no way. Oh,
I was so scared.
I got the shivers, man. It was a little moment, but Wei Wei's been on point with his smite so far this series.
Yeah, and now, I mean, the damage is going to be huge. Hell, we're even like right before some even crucial breakpoints, right? Look at Zika so close to that Rabadon's. Now with this Infernal Soul, he's going to be dealing so much more. Banshees just finished up by Scout. So we are getting some more damage under our belts. Now it's just about seeing how much sticks on us. Oh, there's a good equalizer.
He does knock down PP God, but he had a Mantra W, so he was able to speed up, shield up everybody, get a bit of heals going in as well with the Redemption. But now Angel, he's running away pretty quickly because he is getting absolutely obliterated by Scout. He doesn't have a Shroud, but he does have a Shuriken Flip. They're going to try and get a little bit more. They needed the Paranoia, but he can see Scout just got within the vision range. And now, without Angel, there's no threat onto Gala, so Gala can move forward so freely.
And Mark finally has his flash up in a second, which he didn't have when that equalizer was dropped, which is why there was no follow-up on the play. I was surprised. I'm like, hey, it's spread across everyone. Look at Mark, no flash. Now, if a similar play happens, which will very soon, as Zika's ult is almost up again, Mark will be able to traverse a lot more distance. Scout now clearly able to just win out against Angel. There's the Rabadons that we were waiting for. And now, I guess it's just about getting in OMG's faces and showering them with this damage.
Yeah, look, Abel's had a great time. He's 2-1-2. He is massive in terms of items. He's actually a full breakpoint, going full hybrid with his build right now into a little bit of AD, little bit of AP, like just trying to build as big as possible.
Yeah, kind of interesting to see, especially being behind like this, to even like find value from the kills to then get the healing from said items. So
yeah,
I do gotta say for Abel overall, at least it's been like stable, even if OMG have always been on the back foot. Kind of makes you wonder what'll happen if they do keep him in for their next series and then default to things like the Samira and some of the crazier picks that he's known for.
And now Mark having to realize he was outnumbered quite enough there. Did not need to take any more damage than what was being thrown at him. Gala very much flirting with death. As you can see, those Mystic shots will hurt. TP will be coming in from the side here. If they can catch out Abel, this could be massive. There's going to be the equalizer. The flash has already been used, and he waited so patiently, so diligently with Scout. He knew all he had to do was wait for that flash to come out, and that is an easy pickup. For now, I mean, 4v5 with the Shrima's Legacy, this could just straight up be an inhibitor. They could look for the end of the game.
Yeah, they're going to push, and I just got to say, that is a guy who knows how to use the Emperor's Divide on his ear. That's what we were waiting for, Shuffle now. I mean, now, yeah, they're just going to look for the end. Angel trying his best.
He's trying to cut off the minions, but here we go. They've got the 6 Void Grubs. The Karma's dead. Nexus turret number 1 down. LNG looking to finish it all off. Send us to a 6-0 day as Gala lets the feathers fly. The Nexus turrets are gone. Cube will be the last one standing. He will keep his life, but he will lose the series. LNG 2-0.
LNG just kind of bringing it back to basics in terms of what they did last year, right? In terms of how they were playing the game. I do like the Rumble coming into this one and giving some love to that top side, right? Going for the early game gank and trying to enable Zika. As thank God we don't need to talk for much longer. But LNG,
we're losing the ability to do it, to be honest.
yeah, the mind is going elsewhere. But LNG, they were able to get their mind intact from their previous series up against TT, right? Because we saw the glimpses of what LNG could do well in that series, but they weren't able to pull it across the finish line up against a team of TT's caliber. It's nice to see up against, you know, a bit more disoriented opponent like OMG, who still have a lot to figure out with a very new roster, that things do look a lot more smooth for LNG.
Yes, a lot more stable, a lot more cohesive as a unit. It doesn't feel like the greatest of wins. Again, LNG have never been that JDG, BLG style of gameplay, or even top esports, to be honest, where they come in, they smash you, and then they move on to the next opponent. They've always been slow and steady. They've always been someone to take their time with their wins. And at the end of it all, a win is still a win, and that is all you came in to do today. So for them, ending the week on 1-on-1 is still going to be very good.
Yeah, I definitely agree, right? Hell, even for OMG, if we just look back at the week as a whole, I mean, they were able to pick up at least one win so far this week, even if they are going to end up 1-2 overall throughout the week. So it's been a bit of a weird ride, but I think both teams having things they could take confidence from, but also both teams having things that they could like step back, look to improve on. I do got to say, just in terms of individual form, things definitely looked a lot better from LNG today, which I feel like is always a good starting point, right? Like are our individuals making silly mistakes? Are we dying the ways we did die in the TT series to our soul being up in 10 seconds and we're trying to take inhibitors? No, we didn't really see that many crazy shenanigans from LNG today, which was great.
Yes, it was a lot more composed from LNG to be able to try and bring this one back. But yeah, and again, we can always look as well for OMG. Do they keep Abel? It's hard to say. He is a very specific champion pool kind of AD carry, and it does feel like if they're looking towards the future of their roster, I don't know. I don't know how you fill that in, because it does feel like Ezreal, Felios, Samira, all good, but if they ban the Felios, you're kind of screwed in this meta.
I do gotta say, it's gonna sound weird after this game because we didn't see the aggression, but the ideal thing I like about Abel coming in is Abel was incredibly aggressive, and it feels like that this OMG needs a little bit of bite. But it's like, is bringing Abel in enough for that? And you already mentioned things like his champion pool. There's just a lot of questions coming through. I think whether it's worth, and hell, maybe OMG are looking at like a long-term rebuild. Like maybe Starry just is the choice that aligns more with their org's goals. So, I don't know the next time when OMG plays, but the next time they do, I guess we'll get a good point.
Yeah, I'm a good starting point. Yeah, I normally would be able to look to my monitor and look it all up and give you all that information. I'm not at home though. I don't
know. I am home. I don't know why I didn't think that I could do that.
Yeah, I was gonna say you could just look it up. Like you could just figure it out.
You know what? I'm gonna do that.
I'm so proud of you, my friend. I'm glad. So who do they play next?
OMG's next match is up against TT, and that is on an English broadcast day. It's actually on our first English broadcast day.
Next Thursday coming up. So that's going to be an interesting one there. And again, another kind of test for OMG to see where they find themselves. It is starting to go. We're seeing a lot of changes, a lot of people coming in, and obviously we're getting the first impressions for a lot of these teams. It does feel like we're so competitive towards our top 10 playoffs. It really does feel like you need to be on the ball. You need to be making sure you're coming out with the wins this early on, just to make sure that you're not struggling, coming into the final few weeks, needing 2 wins, going up against top esports and PLG. You don't want to be going into those situations.
But we have that every year, right? Well, it's actually funny. We always have like 2 variations. We have that team that's like, oh God, we need to beat these top tier teams, but we're one series win away from playoffs. So what do we do? Then you have the opposite. You have like the IG of last summer, where they are murking like JDG, Weibo, LNG, whoever, and then they lose to like, I don't know, WE or like LGD.
Or a fellow non-playoff team that it's just like no one really cared about, and it's like, oh, okay, well, I don't know why we lost this, but we did. Yeah, it
always happens.
Yeah, it always happens. I mean, it is the nature of just 17 teams in a league. It's, there is just so much variance, and it is straight up about the prep. Like OMG played 3 series this week. There's just no way you can actually 100% prep for absolutely everything and every possible, kind of eventuality.
I've always thought about that, of like how hard it must be being like coach or just a team in LPL. When if you're playing like, today and then the day after that, and then, maybe a day or 2 later, maybe back-to-back days, that has actually happened to oversplit sometimes. It's like, my God, you have to like kind of pick and choose where time goes, right? So it's a hard thing. It is kind of brutal thinking about that OMG have already played 3 series. Like, man, JDG just played their first.
Yeah, like JDG have debuted today in the Beijing Stadium, and there's OMG quite literally 1 series away from being a quarter of the way through the split. Like, that's how quickly this stuff just kind of catches up on you when you think about it. So, and that's why we're also worried about them as well, because those losses, you start 1 and 2, okay, it's fine. 1 and 3, okay, not so great. 1 and 4, oh, now we're in trouble. Now we're actually looking at a bit of an issue here for OMG. It's why good for LNG on the other side of this to be able to bounce back and get themselves up to a 1-1 scoreline
scoreline, see if they can continue in. And I always find that as well, like in any sport, it can kind of come down to you played badly, but you still won. That is huge for a lot of different teams. That's almost the marking of a great team, because it's like, oh, we played badly and we still came out with a W. That can literally be the difference between like top 2 and top 4 in the league.
I mean, yeah, that could, right? You kind of look at JDG's, game 1 especially earlier, but yeah, OMG definitely gonna need to take some time. When you said a quarter of their split will be done after one more series, that blew my mind that's true. But here we go.
Started. It's not even Chinese New Year yet. We still have so much time. We have so much time. I don't know. It's gonna be one hell of a split, because we did start a little bit later, of course, than we normally do, which means that we are coming in pretty haphazardly. And there's 3 series days on most Thursdays, I think, after Chinese New Year. I think almost all Thursdays after Chinese New Year, we will be covering 3 series days at all times. So it's, but yeah, we have the highlights coming in from this game, of course, and just having some of these plays come out for the way they did, it did feel like they were very, very key in terms of having to stall out the game. These small little picks that we're seeing on this side of the kind of highlights were just so pivotal to keep OMG available, but they never really turned it into anything else.
No, and there just really wasn't a lot on the map. Like that's like a way to give praise to LNG, right? Is that LNG were so good at making sure, like, hey, no grubs available, no dragons available. Like, what do you do when you find these picks? LNG are also the team that's like pushed up, which means it's kind of hard to justify using that amount of time to walk into the enemy jungle. So it was just a bit of a rough one coming through, and I did feel like we saw a lot of good moments. Plays like this, I love this, right? Pushing bot, wait in this brush. I really think Gala has no right dying to this or base checking here, but there's always a chance a team will, and it's a very like low committal play that can give you a big benefit like we saw there. So again, we know LNG's players can deliver. It's just about bringing everything together. Who's calling? What's the system? Like what are we doing as a team?
Yeah, and I think that's the big thing that comes out of this, is that as much as those little picks were nice from the side of OMG, they never really were game-breaking or game-changing. It felt like it was a nice little, like, oh, okay, let's see what they can do. But they didn't pick up any dragons after it. They never picked up any turrets, never picked up any barons. Whereas we look at some of the games we saw even today between Weibo and of course, JDG in our second series, they were getting a pick or one or two picks and turning it into an objective. And I've said this a million times, that those are the great teams in our league, where they'll turn a small advantage into a bigger and bigger one until they snowball you out of control. So these are the small things.
Honestly,
that come, and even here,
TT.
just the way to end the game. Just a way to end the game, and just Scout just knowing how to do it.
I think it's kind of scary. Even like teams in our losses today, even TT was doing a good job on like objective trades, but we'll kind of bring it back to the MVP. I think this one is very deserved. I think Weiwei and Mark were kind of both having really good games. And I guess this is Weiwei saying like, hey, you know, I was one of the junglers that everyone was applauding last year. I was on BLG, this like super hype team, and now comes over to LNG, and I'm glad he really did step up in this second performance, especially when you're replacing Tarzan. Again, I don't care what people say about his Worlds performance. The guy in most regular seasons is an absolute monster. So you're going to need to step up and fill some pretty big shoes. Hell, I think it was me and you who even cast like the monstrous Tarzan Poppy games last year.
Yep. I mean, absolutely. And I think this is a great marker for Weiwei to kind of say, look, I'm here. I'm one of the top junglers. I'm looking to try and be considered, if not the top jungler, absolutely 100%. So these are the things, and these are the kind of performances that we're expecting from him. And the fact that he's able to be such a facilitator is just incredible. But if you're just joining us, unfortunately, you missed all the action. Where were you? We've been live for like 7 hours. But we do have today's results. Yeah, I can see it in your eyes. We do have today's results. And you can see there, 2-0, 2-0, 2-0. It was a quick day, to say the least.
You know, that's what scares me. I'm just getting used to being back on like overnight NA time zone. This is an easy day compared to what is possible. Like, my God, there could be another 3 hours, man.
Yeah, it could be. Well, look, you know, we're in 3 different venues. Of course, good wins for everyone across the board. And we can have a quick look at our standings and see if these are starting to populate just a little bit more as we start to build up towards it. You can start to see now they're starting to build a gap. Now we're starting to see these guys start to no longer share positions. It is 1st to 10th as we go down the board.
And funnily enough, I think right now's top 6 is what a lot of people have as the top 6 in the LPL.
Yep.
You know, there might be more question marks on LNG now after their, you know, their debut in their first series, but you know, BLG, J2G, Top Esports, Weibo, Nip with Rookie, like this could be what it looks like going forward. That's what makes it all the more exciting if any of these teams step up and take their place. I guess right now the front runner would be TT. Do you have anyone else?
I think TT is the front runner for that. RNG maybe. They didn't look too terrible against EDG.
Yeah.
But we'll have to see how that roster kind of gels together. So we'll see what they are able to do. But we, of course, are done for week number 1. We will not be back on tomorrow, but we will be back on Thursday as we got ourselves 2 more games to go. And TT versus OMG, we were talking about it earlier on the day. That is going to be our first series. And then our second series will be Weibo versus LNG. So again, another interesting setup between these two sides to see how they come out and build.
That has like been the funniest thing is like when you're this early in the split, a lot of your like days are just like teams that you just saw play, just like swapping opponents and then being like, you know, okay, now we get to see how this lines up, which does make it kind of easier to compare where teams are on the standing. So I actually do kind of like that. That's happened a lot more, it feels like, this week than it has at the start of any other split.
Yeah, it feels like we're getting a lot of these kind of big, heavy-hitting matchups right at the start where we're kind of going, okay, how good are you really? How much are you going to be really good? Like, even the Top Esports BLG to kind of kick us off really was kind of, you know, one of the big ones to kind of say, look, where did these two guys go? And I think BLG very definitively put themselves at the top of the table. But that is all the time we have for today. Jordan, thank you so much for joining me for the weird and wonderful world that is the LPL. Thank you all for watching, and thank you to our fantastic production crew. Without them, none of this will be possible. We'll be back next Thursday, and until then, we'll see you on the Rift.
漫天的飞雪，璀璨的金光。真正的英雄，就是以平凡之躯，对抗着这个岁月的麻木不仁。让自己与更好的自己一遍一遍的在未来重逢。
未来还可以继续吗？
未来还有属于我的机会吗？
未来还可以一直赢下去吗
8年前，我没有想过能坚持到现在。8年后，我不确定这是不是一个冒险的决定。
做到了这一套，我们终于做到了。
新的目标在哪？
该停下来了吗？
他们说我已经拿到了所有的荣誉，可我还想再拼一次，因为还想赢。
我回来了。
小浩说了一句，他说：“哎，现在感觉打的有点上头，有点想。”
有人说，怎么赢了一场比赛就哭了？因为我知道自己为了那一场胜利付出了多少。
队员们都比较的年轻，很敢打。
在 LPL 的发挥真的是令人欣喜。
无数次的训练之后，胜利的机会依旧稍纵即逝。
拼尽全力，也未必会拿到自己想要的结果。
努力不一定就有回报，但是不努力一定就没有机会了。这一次，我们会走出属于自己的那条路，
燃烧自己，目标只有冠军。
今年他们赢下了春天、夏天 MSI 在内的所有冠军。
我享受在舞台上捧杯的那一刻。如果说比赛一定要有输赢，为什么不能一直是我们？
抱歉，这次我们站在了对立面。
无人问津也好，技不如人也罢，不必让自己沉溺其中。
所谓的最强和第一，应该由谁来决定？我们所挥洒的每一份汗水，都是为了追寻不变的目标。
成功就是从失败到失败，也依然不变的对胜利的渴望。